Nowadays, SNED drums for various bands, most recently wore all E-Time and Reeds, and Mickey guitars for Jin, both of them remaining cautiously optimistic, far more interested in creating brand new challenging music than rehashing past glories. SNED, years have knocked the stuffing out of me, but I still think the planet would be better off without the shitty human race fucking it up. Andy clearly never got what we were about though, as he's a fucking copper now. Heck has a somewhat less bleak outlook than my own, and it was refreshing and inspiring to hang out with him recently, and to discover that we're actually not all that different to how we were 20 plus years ago. I guess I'm not as despondent as SNED, laughs Mickey. I do at times feel a bit more misanthropic than is healthy, but I think that having a child has helped give me a much more positive outlook on the world. Also my perspective is different, having worked all of my life. In some ways I'm more idealistic than SNED, and in others I have more of a real-world view. I think essentially we are both the same people, just older, fatter and less tea. And maybe a bit less intense about everything, only a bit, mind you. Neither of us is ready to join the pipe and slipper brigade just yet. Yeah, it's nice to reminisce a bit, agrees SNED. But I'm still alive and living in the present day, and that's what is important. To live in the past all the time is to be dead already. We were an awkward bunch of geeks in a crap band, who learned a lot from each other and our friends during our short time together, and you can put that on our tombstone. Select discography 7S. Within essay walls, split flexi disc with reality control at a glance. 2 other tracks from the band's final recording actually appeared on vinyl AER they'd split, Dust on the late 84 tracks from E Station Collection, Black on an American compilation, Compulsory Overtime in 1985, but the only Blood Robots material available on CD at the time of writing is the track E-Valley, that appeared on Overground's excellent anti-war, anarcho-punk compilation, Volume 1 in 2005. Let's face it, there was a lot of dross padding out the bullshit detector compilations, but each album was thankfully salvaged from complete anonymity by at least 1 or 2 strong tracks, and the undisputed highlight of Volume Re was E-War Is Over by the aforementioned Reality Control, a staggeringly heavy and intense offering that utterly belied the sonic limits placed upon it by the paltry budget under which it was committed to tape. Loaded with twisted guitar noise and profound metaphor, it hinted at a considerable well of musical and lyrical potential that largely went untapped. Formed in late 1980 and comprising Michael Barlow on vocals, Michael Scott on guitar, Ken Fawcett on bass and Paul Ridley on drums, the band played their RST show in Heaton, Newcastle upon Tyne, during April 1981. Reality Control, Leeds 1985, picture by Andrew Metcalf. It was at some church/community hall with 2 other bands from school, recalls Michael Barlow, namely No Sweat, who were a Pink Fairies/Motorhead Indian Stout, and Totally Innocent, this new wave-ish band who Paul Ridley, our drummer, also played guitar for. It didn't go too badly either, with us playing all our own stuff, apart from a cover of Blockbuster by E-Sweet, but our version was more akin to how the Cockney Rejects did it. We used to practice in bedrooms, garages, and church halls, annoying the hell out of people in the process. It was always really hard to be able to afford equipment, and we had to rely on the generosity and goodwill of other bands and the patience of our parents, until we later discovered music co-ops. A couple of years on, we became involved with the Gateshead Music Collective, who provided much needed rehearsal space and shared equipment. Without them, many bands in the area just wouldn't have existed. E-rehearsal space also doubled as a venue, E-Station, which we helped with initially, putting on gigs for local bands with more nationally known ones. At RST we were all influenced by the likes of The Damned, UK Subs, Fall, Early Cure, Joy Division and Pill, to name but a few, he adds. But we basically listened to quite a broad spectrum of music from Discharge to E-Doors. Increasingly though, we were all listening to Crass and the music produced by bands on their own, or associated, labels which politicized and influenced our views. is increased political awareness was consequently wreaked in our songs, alongside our own experiences and viewpoints. But I don't think we walked about pigeonholing ourselves with that anarcho-punk label, as it did become restrictive, although we certainly identified greatly with that scene. I suppose at the time we regarded ourselves as being within the anarchist political spectrum, but to us it was just about fairness and equality. It was an experience which politicized us all, and, ultimately, I think it was about being a good human being. A healthy sense of humor and cynicism also helped us, I think. As detailed previously, Reality Control quickly hooked up with the Blood Robots, with whom they produced a fanzine and played many a gig. In early 1983, they recorded their debut 7-track demo, E Happy Face, at Newcastle's Spectro Arts Centre, with Michael himself overseeing the session. We were fortunate in that when I left school I got a job as a trainee sound engineer at Spectro, where they had an 8-track recording studio. It meant that we could record all our demos there, plus those of the Blood Robots and a few other local bands, as it was affordable and I could do all the engineering and production work for free. E-Center was much cheaper than commercial outs because it was publicly funded as a community arts resource, but inevitably it closed. Anyway, we just recorded what we thought was our strongest material, which was the bulk of our live set. The title of the demo reeked at how we saw people putting on a happy face, no matter what miserable life mainstream society dealt them. We wanted to encourage people to question things instead of blindly accepting them. I'm still reasonably pleased with it now as well, apart from my questionable singing abilities. The Happy Face tape sold very well through the local independent record shop, Volume, and as a consequence, the owner offered Reality Control the opportunity of doing an EP for Volume Records, who had already successfully released singles by the likes of such northeastern luminaries as the Toy Dolls and Total Chaos. Retrack 7, A Reproduction of Hate, was the rather glorious result, with the brooding, somber Another Sunrise being the D-night highlight of the cuts on offer. Ken and Michael B. of Reality Control. We recorded it at Impulse Studios in Wallsend, Tyne, and Ware, and it was principally an anti-war record, in particular against the British war with Argentina over the Falkland Islands around 1982. Although we were only 16 at the time, we felt very strongly about not only the futility and horror of war, but in particular the way thousands were sacrificed by Margaret Thatcher in an attempt to whip up this ridiculously nationalistic support for the war, which in turn cynically resulted in her aging conservative government being returned to office on the back of it. Not only that, but the jingoistic Our Boys type support pushed by the British gutter press was particularly objectionable. I'm still pretty proud of it even now. I think the sentiment still holds very true, the only regret being a slightly out-of-tune bass on Man Reproduce. AER the EP, bassist Ken Le to pursue other things, and was replaced by Carl Craig from local punkers, Abductors, in time for the early '84 recording of the band's second cassette release, a 9-track affair entitled While We Live in Cages, that took their trademark gloom into surprisingly tuneful territories. 2 tracks, Law and Sugar and Spice, were even included the following year on Compulsory Overtime, the compilation album issued by an American label, Dossian, that also featured the Blood Robots. In March 1984, Reality Control recorded Tears of Blood at Newcastle Media Workshops, where Michael was then working as a sound engineer, for their side of Within SA Walls, a split EXI disc with Blood Robots that the two bands announced and released themselves. However, the record was hardly out before Rid Le and was replaced by Alistair, who drummed on the band's third, never released, demo. He then departed himself for pastures new and was superseded by Murphy, formerly with Scottish anarcho-punks, Alternative. We had played in Bristol with the Alternative and, I think, Flowers in a Dustbin, a gig which sticks in the mind as it went very well and we had a proper PA, so we got a really good sound, which we taped through the mixing desk. Another good gig I have fond memories of was in Leeds, can't remember who it was with or even where it was. I think it was late '84 or early '85, but we just had a really good night where we played particularly passionately. A gig in Edinburgh sticks in the mind as well, for all the wrong reasons though, laughs Michael. I'd bought a new guitar with a locking nut and wangy bar, which would in theory keep the guitar in tune for ages. However, the downside was, when a string broke, the tension would go and send the whole guitar out of tune. Of course, this is what happened less than halfway into our set, and it was such a long, drawn-out faff to put a new string on, retune the thing and lock it up again with Allen keys, that we just abandoned the gig. Dreadful. And I'm sure there were a few more like that too, which thankfully escape me now. Reality Control played their NAL show at the Nottingham Narrowboat on October 10, 1985, with Chumbawamba and No Defenses. It wasn't a bad gig as far as I can recall, but we just kind of zilled out and were no more, no specific reason as such. I think in hindsight we were just growing a bit older and getting into different things, and the band came to its natural end. Also, Carl and Murphy were living in Scotland, which made practicing less frequent and more difficult, so perhaps the desire to get together and make music waned a bit. I really haven't got a clue if anyone joined any other bands afterwards, offers Michael, when quizzed as to what happened next. I'm sure they did. Ken, our original bassist who has moved back to the northeast of England in the past year, later became a teacher. I'm now a graphic designer and photographer in the health service. And last I heard, Michael was living on the south coast of England, Carl was a football coach at a school in the US, Rid was living and working in France, and I don't know about Alistair or Murphy. But the band was an experience which both politicized and enthused me. Okay, we were young and naive to think we could change the world, but I think at least some of the values will have stayed with a lot of people involved in that scene in one way or another. As I've said earlier, ultimately it was about being a good human being. I know I still try. My only regret was that we didn't release anything more on vinyl, as I think we had something a bit different to many bands, and that might have got us out to a wider audience. If anyone was to remember what we did, I think that would hopefully be it, that we had something a little bit different to offer. Select discography 7s. Reproduction of Hate Within SA Walls, split flexi disc with Blood Robots at a glance. Unfortunately there has not yet been a Reality Control compilation CD. The Famous Imposters were one of many earthly independent bands that sprung up in the Northeast as a direct result of the Sunderland Musicians Collective and the alternative venue they founded, the Sunderland Bunker, a genuine focal point for the scene both musically and socially that still hosts live events to this day. Weren't the biggest band from the area, nor the fastest, nor the heaviest, but in terms of passion and sincerity, they were up there with the best of them. Punk had energy, ideas, and purpose, exclaims bassist Raf Mullah, who replaced the original bass player Tony in 1983, about a year after the band formed. You didn't have to conform, and it was the one form of music to really have something to offer that said it was okay to be an outsider, and I certainly was an outsider. At that time in Sunderland there were a few really distinct groups that you could fall into, the Townies, beer, disco, Ford Capris, ding and more beer, the rockers. Beer, heavy metal, bikes, ding and drugs, or the skinheads. Beer, ding and NF meetings. Above all, they were so very rigid, you had to tee in to be a part of the crowd, and as that wasn't going to happen for me, punk was really the only place that I had to go. Where you didn't expect to get the crap kicked out of you for daring to be different, in fact the challenge was to be different. Alongside RAF, the Famous Imposters were guitarist/vocalist Ann Thurwin, drummer Andy Hardcore Burden and second guitarist Teaser, although the latter about a year after RAF joined, resulting in the three-piece lineup with which the Imposters made most of their live appearances. Quickly cultivated a fairly unique sound for themselves, based on driving rhythms and fragile thoughtful melodies that owed as much to the likes of Killing Joke, Southern Death Cult and Joy Division as they did Crass or Flux of Pink Indians. RAF even cites personal influences as eclectic as Cure, Gang of Four and Beatles, hardly the norm for the anarcho-punk genre. I don't think that we actually ever regarded ourselves as anarcho-punk anyway, but that is how we were regarded by others, partly because of the lyrics, but probably as much because of who was in the band. Both Andy and myself had been active in other areas of what was then the anarcho-punk movement, and because of this we spent a lot of time playing with other bands on that circuit and were categorized alongside them. If we had bothered to analyze it, not everyone agreed politically, not even close on some issues, but close enough generally to agree on what we said as a band. EY soon set about gigging enthusiastically around the Northeast, even supporting Connacht at the Newcastle Guildhall. Yet they built the majority of their grassroots following with regular shows at the Bunker. I don't think that I can overstate how important the Bunker was to many people in Sunderland. E-Musicians Collective had formed a few years earlier, releasing a compilation LP of local bands in the collective, and that really set the tone. Rough a lot of hard work and lateral thinking, the collective somehow managed to persuade the local council to have the use of an empty school right in the middle of town. The deal was done before I became involved, but as the place had to be done up, etc. with no money, I started to help out about then. And there was this real big contrast as the next building to us was this huge leisure center that the council had spent literally millions on, and there in its shadow was us, with no money but huge determination. I remember the Guardian newspaper came down and interviewed some of us, highlighting the contrast between our do-it-yourself attitude and the council-funded center. I think it all kind of embarrassed the council because, about 18 months, they decided to knock our building down and build a car park there instead. But there was such support for the Bunker that they couldn't just put us on the streets. Remember, this was in the days of Thatcher's reign and the local Labour Council had to at least be seen supporting some kind of alternative. Anyway, more campaigning and work, we got a much bigger building. Well, it was the shell of a building, an old arts center, so we had to build the stage, practice rooms, cafe, everything, from scratch. I can remember sending off literally thousands of letters asking for money from all sorts of places. We had so many rejections that we papered the RST or with all the no letters. Still, we managed to get enough to survive on for a good while. And once it was established, it was brilliant. Here was an example of how we could work together collectively and build something good and worthwhile for ourselves. In my mind it was a kind of model for the future, of what we could achieve through cooperation. Maybe I had my rose-tinted glasses on, but that was how it felt, for a while at least. For the famous Imposters, it was our spiritual home. We met there, we practiced there, we played there, we went every Friday night to see who was on, and, as me and Andy were on the dole, we spent a lot of our days there as well, entering Felling Studios. The famous Imposters recorded their cassette debut, Cradle to E-Grave, which brought them to the attention of Whitehaven-based label, Scrobe, ran by Martin Trunt Cockbain, who also did a fanzine of the same name. Scrobe released a split single between the famous Imposters and E-Dead in 1984. Seeing the Imposters play with Flux, E-System, Alternative, Psychofaction and Dirt at the Bunker, I thought they had something different, reckons Trunt. Really catchy songs, lyrics you could listen to instead of them just being yelled at you, and a great name. I saw them loads of times that, even traveled to Leeds to see them play the Beer Keller. I had previously said in an interview with the BBC that all prots from the zine and tape releases would be fed into a split single, and, true to my word, I started the ball rolling with E-Dead, a local band that I hung out with, and thought needed that extra boost to get them noticed a little bit more. The other group was originally going to be Psychofaction, as I knocked about with them as well and had been to many gigs with them. I loved their sound and their lyrics, which were really from the heart. EY had some great tunes, and I think they could have gone on to better things, but they sadly split, and I didn't want to put a group onto vinyl that wasn't going to gig, because at the time bands seemed to sell most records at gigs, especially those bands with no record company behind them. So, there was only one group who I thought were worth the other side of the vinyl, the famous Imposters, and they jumped at the chance. I think they thought it wouldn't come off at RST, and were a little shocked to even be asked by me. Scrobe paid £307, Dead paid £150, and the famous imposters got the covers done. Then the imposters got 500 copies to sell, Dead got 200, and I got 300. I know that FI sold all theirs, and I was LE with only 4 copies, but I'm not too sure whether the Dead sold all theirs. I wasn't too sure about the cover either, as Dead only got a little bit on the back, and I've even seen it advertised as the famous Imposters Open Your Eyes 7 when really it's a split single. I wanted to release a compilation LP of Cumbria bands AER that, but it never got off the ground, cause the scene was slowly dying. E2 Imposters tracks on the split single ably demonstrated the daring diversity creeping into their music, whilst on the IP Dead didn't let the side down either, with 2 tracks of well-executed pop-punk powered by classy female vocals and subtle keyboards. Famous Imposters Live at Sunderland Bunker, 1984, picture by Trunt. As mentioned earlier though, RAFLE in 1985, just before the release of the band's second, and NAL, release, a self-titled 12 courtesy of Bristol label, Children of E-Revolution. A VE track affair that had RAF playing bass on the 3 songs on side A, and his replacement, Nth's brother, David, playing on the 2 B-side cuts. The 12 was another condensed display from the band, although by then their sound had practically nothing in common with the punk scene of the time. Nth's moody vocals and delicate guitar work were actually more reminiscent of the darker elements of 80s pop music. The last gig I played was at Sunderland Poly, Ponders RAF. I think it was a Bennett for C&D, but everyone knew it was my last gig, so we went out and had a good time of it. It was a great night, no animosity or anything like that. I don't know about the NAL gig for the band without me, but, to be honest, I hope that somewhere out there Nth is still playing. He was a bloody good guitarist with too much talent to let go to waste. Sadly the famous Imposters ground to an inglorious halt not long AER the 12, and, AER an ill-advised solo spot at an open-air show in Yorkshire. RAF retired from music completely, relocating to Newcastle upon Tyne and concentrating his efforts on political endeavours for several years, before settling down and having 2 beautiful kids. It's questionable that we were even a threat back then, he responds, when asked how he views modern-day punk rock. I don't know if there is that same sense of belief in the need for radical change, or the ability to bring about that change. Were very different times politically back then. All kinds of different movements were challenging the status quo and, while we didn't usually agree with their aims, we did have a common cause in what we were working against. That backdrop doesn't exist anymore. There is much more cynicism than idealism these days, and cynicism breeds inaction and contempt, which is how I see most of the current punk movement. The passing of the years has proved 3 things to me. We were right. I still believe in those ideals, they still matter, and, whilst the expression and manifestation has changed, that core is still there. We were wrong to be so sectarian and holier than thou. That's what really killed off the momentum. So many people, myself included, thought that we had the only answers and every other movement was to be attacked, and anyone who didn't match our standards was to be sneered at. If only we had made a stronger common cause with other groups, then we would have made so much more progress. It was so much more difficult than I could have ever imagined, and I think that our underestimation was also fatal. Instead of getting ready for a long haul, we all got despondent cause the world didn't stop when we shouted anarchy. Select discography 7s. Open Your Eyes, split with Dead 12s. Famous Imposters at a glance. Although the Imposters have enjoyed one official CD release with the track Fighting Again on Sean McGee's excellent Anti-State compilation for Overground Records, any reader wishing to purchase a CDR of all their recordings ought to initially contact Trunt of Scrobe Records, Trunt at btopenworld.com. One of the more controversial bands in this book, many readers may not even regard Chumbawamba as a genuine anarcho-punk band in the RST place, partly because it's been a long time since they produced anything sonically resembling hardcore punk, but mainly because they committed the cardinal sin of signing to the very same major label they had previously vociferated so vehemently. However, any band that caused such a furore is obviously full of good-natured agitators, and besides, nothing is as black and white as it at RST seems, especially in the complicated soap opera of musical subcultures. Chumbawamba, and you can ask several different members of the group, both now and from the past, and get the same answer, were grounded in the fundamental ideas of fun, RST, and anarchism. Second, reckons guitarist Alan Boff-Wally. Of course we all lived together and took the piss out of everything, and laughed the days away, etc., but that basic idea of anarchism rooted us all, and kept us talking, kept us questioning things. We loved it. Anarchism even taught us how to share the bloody washing up. Anarchism taught us how to be on tour in a small van in Europe for VE weeks and still come out of it loving each other. And it wasn't that we were disillusioned with punk, just that we wanted to do something different, he adds, with appropriate disdain for their irrelevance, on the dubious nature of his band's punk credentials. Here were things like, that bloke John E. Postman from Manchester, he was fantastic, even though he couldn't sing. He was just a postman, but he cut 2 albums, on which he just moans and groans. Here were all these amazing people, who all came under the banner of punk. John Peel played it, and we heard it, and we wanted to do something just as strange. So, we were still really excited by it all, even if we didn't sound like everybody else. I was saving up to buy records all the time, it was like a religion. Chumbawamba, then based in Burnley, made their vinyl debut, as did so many other bands of the time, in late 1982, via Crass and their celebrated Bullshit Detector compilations, appearing with the track Re years later on Volume 2. Instantly recognizable amongst the other acts included thanks to its unorthodox a cappella intro, it set out the band's ambitious musical style very early on. At the time, Chumbawamba were merely a 3-piece, Boff being joined by Dan Bird No Bacon and Midge, both of whom he had previously played with as Chimp Eats Banana. We sent the track to Crass without any idea that they were putting together another Bullshit Detector, we just thought it a good idea to send them our music. When we got a letter from them saying they'd be using 2 bits from the songs on an actual record, we were gobsmacked, amused, happy, and confused, but proud and chuffed, nonetheless. We recorded Re years later long before we even did our RST demo, in the basement of a terraced house in Leeds, which was owned by a bloke called Mr. Come In Lads, who lived next door to 3 nurses, one of which was an obsessive Beatles fan. What year was that? I really don't know, sometime between dropping out of full-time education and wondering whether or not to get a proper job. Boff himself also made a solo appearance, as Boffo, on the same Bullshit Detector album that introduced the world to Chumbawamba, with a pointed, yet humorous, attack on E-Clash and the empty promises with which they clawed themselves up out of the punk scene to international stardom. E-Boffo track was from a spoof of the Clash on 45 thing which I recorded onto cassette. I'd been a big Clash fan and was sad to see them getting into the whole cocaine/USA rock and roll lifestyle. Full recording I did went through a series of parodies of Clash songs where I vented my bitter spleen in a very angsty way against these rotters who seemed to be selling out my dream. Actually, as well, when Bullshit Detector 2 came out, we wrote a personal letter to every other band on that album and encouraged them to somehow be involved in something else, without Crass helping us. We only got about VE or 6 replies, and were a bit disillusioned by this aspect of anarcho-punk. But Daz and Dave from Passion Killers, who were also on that comp, came up to visit us, and ended up staying, and joining our band. So, at least some good came of it all. Chumbawamba busking in Paris, 1980. I'd always been interested in music but had never played an instrument, adds Boff, on his taking up of the guitar. I wasn't even vaguely musical, but just thought it would be a great thing to do. And there was this musicians collective in Burnley, basically all these punk and heavy metal bands, and at their very RST meeting, they asked who was in a band, and you had to write the name of your band down on this sheet of paper. We'd always had this joke about one day forming a band called Chimp Eats Banana, so of course we wrote Chimp Eats Banana down, thinking we were being really funny, and about 2 weeks later, one of the people from the collective rang up and said, "We've got you a gig." And we went, "Shit." I literally sat down and said to Dan, "Right, okay, I'll play guitar, and you'll have to sing." He was like, "But I've never sang before in my life." And we thought, well, we'll just try it. And that was it, we had our own band together. It was mad, and no other kind of music ever let you do that sort of thing before punk, and it meant that we were trying all these different things, because we didn't know what the rules were. It was never like, right, this is what we do, play these chords like this, and the drums like this. We just looked at what other people were doing and tried to do it ourselves, and we were into John Cooper Clarke as well, so we wanted all this poetry and general weirdness going on. Plus the whole fact that I was supposed to be a Mormon gave me a very good reason to say, right, I'm going to start doing this right now. And it just blew everything away, and led me with the idea that I didn't want to go to school anymore. The initial thing with the Pistols and E-Clash, it was more E-Fall and Wire and Pill and Atom and E-Ants, and that was when I got really obsessed with punk music. Even now, I can listen to Dirk Wears White Socks over and over again. It was so peculiar, they were so different to anything else. Great album that, really great, and it was a shame that their music lost that strange, quirky, angular quality that. I saw them just they bought out Dog Eat Dog, and there were all these old, die-hard Ants fans there who couldn't decide whether to desert them or not. I had a few friends who even had Ants tattoos, and did they ever live to regret getting those? Chimp Eats Banana quickly morphed into Chumbawamba though, and were joined by Lou Wutz before they made their public debut on January 8, 1982 at the Hendley Hotel in nearby Cannes. I think it was probably a really interesting evening, because we were aware that we were playing to the Burnley punk crowd who had sort of moved into other things. We grew up in that area, and all the bands knew each other, and there was a sense of punk community, which was great, but by 1982, maybe 1981 or even 1980, in fact, a lot of drugs got involved in the Burnley scene, and we'd tried to do other things, and that gig was a bit of a reaction to all that. We were playing some really strange music, and had all these different people getting up to do different songs. It was very purposely unpunk. Right from that RST gig, we had people dressing up, and we weren't afraid to stop the gig to show a LM. We had 2 drum kits, and we had these IP charts, to do the Bob Dylan thing where we'd show the people the words as we sang them, that sort of stuff. We just tried to cram as much in as possible, so people had lots to look at, as well as listen to. We were desperate, right from the start, not to just be 4 people in a band playing rock and roll music. We were fans of early Frank Zappa and things like that, who, even though they were from a different era, really tried to challenge their audience with what they did on stage, the way they presented their music, the way they chopped and changed all the time. Of course, Crass also had a very D-Night concept of how they wanted to present themselves on stage, although they were never as gleefully theatrical as Chumbawamba. Oh yeah, the RST time I saw them, I'd only heard their RST album, and I was gobsmacked by their whole performance. I thought, wow. EYBE really thought about what they wear, what they say, the lighting, everything about it. EY were trying to reach people in different ways, playing all these weird venues. And all these new bands were watching them, thinking, what a great idea. We'll all wear black from now on. And it's just a shame that someone didn't watch them and think, what a great idea. We'll all wear pink and recite poetry, but instead everybody got out their stencils and did their anarcho-fanzines. The thing is, when Crass came along, they were unique. They didn't sound like anybody else I'd ever heard before. And not just with what they were saying and playing, but the way they did it, like the production. It was really weird, but I loved it. But it quickly became obvious that they were setting up a kind of blueprint, and a lot of people just followed that blueprint blindly. We did, to a certain extent, as well. You didn't have to be good musicians to play music like that, even though Crass were really, really good musicians, as it happens, but you know what I mean. They really showed you that you could do it, and a lot of people did do it. When I saw bands like THIRD, they were good, really good, and as it turned out, I was really into them, but I couldn't help thinking, Iwiri so similar to Crass, but Crass do it better. I much preferred stuff like Annie Anxiety, because she was taking what they did someplace new. But no matter how much people like Penny Rambeau slag off Johnny Rotten, saying that they were no Indians on Crass or anything, and no matter how much that changed the whole way I thought about music, Crass came from the Sex Pistols for me, and I can't change that, because they completely turned my life on its head. Even when Sid Vicious did My Way, even though it was all Malcolm's idea, and he didn't know what he was doing, he was just doing it for the money, and even though Steve Jones did all the music for it, whatever, for sheer shock value, for pure emotional impact, I was absolutely gobsmacked by it. Chumbawamba's mischievous nature was further demonstrated by their inclusion on the Back on E Streets EP, for which various members contributed the track, Imic, masquerading as a street punk band called Skin Disease to highlight what they regarded as an inherently stupid offshoot of punk. That was when there was all that oi thing going on, and we wrote to Gary Bushell, just as a joke really, because we thought the name was funny, saying we're a Burnley-based oi band called Skin Disease, and this is what we're doing, and this is what we think, and a few weeks later in Sounds, we were mentioned in his roundup of new punk and oi bands. So then we wrote a few songs, just parodying what we thought most of the oi bands sounded like, and sent them to him, and he wrote back asking us to go on the next oi album. And there we were thinking, what's the most we can get away with here? How about shouting I'm thick, 64 times? It was really funny, because the producer couldn't quite tell whether we were serious or not. It was great to do anyway. Looking back, it was by far the biggest, poshest studio I've ever been in my whole life. We were sitting in the foyer with this other band who were recording on the same day. I can't remember what they were called, but they were quite young, all skinheads, and they were really nervous, 'cause it really meant a lot to them being asked to record for this single, and I felt a bit bad for them, 'cause we were just there taking the piss. When I grew up though, in the 70s, there used to be a lot of humor in music. You'd get records in the charts that were parodies of other records, taking the piss out of bands that were number one and stuff, and that just doesn't happen anymore. No one gets on stage and tries to get people to laugh at them. By late 1982, Boff, Dan, Midge and Lou had been joined by Alice Nutter, of Ow, My Hair's on Fire, and Dunstan Dunst Bruce of Men in a Suitcase, and were squatting a house in Leeds, which would become their band HQ as well as their communal residence. EY were joined in their venture by Harry Doshamer and Dave Mavis Dillon from the Passion Killers, and soon AER recorded their RST official demo, Be Happy Despite It All, in early 1983. We basically did a lot of growing up, begins Boff's stream of consciousness rant on this extremely important, memorable time of his life, met a lot of people, got a sense of sociability, learned how to live with others, had relationships, squatted this large Victorian house, encouraged people to move into it, and created the idea of working and living as a cooperative. E-band doubled in size by dint of those relationships and empty rooms. Look at this huge house we've squatted. Come and grab a room. So, we practiced a lot, got involved in many political things, got involved in the local music scene, involved in growing vegetables and learning about plumbing and electrics, and eventually ended up deciding to make a single. We were such music fans then, and such political activists, avidly reading about Dead Kennedys and Crass and all the British punk bands. No one was offering to help us put a record out, so we eventually made our own. Flux, who we'd met AER a gig a year earlier, half promised to put something out by us on Spiderleg, but we waited and waited, and nothing happened, so we gave up on them. We saved up the money ourselves, booked a studio, rehearsed the songs and went and recorded it all in 2 days. The resultant Revolution EP was released on the band's own label, Agitprop, in 1985, and quickly sold out of its initial pressing. When it was repressed, it sold in sufficient numbers to bother the independent charts for over 30 weeks, peaking at number 4. It was very DIY to start with, Boff recalls proudly. We had a little production line going, putting the records in their sleeves and stuff, and then we got a distribution deal with Red Rhino from York, because we were getting a bit disillusioned with all the London-based people not being remotely interested in our record, and John Peel started playing it loads and loads, and it took off from there, and whereas most people feel it's a huge thrill to hold your very RST record in your hands, and it is, hearing it played on John Peel was even better for me. And I'm not saying that because he isn't around anymore, but because I idolized his show when I was a kid. Chumbawamba at Zion Hill Art College, Bath 1986, picture by Jazz Wiseman. Chumbawamba, Bath 1986, picture by Jazz Wiseman. The second release on Agitprop was a split EP with San Franciscan punkers, A State of Mind, entitled We Are a World, but it was with their debut album, Pictures of Starving Children, that the band made their most enduring and potent statement against the corporate rape of third-world economies. Its scathing condemnation of most charities as mere salves of public conscience was inspired by Live Aid, the Band Aid event held on July 13, 1985, and apparently watched by 1.5 billion people around the world. We'd already written most of the music for the album, we had about 10 songs niched, and then Live Aid happened, literally a few weeks before we were due to record. We only had a month to go, but we scrapped all the original lyrics for the album and started from scratch, and it was really scary actually, because it was our RST ever album and we had been rehearsing the songs and they were getting better and better, and now we were scrapping all the lyrics. But it was also great, to just be able to do that and say what we wanted. It was all such an incredible smokescreen really, even though I'm sure that a lot of people behind it had very genuine motives, and all the people who bought the record meant well, they were just naive about what was really being achieved. And when people really want to change something for the better, when they've got their hearts in the right place, it's hard to convince them that there's a big difference between charity and real, meaningful change, that they're only buying all these records to make themselves feel better. Recorded at Woodlands in Castleford, Pictures of Starving Children remains for many the definitive Chumbas record, effortlessly tuneful, daringly innovative, and thoroughly provocative throughout. It was the essence of anarcho-punk in a cocky new disguise. European dates with Dutch band EX on the back of the album led to the formation of Antidote, a brief collaboration between various members of the two bands that released the Destroy Fascism EP on Looney Tunes, a label ran by members of Active Minds, the earthly political and independent hardcore punk band from Scarborough. We'd been playing a bit with Heresy in Europe, admits Boff, of the inspiration behind Antidote, a couple of little tours here and there, and we were really into them, and so some of us decided to do some really out and out fast stuff. We did this demo of about 9 songs, all about a minute long, and Looney Tunes really liked it. They wanted to put the demo out as a single, but then, to be a bit contrary, we decided not to use any of the songs off it. We had this idea to do an anti-fascist record, and we'd been doing some stuff with EX, so we asked them to join us, and Looney Tunes were a little bit miffed, because what we recorded for the single wasn't really like the demo that they had liked in the RST place, but it came out alright in the end. Summer 1987 saw the release on Agitprop of Nevermind E Ballads. Here's E Rest of Your Lives, another concept-like album, a response to the general elections being held in the UK. It questioned the validity of the democratic system that allows the average person on the street the luxury of at least feeling in control of their own lives for the length of time it takes them to decide where they're going to place their X come polling day. Opening with the brilliantly bonkers Always Tell E Voter What E Voter Wants to Hear, that borders on deranged country and western, it was another spectacularly eclectic outing for the band. Not really that keen on Nevermind ballads actually. I think we got caught on the hop too much, and it a bit late to write some of the material. It's hard to be objective about the things you create, but as far as we were concerned, it was like, okay, this is happening in the world, let's react to it, let's put a record out. It seemed the right thing to do, but looking back at it, you can see that some of it worked better than others. I'm not sure we changed the lives of anyone with our records anyway, but we certainly changed their lives for the hour that we were on stage if they came to see us play live, and then we always tried to give out leaflets and booklets and stuff for some added focus. Another scathing undercover attack was launched when Chumbawamba became Scab Aid and released Let It Be, mocking the motives behind Fairy Aid, a pop star-powered supergroup a la Live Aid who had also just released a version of the old Beatles' Chestnut, to benefit the families of those lost when the Herald of Free Enterprise ferry capsized off Zeebrugge in 1987. Chumbawamba took particular offense that the single was backed by Tory newspaper E-Sun, a lowbrow right-wing publication they referred to as E-Scum. E-Single went top 10 in the indie charts and was nominated as Single of E-Week in the NME before anyone actually realized that Scab Aid was the Chumbas in disguise. Although furthering their reputation within anarcho-punk circles by appearing on compilation albums such as A Vile Peace, Mindless Slaughter and E-Alf Is Watching during 1987 and 88, Chumbawamba made a concerted effort to distance themselves from their restrictive punk roots in 1989 with the release of the English Rebel Songs, 1381, 1914-10, a collection of a cappella protest songs that sent ripples of outrage through the frustratingly conservative punk community. By the time of 1990's Slap, with its heavy dance vibe, Chumbawamba weren't just on a different playing field but in a totally different ballpark to their former peers from the anarcho-punk scene, but at least they were taking a credible revolutionary message to an uninformed mainstream audience. Actually, it wasn't that we wanted to take our music to a bigger audience, but rather that we wanted to take our music somewhere where it would challenge the audience we already had. About the time we recorded Slap, we went to America for the RST time, touring up and down the West Coast, and by that time Maximum Rock and Roll, who had always been champions of the band up until that point, refused to review anything we did AER English Rebel Songs, because they decided it wasn't punk. EY actually sat around and had a meeting about this Chumbawamba record, and decided that it was just going too far to have a punk band playing a cappella folk songs. On the one hand we thought it was ridiculous, and on the other we thought it was quite funny. Some of those people were just gobsmacked that we were using these dance beats, but for us, that was what it was all about, not to get stuck in one style. And it's no good getting all upset about it, we never said anyone had to like it, we just wanted to provoke them, to get them to try something different for once. AER contributing to the Fuck Emmy compilation album, the band almost released the album, Jesus H. Christ, which was reworked and re-recorded as 1992's SSHHH. E-saber rattling generated by that being the band's RST CD release, a business move greatly frowned upon by puritanical DIY advocates, was nothing compared to the shitstorm that descended when Chumbawamba reneged on their word, thus losing much of their ethical integrity for many, by signing to EMI for the release of 1997's Tub Thumper album. The hideously catchy Tub Thumping single itself sold over VE million copies worldwide. One would like to think they sought to subvert the evil corporate music industry from within, but alas, one of the main considerations was skill. That should have been our motive, I guess, but it wasn't, it was the culmination of several things. The RST thing, and the main thing really, was that the corporate music industry had changed. EMI had ceased their involvement in the manufacture of arms and weapons. So, at least we had a clear conscience as far as that was concerned. We'd already recorded the Tub Thumper album, and without any thought about selling a lot of records and all that, we were wondering what to do with it, and we were getting a bit pissed off with it all, to be honest, and some of us got part-time jobs and stuff. Some bloke in Germany had a copy of the recording and really liked it, and then the German ME got in touch with us, and we had a meeting with them, and we said, "You do know who we are, don't you?" And we gave them a copy of the Fuck ME album, just to make it clear to them what they were dealing with, but they were still really into it, and offered us a £100,000 advance. And we thought, shit. With that sort of money we could put out whatever records we wanted, and play whatever gigs we wanted, for the next VE years. But the biggest argument for signing was that we were in a rut, and we had this audience that expected us to do a certain thing, we played to the same people all the time, and we weren't really going anywhere fast. We knew that signing with ME would upset a lot of people, but we thought that would be really interesting as well, so we got this fantastic legal document drawn up that covered us for virtually everything and signed. It only lasted a couple of years, but it went NE and I've got no regrets whatsoever. We got what we wanted out of the deal, we released some great records, we traveled all over the world, appeared on all these TV programs, and we made loads of money, a lot of which we gave away or plowed into worthwhile causes. During the year-long whirlwind that followed the stratospheric sales of Tub Thumping, Chumbawamba found themselves performing at the 1998 Brit Awards, and an opportunity arose for yet more well-timed mischief. Labour MP John Prescott was in attendance, and AER changing the words to Tub Thumping to include, "New Labour sold out the dockers, just like they'll sell out the rest of us." Dan Burt doused the lumpy minister with a bucket of ice water, declaring loudly, "Is for the Liverpool Dockers." Well, we had to do it, didn't we? Laughs Boff. You get an opportunity like that, you have to do something with it. In 2000, the band released the What You See Is What You Get album through ME, before starting up their own label, Mutt, in 2002. EY continue to record and perform regularly, their latest album being 2006's A Sing Song and a Scrap, with songs such as Walking Into Battle with E-Lord and E Land of Do What You're Told ably demonstrating that they've lost none of their political invective. Indeed, in recent years, they have contributed tracks to various releases to Bennett the Women of Afghanistan, the Trafalgar Square Defense Campaign, the Medical Foundation for Victims of Torture and the Prison Literature Project. So, as you can see, Chumbawamba may not sound like an anarcho-punk band anymore, in fact, may not have ever sounded like an anarcho-punk band, but, just as words are no substitute for actions, neither is sound, and it would appear that the Chumbas have always put their money where their mouths purported to be. Yes, we are still avowedly anarchist. We weren't ever in a band to rock and to roll, and make it big someday. We were in a band to change the way people thought about things. That didn't mean it couldn't be fun, it was, and still is, but we really were different to a lot of the bands we graduated with. We wanted fun and we wanted revolution, seriously. And we all believed it, every last word. Select discography 7s. Revolution We Are E-World. Split with a State of Mind Smash Clause 28 Ugh. Your Ugly Houses. Tub Thumping 12s. I Never Gave Up. Behave Enough Is Enough, split with credit to E-Nation Time Bomb Homophobia LPS. Pictures of Starving Children Sell Records Never Mind E-Ballads English Rebel Songs Slap SHHH Anarchy Show Business Swingin' with Raymond Tub Thumper WYSIWYG Ready-Mades A Sing Song and a Scrap at a Glance. ME's 1999 Uneasy Listening compiles 23 tracks from the whole of the band's history, but those wanting to hear the band at their best would be well advised to pick up Agitprop's first 2 CD, which features the first 2 brilliant albums for a budget price. Similarly, the far less convincing albums, SHHH and Slap, were packaged together onto 1 CD, Schlap, by Mutt in 2003. Con AD from Leeds were only together but a couple of years, yet in that short time released 2 very credible singles and recorded a well-received John Peel session. EY were widely regarded as an anarcho-punk band, mainly because of their deal with Radical Change, the label ran by members of E-Disruptors, but when they formed in 1979, as simply Icon, their primary audience was right on their doorstep and anything but anarcho. I was weaned on the abrasive wheels, admits guitarist, Craig Sharpweir. Hearing them was what made me pick a guitar up, although I also liked E-Clash, E-Jam, and the Pistols. I was into E-Ruts and Penetration a lot too. Those bands were good writers, they weren't three-chord wonders. Icon adds Craig Sharpweir live in Leeds, March 1984, picture by Paul May. Our drummer was more into the crass stuff, but he was into some of the weirder, more tribal, stuff as well, like Susie and E-Banshees and Killing Joke. E-bassist was into E-Ramones, AC/DC and Motorhead, a bit of a mismatch. Our RST singer was Dickie Walden, he was the John Lydon of the band, and liked anything punk. When the abrasive wheels started, we thought, we can do this. My brother liked cock rock, so I grew up with a lot of that. I always liked Slade, E-Sweet, and early Bowie and stuff as well, anything with a bit of balls. Without sounding conceited though, I always thought we were better than the Wheels. Our songs were more thought out, but they tee the bill, they had the right image, they were the street kids who just bought a van and went off and did it. And they did what they did well. Dave had a knack for catchy tunes you just couldn't help singing. E4 original band members were all friends in the sixth form of Templimo High School. Craig and Mark had previously played together as E-Jackets and Terminal Boredom, but neither band actually did anything of any significance. Icon though cut their teeth playing the local Methodist church, lovingly referred to as EMF, where the Wheels were hailed as local heroes, and soon began landing bigger support slots at EF Club and Tiffany's. Mark sent a home recording of the band to Crass, hoping to be considered for inclusion on their RST Bullshit Detector compilation, and, before they knew it, their ludicrously catchy track Cancer was immortalized on plastic. I never really liked Crass musically though, laughs Craig. It was all that military drumming and those shitty guitar sounds that put me off, but I listened to them through Mark, and I knew that it was more about their attitude than their music. I always saw us as just a punk band, to be honest, but I'm sure Mark regarded us as anarcho-punks. We did get involved in the C&D thing quite a lot later on. We played on picket lines, from the back of a van with a generator, which I'm glad we did. It wasn't to be fashionable either, it was something we really did believe in. I can remember shitting myself when we went to war in the Falklands. I'm no coward, but I would have been taking my white feather, for sure. Icon AD, at the Leeds Beer Keller, picture by Trunt. Anyway, Cancer wasn't a bad recording seeing as it was done through a little condenser mic on a press play recorder in a bedroom. Crass were adamant that if it was a proper recording in a real studio, they didn't want it, which is quite ironic now, seeing as a lot of professional albums are recorded in bedrooms, because of how technology has come on. So, Mark just sent it off, and when it came back, we were like, wow. It sounded the same as on your cassette player really, but because it was vinyl, and you could see the needle going round, it was ace. We never had any ideas of grandeur though. In fact, the whole idea of us being called Icon was that we didn't want to be icons, it was a tongue-in-cheek reference. Icon sold out in early 1981 though, when the band members left school and were compelled to search for gainful employment. Dickie got a bit unreliable as well, dabbling with a few drugs and that. There was a few times he didn't turn up and I had to sing, and we'd dedicate the song Overdose to him. But I loved playing, and so did Mark, so we kept writing, sometimes rehearsing with just the two of us, but it sounded shite, like the fucking White Stripes or something. I hate them, yet they're so popular. She can't drum to save her life, it's total shit, like E Carpenters on acid. Anyway, when Icon nished, I kept writing, and for my birthday, my wife at the time paid for some studio time for me. It wasn't even going to be a band. I said to Mark, who was my brother-in-law by then, just come in the studio with us and we'll have a few rehearsals prior. We went in and laid it all down live, 8 hours in an 8-track studio, then I dubbed the bass, did a bit more double tracking of the guitar parts, and my wife of the time, and her sister, sang. and even with the modern technology available today, I still reckon that's a good recording. It was never meant to be a band though, we just thought it would be a laugh. And Mark sent it off, 'cause all these people were saying they thought it was pretty good. He sent it to Radical Change, who were part of Bax Records in Norwich, and they really wanted to release it. It hadn't cost us anything, well, £150 of my birthday money, so I said, why not? We got ripped off, of course. I don't know how many copies we sold, but we got in the indie charts, and the fact that they even wanted to do a second single with us suggests that they knew they had some sales there. Don't Feed Us Shit EP came out on Radical Change, with the band now using the name Icon AD, and made the indie top 20 upon its release during September 1982, remaining to this day a near-perfect punk record. Still eminently listenable thanks to their raw melodies and obviously unbridled energy, it's hard to end fault with such well-rounded songs as Face Facts and Fight for Peace. Recruiting new bassist Roger Turnbull from F3, the new look band started playing out with great success, although Caroline quickly decided she wasn't cut out as a punk rock singer and stepped down, leaving Bev to front the band on her own. That was a shame, 'cause the two girls always looked good on stage together, with their spiky hair, skin-tight trousers, studded belts, and all that. We had the two Becky bondages at the same time thing going on, ha. There'd be shouts of get your tits out or whatever, but so what? It didn't really faze us. The best thing we ever did though was going down to Maida Vale Studios and recording the John Peel session. That was the RST single, and it was just so great to hear it on the radio. We had a Beverly drum kit, smashed up cymbals. I had a Les Paul copy that kept going out of tune every other verse. We were in a state-of-the-art studio, yet it was a crap recording because of the equipment we had. But despite all that, the recording really captured the energy of these 17 and 18-year-old kids playing their hearts out, going, fucking have some of that. You know? And if you set out to try and record that, you can't, can you? It just happens, and you're lucky if you capture it. So, I'm quite proud of that now. The second Icon AD single, Let Ye Vultures Fly, came out in June '83, again for Radical Change, and this one spent 7 weeks in the indie charts, peaking at number 7, even though it was a less convincing offering than its predecessor. The title was our way of saying, no. Stand up for what you believe in. It was a plea for peace, an anti-war message, against all the senseless killing which we regarded as little more than legal murder authorized by Welsh world leaders. Bax actually paid for us to record that second single, and it was done in Rick RAC Studios in Leeds, which was a more high-tech studio, and to be honest, I don't think it sounded as good. It was too polished, all this reverb on everything, but it happens to bands, doesn't it? Like Clash, the RST album's rough, but with great material. The second album's much better, then the third album has excellent content but sounds overproduced. There was a fuck up in the pressing too, a song called Medals for Dead, this reggae song, got off by accident. It was also to be the band's NAL release, as a proposed third single never materialized, following disagreements over commercial direction between the band and their label. We actually wrote a song for the next single, called Backs to Wall, which was a subtle, pointed comment towards Bax Records, but we think they saw through it and decided to pull the plug on us. It was our way of telling them that we knew they'd fucked us over, and we thought it would be funny if they released it, thinking they were doing us a favor, and then we could tell them to fuck off. 'Cause we weren't bothered about making money or getting big, we really weren't. And it just sold out really. I got bored of it all, and, if I'm honest, family life played a big part. I had 2 babies in the house, and you know what it's like, getting in from a gig at 2 o'clock in the morning, trying to get your 4x12 up the stairs and waking everyone up. It can be a strain. I enjoyed it, but I wasn't too bothered when it nished. Like I said, it was only meant to be a bit of fun, and it just so happened that someone was interested in it. AER dabbling further in music with White Feather, Blood Brothers, and, much later in the 90s, Snitch. Craig now manages a busy bar in the center of Derby, content to let his son, Danny, carry the punk baton for the Sharpwear family with his exciting young band, Guns on E Roof, who are now managed by none other than Dave Ryan of the Abrasive Wheels. Well, who else? EYBE come on in leaps and bounds since Dave got behind them, beams Craig. He doesn't need the money or anything, he's such a genuine guy, he's had a bit of the high life, touring America and stuff, and now just wants to hopefully see my lads band make it, by helping them avoid the many pitfalls and snake in the grass characters that are so rife in the music industry. He would feel good if he can help them up that ladder. I'm so proud of my lads, 'cause they could have gone down the fucking Westlife/Boyzone route, you know what I mean? That always worried me. My eldest lad plays drums as well, YC, but Danny especially loves punk. And it's not like I've made him that way, 'cause I've not been living with him since he was 8, although I see him at least every weekend. I even stood in for the Guns on E Roof bassist at a few gigs, when he was too ill to play, and I was dead at her to be asked, 'cause it meant my son had some respect and faith in me, and I really enjoyed it. Punk may have destroyed itself, but I still feel the same as I ever did deep down. Select discography 7S. Don't feed us shit. Let vultures fly. At a glance. In 2006, Overground released the highly recommended Icon AD retrospective. Lest we forget, it features not only the 2 singles, but the also preceding demos and the fantastic 3rd single, and comes complete with extensive liner notes, rare pictures, and original artwork. Craig's son's band are also well worth checking out. www.gunsontheRoof.com. One of the most ferocious of all the anarcho bands, Bradford's Anti-System had a live power the equal of Conict and Anti-Sect, although it has to be said they never quite reproduced that heaving intensity in their recorded works. Despite its sonic limitations, however, their sole album, No Laughing Matter, remains a truly raging and overlooked classic of the anarcho-punk canon. Apart from hearing music on the radio, my initial introduction to sounds that existed outside of the mainstream came via an elder brother, begins original Anti-System vocalist, Simon Noggsy Nolan, eloquently describing his introduction to punk and subsequent conversion to the crass train of thought. I liked all the usual suspects, the Sex Pistols, Clash, and Damned, even does stuff such as E-Jerks and Get Your Wung Dog Off Me Got a Look In at Our House. However, the growing preponderance of people adorning their clothes with the enigmatic crass symbol began to catch my eye sometime around 1979. Noggsy of Anti-System. I was in the queue for E-Clash at St. George's Hall, on their 1980 Armageddon Times tour, eavesdropping on some lads ahead of us who were discussing the likelihood of Crass being the support band that night. Not being au fait with Crass's politics, let alone their derisive view of E-Clash, I inquired of the lads if they really thought Crass might be playing. Imagine my chagrin at the guffaws that ensued. I resolved to buy some Crass records immediately. Next day, in the HMV shop on Petergate, Bradford, the assistant Danny narrowed his eyes and looked me up and down, noting my school uniform and less than advanced years. I walked out of the shop that day not quite knowing what the hell I had bought. To begin with, the record was sold to me from under the counter. It was housed in a plain white paper bag and I was told that no receipt could be issued for a record such as this. To cap it all off, Danny had told me that should the police stop me and ask where I got it from, under no circumstances was I to lead them back to HMV. What I had in fact bought was a copy of Feeding of E5000. Bus ride home I don't remember, so unforgettable was G's artwork, it completely absorbed me. Just looking at the cover aroused in me a sense of dread, shock, horror, outrage, and awe. And on RST hearing Feeding, I was staggered at how well the music, and the sentiments expressed therein, was complemented by the sleeve and lyric sheet. I loved the whole package instantly. My affair intensed when I RST copped hold of Reality Asylum. The note explaining its omission from Feeding really pricked my curiosity. Again it came from under the counter, and again I was knocked sideways. The fold-out sleeve was revelatory, the inner collage mesmerizing, it had the profoundest of effects on me. Anti-system drummer Phil Dean. Raised as a Catholic, my disgruntlement with religion had a much earlier root. As 7- and 8-year-olds, Mick Teal, Paul Flaherty and I formed a rebellious coterie, and with infantile terminology we shared our misgivings about the so-called benevolence of God. I know Mick had difficulty reconciling the notion of an omnipresent and omniscient kindly God with the real world in which his mother had suddenly been taken away from him. I'm not so sure about my own reasons for being suspicious of the whole church business, maybe it was merely the cruddy hand-me-downs that I was forced to wear to school. Whatever, hearing Reality Asylum scared me, I was stunned by the measured delivery of its unrestrained attack. Offering no comfort zone of a familiar song structure, the potency of its ability to move those indoctrinated within a Christ cult is still overwhelming. I once witnessed an otherwise rational person wrenching Reality Asylum from a turntable and snapping it in half, his last vestiges of God-fear impelling him on his crusade, the Ashray of realization. The remainder of my school days would be marked by frequent run-ins with deceitful authority gurus, forming an imaginary band with no instruments called Crust Crucible Crucix and Varick, with Mark Keane and Mark Teal, and being banned from playing even secret gigs at their school because of song titles such as Nuns on Toast. Noggsy soon found himself incurring the wrath of the teaching establishment. On one particular occasion I was hauled up in front of the deputy headmaster because he disapproved of an article I had written in my fanzine, Creation, about bully boy teachers, recalls Noggsy. To make me see the error of my ways, the aptly named Mr. Wilde offered me the rough end of his leather strap across my arse. Fool, could he not see the irony of his actions and the manner in which he unwittingly consumed the very essence of the article he so cack-handedly attempted to dismiss as schoolboy twaddle? Incidents such as this go some way to explaining how I so readily lent my hand to any project that went by the name of Anti-System. Anti-System actually materialized from the remnants of another Bradford band, Insane. Featuring Packy Kenny Omis on vocals, Nev Cartledge on guitar, Phil Smith on bass, and Phil Dean on drums. They had previously been known as Complete Disorder, and soon Kenny, Nev, and Phil were replaced by, respectively, Dave Damned, Dominic Watts and George Clark, a lineup reshuffle that also coincided with the name change to Anti-System. Kenny was, and remains, a legend in Bradford folklore, laughs Noggsy. The epitome of the peacock punk, not a spike out of place and every stud applied with millimeter perfection, he was a total sweetheart. The Insane were a good band, I would watch them rehearse at Lowmoor Working Men's Club or sometimes at Shearbridge Mill. I can recall a seminal gig at May Hour Club on Manningham Lane featuring the Insane, Southern Death Cult and Abrasive Wheels. The event was to be LMED for some local TV show, but apparently the LM crew were freaked out by the rowdy behavior of the Abrasive Wheels fans and scooted early. Tensions aside, it was a great gig that. At this time I was drumming and singing in a band myself, a loose collective of Whipsy boys, including Sean Bod Kelly. Without the slightest sense of irony we would perform the craziest mix of songs. We had no static name, but a typical set would include Green Onions, Tomorrow's Girl, I Saw Her Standing, Air and Tube Disasters, you get the picture. Independently, Mick and the Two Marks, along with Eddie Noonan on drums, had formed Subvert. I enjoyed that band too, but they never did any gigs. Anti-System played just one gig fronted by Dave Damned, at the Palm Cove in Bradford, before the erstwhile singer's infrequent attendance at practice precipitated Noggsy taking over as vocalist in 1982. Air was a commitment problem with Dave, an otherwise splendid bloke. He would go walkabout during rehearsals or simply fail to show up. It was on just such an occasion that I called into Shearbridge Mill to check them out. It required very little pressing to get me onto the microphone, and we ran through their set. I particularly remember doing Why Should It Happen, and Government Lies, but I also recited Service, a poem I'd had kicking around for a while. I left Shearbridge that night feeling utterly exhilarated by the experience. A few weeks later Phil, DOM, and George paid me a visit at the windmill in Whipsey. They wanted me to join the band and told me that a recording session had been booked for the following week. Entering Lion Studios in Leeds, Anti-System tracked their debut demo, and, with opinion divided over the results, they sent the tape to several labels hoping for a deal, eventually choosing Marcus Featherby's Pax Records over Norwich-based Bax. I have seen a lot of things written about Marcus and how untrustworthy he was meant to be, but I never saw him in that way at all. The body of work that he was able to help make available is testament enough to the fact that he meant it, mon. Those people that attended the memorable gigs at Marples in Sheffield know full well his good intentions. Also, it should be remarked that much of Marcus's output clearly had no mass commercial potential anyway, and he knew it. From our RST meeting onwards, I always considered him to be straight up. Sure, he had pretensions, such as tossing over a dictionary and offering to give the correct definition of any word put to him, but from day one he told us that if we wanted to make sacks full of money we had come to the wrong place. It may be my naivete, but I think the Marcus is a rip-off stories emanate from those factions that had no interest other than lining their own pockets by ogging tired and sagging product. The fact is that none of us cared a hoot for the money. Our main concern was getting the material out there in as palatable a manner as was possible. Personally, I was also a bit thrilled at the prospect of being on a record with Sposes. I loved that band. Said record being Anti-System's vinyl debut, 2 tracks featured on Pax's 1982 Punk's Dead. Nah, mate, smell is Jews Summon in Your Underpants compilation 12. Meanwhile the band made their RST live appearance in Bradford, where they soon began amassing a sizable following. It was at the Cathedral Centre, which was a crucial muster point for much of the emergent second wave of punk in Bradford, reckons Nogsy. It was ostensibly a government-funded scheme that offered youth opportunity programs in various skills. We now know that these schemes were little more than a method for the useless Tories to cook the books regarding unemployment gurs. However, at the time there was a waiting list of young punks trying to get onto the screen printing course. It was brilliant. We may have only been paid £25 a week but were able to print t-shirts, fanzines, and gig posters free of charge. Matt Perfect Pete Webster, drummer with the Delightful Convulsions, particularly excelled as a publicist and was adopted as chord promoter, churning out superb posters for bands of all descriptions. The DIY ethic was particularly strong in Bradford at the time. Andy Ashton and Andy Farrow of Apathy Productions are due credit for their efforts. They each had an excellent band, Chronic and Living Dead, and put out their own EXI featuring Procession and No Time, which, for me, still ranks as one Bradford's greatest releases. Unhappy with the weak mix of their RST demo, the band decided to record their RST single at Rochdale's Cargo Studios, and whilst the resulting defense of E-Realm 7 was a tense, aggressive offering, drenched in howling feedback, the trebly tones leached much of the band's live power from the production. We only chose that studio because Discharge, who were always my favorite band, had used it, explains Phil. We wanted to get a good, heavy sound, just like they had, but it turned out terrible. My hi-hats were too loud, and they made me track them again separately, with all the drums covered up, just playing the hi-hats. It was really hard work, sat there recording the hats and just bashing away in mid-air for the rest of the kit. We recorded it through the night as well, 'cause it was cheaper, so we were all knackered, Anti-System bassist Mickey Knowles. During the recording of the single, George Len was replaced by Mickey Knowles, although both bassists actually feature on the record itself, George playing on 1000 Rise and Bomb Reet, Mickey on the other 3 tracks. It was a turbulent time for the band, because Nogsy Le soon AER, eventually turning up in Z, who released the A Dollar and a Dream 12 on Wild Willie Beckett's QTA label and toured Europe several times with the likes of E-Levelers and Radical Dance Faction. He was replaced, at RST, anyway, by Liam Sheeran from Bradford-based Noisemongers Raw. And DOM departed and was superseded on guitar by old friend Varick, a personnel change that helped usher in a much heavier, gnarlier direction for the band. I'd been to see Discharge at the Palm Cove in Bradford, and Anti-Sect were supporting them, says Phil, of where he's always regarded Anti-System's single biggest inspiration as Lying. And even though I loved Discharge, Anti-Sect blew them off stage, I was very impressed with them. EY stopped over at my house AER the gig, and we sat up all night, smoking and talking. I just liked what they were about, and I knew that the next band I was in, I wanted them to be like Anti-Sect. Seeing them that night was definitely a turning point for me. I lived here with my mum, and she freaked out when I brought all these people back to sleep. There were 20 people stretched out on the living room over. In the morning, she was like, "Have you seen the state of the soap?" And it was covered in black hair where they'd all been spiking their hair up. Although 2 songs recorded by the old lineup, Why Should It Happen, and Schoolboy, appeared on the Bollocks to E Gonads, Here's E Testicles compilation in late '83. By the end of that year, the Anti-System transformation was complete, with Mark Keane replacing Mickey on bass, and Liam Sheeran being replaced on the microphone by not one but 2 singers, Mick Teal and Kev Haste. His expanded version of Anti-System recorded the brutally heavy No Laughing Matter album during October 1984 at Woodlands Studio in Castleford, with Neil Ferguson at the desk, for their own, newly formed label, Reconciliation. We went to Woodlands because we loved the sound of the Instigators records they'd done, explains Phil. But again, it didn't really turn out as planned. The thing is, although the album's heavy, you can't hear the drums at all. We got carried away with the guitars. My ex-wife, Paula, who used to do all the artwork, talks on one of the songs, this acoustic track we did to break the album up a bit, but to be totally honest again, it was another nod towards Anti-Sect, who had done that Tubular Bells bit on their album. We were really impressed with that and wanted to try something similar. And it was actually Neil Ferguson who played keyboards on that track. He used to be in Black Lace, the band that did Agatu, chuckles Phil, incredulously. We're just niching recording when we were arriving to start our album, and he said, "I'll play a bit of keyboards, if you want." And we thought, why not? Before the album was released in early March 1985, Reconciliation issued 2 of its tracks, So Long As and Strange Love, as one side of a split EP with Morbid Humor, a short-lived Bradford-based band with a uniquely morose style and close connections to Anti-System. I even played a few gigs with them, when they reformed Brea-AER Anti-System split, says Phil, of the enigmatic Morbid Humor, but the band that appeared on the split single was Mark Mugsy Muller on vocals, Nogsy, Phil Hobson, Varick, Darren McKenzie on bass, and a lad called Kevin Granger on drums. EY didn't do many gigs, and only the one recording. I think they recorded 4 songs, and the split EP was lead from that. They just sold out really, before Anti-System nished, and then when we split up, they reformed and did a few gigs, which is when I joined them on drums. Morbid Humor, Nogsy and Mugsy. A 2-week UK tour was undertaken, supporting the Icons of Filth, before Kev Haste leaving Mick to handle vocals on his own, and Phil Hobson joined on second guitar. Anti-System then recorded their parting shot, the A Look at Life 12, at Bradford's Flexible Response Studios with Mike Banks. A thoroughly enjoyable, but altogether more polished, metallic affair. It saw them parting ways with some of the hardcore punks who had followed them since their inception. We were hoping to get a heavier sound when we played live, reckons Phil, of the thrashier edge the additional guitarist gave the band. And we were listening to a lot more of that sort of stuff, you know, Onslaught, Sacrilege, English Dogs. There wasn't any particular reason, we just gradually went in that direction. I remember Varick used to bring all these riffs to practice and say, "Just listen to this." Punk was just a fashion thing most of the time, wasn't it? He adds, on the thorny topic of leather, bristles, studs and ignorance, the track that so offended the local punk community. We'd play these festivals in Bradford, and all the punks would get tanked up and start beating hell out of each other, and that wasn't what it was all about. And we got such a lot of AK for that song, mainly from Bradford punks who thought that it was a dig at them, and it was. We still had a lot of people coming to our gigs, but a lot of them were slagging us off too, shouting abuse. There were a lot of people talking shit behind our backs, and, as a result, we slagged Bradford off in a few interviews we did with fanzines, because it was turning into such a bad scene. Everywhere else we went, we were thinking, why isn't it like this in Bradford? We were just fed up with people's attitudes around here, with disillusionment and apathy gnawing away at several members. The writing was on the wall for Anti-System almost before the 12 hit the shops, and they split soon after its release during autumn 1986. All the usual reasons, contemplates Phil on their demise. Everyone went their separate ways, there were musical differences over everything really. I just had enough in the end, couldn't be bothered with all the bickering. And we lost a lot of time when Mick and Mark Keane went to prison as well. They got done for smashing up these butcher shops, and then they broke into an abattoir in the middle of Bradford and let all the cattle out, and they were all running around the streets. So we were doing nothing while we waited around for them to be let out, and then we seemed unable to pick our momentum up again. We were always lazy-minded at the best of times, to be honest, let alone when we couldn't do anything. I think the last gig was at Rios, which wasn't great. Although the worst gig we ever did was down in Dover, it was terrible. A lot of people came across from France and Belgium to see us, but it was horrible. The mic on the snare drum kept falling off and bouncing about on the drums, then they started taking the lights down halfway through our set, then there was a big GHT with a load of skinheads. It just went from bad to worse. And we got paid, and Mick and Varick lost the money between them, and were arguing over that, and a load of lads who came with us got arrested 'cause they were bouncing up and down on this war monument of a plane, and one of the wings snapped off it. So they all had to go back to Dover to go to court. It was just a nightmare. But I've got really fond memories of the whole time we were together otherwise, though we'll never ever reform. It's like now, when you go and see Discharge, it's just not the same, is it? To do it again now, out of context, well, it's almost like seeing Y-year-old teddy boys strutting about all over again. It's laughable really. We've even had letters from America, asking us to reform and go over to play some gigs, but I'm just not interested. We were always a good, powerful live band, but it wouldn't work now, and I wouldn't want to cheapen that memory of the band. Select discography 7s. Defense of E-Realm Strange Love, split with Morbid Humor 12s. A Look at Life. LPS. No Laughing Matter. At a Glance. Constructive Rebellion CD version of No Laughing Matter includes the singles and 12, plus all the lyrics and artwork, a storming listen from start to finish. B. Radford-born Nick Toxic is a truly Renaissance anarchist. Still an accomplished poet and musician, not to mention prolific investigative journalist, these days he is also a successful children's author and spoken word artist, having made over 40,000 public appearances during the last 37 years, visiting en route over 3,000 schools around the UK. From the perspective of this book though, this is also the same Nick Toxic that booked hundreds of alternative shows in pubs and clubs in Leeds, Bradford, and Keighley during the 80s, toured the USA with the Instigators, and released the likes of the Brit Anarchist Demo and Intocze album through the highly respected Blauwurg label. What changed everything for me was reading an early '76 interview with Joe Strummer, reveals Nick, who was living in Moseley, Birmingham, during the mid-'70s and playing with folk/blues band, Stereo Graffiti. Was it in Sounds or NME? Who cares? What mattered was that it was just so stunningly hard and so utterly uncompromisingly political. It seemed like the RST time in years that I'd discovered a rock performer who wanted to wage political war. Back in the 60s Dylan had, even E-Stones occasionally did, E-Doors and Country Joe in a slightly fake way, E-Animals and Janis Joplin via old blues lyrics, kinks in an oh-so-genteel English fashion, and, half-heartedly but perhaps more convincingly, Who and Hendrix. More typical of the whole scene, though, was the utter shit of those lovable mop tops, Beatles. Just listen to Paul McCartney sing, "Don't want no Pakistanis taking other people's jobs, get back, get back, get back to where you RST came from, on no Pakistanis for a measure of their sus." And John going, "So this is Christmas, another year over, a new one just begun, no, you drug-addled fuckwit, if it's only Christmas, the year's not over for another week." All hail Mark Chapman. Nick Toksek, picture by Claire McNamee. What made punk great from the outset wasn't that it was great in itself, much of it wasn't, but it had passion and gave anyone and everyone a chance to get up there. And, in doing so, showed just how complacently crap the whole rock biz had become. During 1977, I saw a string of amazing gigs in Birmingham including Ramones supported by Talking Heads, Blondie supporting Television, Slits supported by Prefix and Adverts supported by Steel Pulse. They were amazing times. Air was another factor that contributed to my decline into the mated anarchist that I last saw this morning when I gazed in disbelieving horror at the bald old bastard in my shaving mirror. In 1974, I co-founded Moseley Festival, one of Britain's RST community festivals, and for the next few years I ran or co-ran this annual event. Council's sole contribution to the RST festival was to take down all our street decorations the day we put them up. Police tried to declare the entire program illegal and strove to stop every event, even the concert for pensioners, and the kids' events. I remember that at the early meetings of the RST Festival Committee I was mocked for voicing my support for some of the Liberal Party's policies. By the end of that festival, I was RMLYLE of mainstream Labour and, very soon AER that, totally disillusioned with so-called democratic politics. Within a year, I was resolved to have no one represent me politically. I'd do it for myself, I'd vote for no one. And if I wanted something changing, I'd GHT for it on my own behalf. It was other people who then labeled me anarchist, but I was happy to wear that label and to defend it. Still am. Still do. Starting his punk career with the Ulterior Motives, who released the Why Gotta Shout 7 on their own label, Motive Music, in 1979, Nick went on to create an eclectic body of music with many weird and wonderful artists during the 80s. "We had a couple of useful breaks," says Nick of the Motives. ERST was having a free rehearsal space that was also a 4-track recording studio. It belonged to Yorkshire Arts Association and was run by a guy who was really generous and helpful to us. We could store our gear there too, so recording and rehearsing was easy, much more so than for most bands. The other was that I was also running the local music fanzine, Wool City Rocker, a monthly which I founded, edited, and published, and which John Peel described as one of his favorite zines. Rough that mag, I'd a network of local contacts that made gigging so much easier. We also had tracks on a couple of samplers, but I actually prefer the stuff I recorded later, working with other bands. I did some cool stuff with Spectre, a local reggae band, and with Burial, a skinhead ska band from Scarborough. Some of that can be found on a 4-track 12 EP called More to Hate. And Meets the Eye. It was supposed to come out on Mortarhate, but they pissed us about, so Red Rhino Records in York put up the money for me to release it myself. I called the label Martyrhate as a joke against Colin, no bitterness though, he was okay, just far too busy at that time to do all the things he promised to do. And he did put another track of mine, with music by US Punk's Toxic Reasons, plus Derek, the guitarist from Peter and Test Tube Babies, on the Mortarhate sampler, We Won't Be Your Fucking Poor. All in all, I did some 30 or 40 tracks on sampler albums during the 1980s, both as a vocalist and as a solo poet. One of the best was God Save Us from USA, an album for the Nicaragua Solidarity Campaign which included tracks by Zounds, Heresy, Attila the Stockbroker, Neurotics, Culture Shock, Instigators, etc. I also had a track on one of the Oi albums, Oi of Sex, on which I was the token anarchist among predominantly far-right leaning skinhead bands. That was cool though, at least I wasn't preaching to the converted on that track. Nick eventually hooked up with Blugurg for the aforementioned Intocze album, which is basically an overview of his 80s recording career, featuring a wide range of musicians. In more recent years he has even started to host a weekly radio show of the same name. I'd regularly booked Subhumans, and they'd stayed at my house. I got on well with them, and particularly with their frontman, Dick, who ran Blugurg. We kept in touch and, sometime in 1986, I sent him a demo tape by a band I was helping. At that time I'd just niched work on a collection of songs I was going to release as a cassette LP on my own Acrimony cassette label. I included a copy of it with the demo I sent Dick. It was just meant as a present for him cause he'd previously released a couple of cassette albums of mine on Blugurg. Later that week, he wrote back to me saying that he didn't like the band's demo, but he did like my tape, and could he release it as an album? I was genuinely gobsmacked. I'd not even thought of a vinyl version of the album. It was just going to be a tape for a few friends and fans. In fact, I'd actually given up gigging with musicians, so by the time it came out, I was into other work. It was odd. I'd spent the past 20 years in various group and solo guises, dreaming of having an album out, and here it was at last, my very own album, and it no longer mattered that much. In a way, that was great. There was no stress, no worry about sales girls. I was just a slightly distanced and marginally interested observer. Oh, look. An album, and it's got my name on it. Cool. I never listen to it these days, and have no real opinion on it, it's just a piece of my history. Working as a writer and performer isn't a retrospective thing for me. I write every day and gig several times a week. The process of writing and gigging is what I enjoy. A niched gig or a niched piece of writing is just that, niched. And I'm already moving on to the next. It's like this: if I was a painter, the artistry on a painting would end with the NAL brushstroke. Getting it into a gallery, pricing it and selling it is pure business and has nothing to do with the creativity. Publishing my work is much the same. By the time a magazine, book, or disc comes out, I'm at work on other stuff. Writing and performing is mine, publishing is for anyone else but me. As for the radio show, it began years ago the album, so I thought it was safe to recycle the crap pun on my name. It's appropriate as well, because I usually record the shows on a Saturday morning, so I'm hungover. I've done the show every week on Bradford Community Broadcasting for years. It goes out from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., Sundays. I just take in a bunch of CDs and play whatever takes my fancy. I never pre-plan it, just line up tracks as I go along, reading poems, talking politics, cracking jokes, playing whatever music I like, interviewing occasional guests, etc. The hour just zooms along. You can listen to it on the web. If you're not in Bradford, just go to www.bcb.yorks.com and nd it. And with his future looking every bit as hectic and diverse as his past, Nick Toksek shows little sign of slowing down anytime soon. I still am, and I shall be an anarchist, he closes gently. As I've already said, I represent myself and so have no wish to vote for a representative. Politically, anarchists have much in common with the far left, though the Spanish Civil War demonstrated the limits to that commonality when the LEIES rounded on the anarchists and slaughtered them. The key difference, as I see it, between LE-wingers and anarchists is that LEIES are revolutionary while we're revolutionist. That is, they believe in a post-revolutionary utopia, while we anarchists want continuous revolution, i.e. ongoing opposition to whoever's in power. And that's the real value of anarchists. We're here to challenge those in power, those who set themselves above the rest of us. And so we should. Fuck 'em all. Fuck every politician, from Atcher murdering crewmen on the Belgrano and lying about it, to Blair and Bush murdering tens of thousands of utterly innocent Iraqis, and lying about that. You tell me what's so sacrosanct about democracy when it leaves us led by war criminals, huh? As for Nick Toxek's mark on underground punk culture, he smiles. Well, I know it's a ridiculous idea, but wouldn't it be cool if a book came out that was all about underground punk culture and in it there was a long and boring interview with him that showed the entire world what a self-regarding and self-seeking little shit he really was? Of course, that'll never happen. So let's just forget he ever existed, huh? But if I was remembered, then what? Well, John Peel always referred to me as Nick, whose name I can't pronounce. That'll do for me. Here is another Nick Toxek. I found him on the internet. He used to work as an advertising manager with a local paper somewhere in America. I phoned him up and got his answering machine. It told me that Nick Toczek was not at his desk. Toczek? He makes both of us sound like fucking chiropodists. If that's how it is, then I've a mind not to be remembered at all. Hope that's okay with you. Can I go now? EPUBs open, select discography 7s. Why gotta shout, with ulterior motives 12s. More to hate, with E-Burial and Spectre LPS. Intocze Kate. At a glance. E2004 CD, Selfish Man, for Notoriety Records features 30 of Nick's poems. Be Cool Tour Comps Paul at the Beeston YMCA. Arnsley's Cool Tour Comp may well have only LE behind one track, Please Help, released on Mortarhate's 1986 compilation, We Won't Be Your Fucking Poor, as their original vinyl legacy, but their two spectacular demos were unsung classics of the time, equal in the poignant songwriting stakes to most of their peers who were signed to labels. Formed in 1982 in the small mining village of Shaon, just outside Barnsley, Cool Tour Comp evolved from the remains of the Sub-Zeros, a punk band formed whilst all its members were still at school the previous year. As well as myself, there was Mark Rowe on guitar, Paul Kirkwood on bass, Carl Rowe on drums, Neil Hewitt on vocals, and Andy Burton on vocals, explains guitarist Andy Clough of those earliest days. We must have formed around Christmas time, as that's when I got my guitar and practice amp, and I think we split a couple of gigs at the local youth club. We were probably sick of hearing the same 3 songs over and over again. ERST time I can remember listening to punk rock was some music I heard at my uncle's, which turned out to be the Sham 69 album, At's Life, and from then on that was it, I was hooked. Next it was Stiff Little Fingers, particularly at EH. ERST punk band I saw play live was E-Exploited in Sheffield. I only saw about the RSTVE songs though, as we had to catch the last train home. Another thing that sticks in my mind was watching them on top of E-Pops through a pub doorway, 'cause we weren't old enough to go inside. A major turning point was seeing Crass at Hebden Bridge. I can remember we got there in the afternoon, and they were playing then and also again at night. We watched both sets, and couldn't believe how accessible they were at the time, so approachable, friendly and honest. But I suppose I was drawn to punk because I just wanted to be different, wanted to stand out, which wasn't hard coming from such a small village, and I think it was a means to express myself as I'm really shy and quiet by nature. Sub-Zeros then split into 2 new bands. Mark and Carl Rowe formed Cool Tour Comp with Paul Kirkwood and new vocalist Carl Gallier, the unusual moniker being suggested by main songwriter Mark, who came across the word whilst studying social history at school. Meanwhile, Andy Clough and Andy Burton became Society's vultures, eventually recruiting bassist/vocalist Paul Hutchinson and second guitarist Sean Allen. EY recorded an 8-track demo, E-Dove Has Flown, made the regional nows of a Battle of E-Bands contest, and promptly split in 1983, AER playing a squat gig in Sheffield with the Instigators. Andy Burton moved to Sunderland and formed the famous Imposters. Battle of E-Bands thing at school was interesting, reckons Andy, as you got to record a couple of tracks in a local studio, We then got through to the regional nals and had to play somewhere in Bradford, which was fun. I think we played 2 songs of our own, a cover of Tube Disaster, and Nisht with a rowdy rendition of Give Peace a Chance. We had absolutely no chance of winning, but hopefully made an impression on someone. Meanwhile, Kultur Comp played a few local gigs, the RST1 at Barrug Green, a Bennett for Barnsley CND supporting the Passion Killers, before Carl Le to become Obisa E Poet, leaving the band as a 3-piece for a while, until AER recording their RST demo, E Struggle, at Barnsley's Street Life Studios with Dennis McGinley during July 1983, and following the demise of Society's Vultures, Andy Clough joined as an additional guitarist to thicken up the sound and give Mark more room for maneuver with his vocals. We got all our gear for Christmas and birthdays, laughs Paul of Kultur Comp's humble origins. We rehearsed RSTLY in Mark's mother's hairdressers, but then moved into an old bedding shop owned by Mark's mum and aunt. We got asked to do a lot of gigs with Chumbawamba. Some of the Chumbas had even been at our very RST gig to show their support, and they were a big onions on us, and, of course, we arranged a lot ourselves. The best ones I think we ever did were the Hatton Hall in Leeds, with Alternative, the Ad Lib Club in Nottingham with Subhumans, and a squat gig we did in Barnsley with Chumbawamba. Those were the shows with the best sound and audiences, anyway. The worst show we did would have to have been at the Narrow Boat in Nottingham this one time. It was actually a great audience, but some idiot came along and started up a GHT that ended with someone getting stabbed. Luckily the victim survived. At squat gig in Barnsley was especially memorable just because it was a squat gig in Barnsley, adds Andy Riley, probably the RST and the last. Another gig to forget that never was supposed to have been an all-day festival thing at the Beer Keller in Leeds. We were all set to go, and were actually getting enough expenses to cover hiring a van for once, but then Carl, our drummer, broke his ankle I think, playing around on, would you believe it? A kid's BMX bike. It must have been his right leg too, as I recall that we tried to work out some way of still playing, but it never came off, which was a shame. In November 1983, Kultur Comp recorded their second, and NAL, demo, E-Corpse of Bureaucracy, at Lion Studios, Leeds, with Tony Bonner at the desk. 10 tracks of driving, tuneful, political punk. It included the painfully intense, rudimentary Peony-esque Please Help, which was featured on the aforementioned We Won't Be Your Fucking Poor compilation. Elsewhere, the more subdued strains of Let 'Em Live and Pollution recalled the glory days of early Mob, whilst THIRD World Holocaust boasted a disconcertingly melodic chorus hook that perfectly demonstrated the band's keen musical ambition. Image. Picture taken in Dunfermline, 1984, at Alternative's house. However, by the time the Mortarhate album was released in early 1986, Kultur Comp had already thrown in the towel, citing the inevitable disillusionment with their progress as the primary reason for their dissolution. EY played their last show at the Nottingham Narrow Boat with Famous Imposters and the Scum Dribblers. That was in 1984, reckons Paul, before admitting, it was me and another member's fault really. We started missing rehearsals and focused more on our private lives, so Mark went off and joined a new band. In hindsight, I think if we had received more interest from record companies when it mattered, it would possibly have inspired more enthusiasm in us and gave us a reason to carry on. We did actually get some interest from Marcus Feet Irby, who ran Pax Records, so we gave him our 8-track reel-to-reel master tape, and he was never seen or heard from again. I do regret us splitting up when we did though, as we were all getting better as musicians, and the music we were writing towards the end was so much more together and really starting to sound fantastic. The passing of the years hasn't changed my ideals, he adds. I'm still a vegetarian, still a pacifist, and I still perform Bennett gigs with my new band, Ian Kings. I thought we split in early '85 actually, counters Andy. I don't honestly know why though, nothing dramatic happened, so I think it must have been the usual musical differences thing. Looking back on what we did, I don't regret any of it. We had a great time and the whole experience was basically a good one. My ideals haven't changed that much either. I still believe you need to respect other people and that we all deserve to live as we wish without hurting others, although, over the years, you conform more and more, without realizing it, getting a job and a house etc., but deep down it's still inside, else you wouldn't have been there in the RST place, would you? Of course, I'd like the band to be remembered. I still love to see our name on the internet, and, you never know, at some point we may have even made someone stop and think for a moment, and that would be enough for me. At a glance. At the time of writing, there is no comprehensive Kulturkampf retrospective, although Scarborough-based label, Looney Tunes, is planning to release both demos as one vinyl album late in 2006. If there was one anarcho-punk band that truly walked the tightrope between melody, power, integrity, and intensity, with real aplomb, it would have to be Instigators. Dewsbury Band, whose Nobody Listens Anymore LP for Blauurg remains one of the great unsung classics of the period, were formed in 1980 by drummer Paul Hamihomshaw and guitarist Simon Mooney, two school friends from Ornhill High, drawn together by a mutual love of the Sex Pistols. EY were soon joined on their quest by vocalist Simon Semi Bridgewater and bassist Nicky Horhevic. We rehearsed in Semi's parents' garage until they could bear us no more, laughs Hami, and then I think we moved to Ornhill Youth Club to rehearse, and that was when things began to gel. And because we had an audience for every practice, we started to develop a local following which became quite strong at the time. Everyone in Dewsbury had heard of us, in fact. The only other punk band to spring up at the time, Disintegrated, were more from Batley, about VE miles away, and they somehow didn't have the same spark we had. EY were led by the area's most notorious punk though, Richie Calvert, or Perv, as he was known to all. He tarried me and Mooney, but he never did anything untoward to us. In fact, he actually seemed to like us a great deal, and be a bit fascinated by these posh young punks. One day he stopped Mooney in Dewsbury bus station and told him, "I hear you've got a punk band." "Well, I was going to use the name Instigators but you can have it instead, if you like." Mooney wasn't going to say no and neither was I, and anyway it was a superb name, so we took it. And even Perv was going round writing our name on buses, bus shelters, and town center shop fronts. It was hardly believable, but soon our name was everywhere you looked, from a bus perspective anyway. Their planned public debut at the 1981 school Christmas dance was cancelled due to bad weather. Instigators played their RST show at Morley Youth Club during the summer of '82. "It must have been pretty awful," admits Hami, "but no one seemed to mind and we got a few more fans. We were invited to play by some of Mooney's friends from art college, and we did the gig with all these Crass-style backdrops. I remember when Stations of Crass came out, all the really punks had started to wear sinister Nazi-style armbands with a strange circular logo on. It was a new thing and very intriguing, so when I saw their album in the shop for only £3, I had to get it. I was shocked when I got home and read the cover and heard the dreadful music. I wasn't ready for it, but slowly it sank in and I got more and more revelations from the literature and lyrics. And I started to write to Crass, just letters asking what anarchy meant and how could you have fascist anarchy and the likes. Unexpectedly, I always got a huge letter back from one of the members explaining their thoughts in great depth. And each time the letter would be accompanied by VE or 6-button badges and a wad of yours, all containing further explanations and slogans. It all started to make perfect sense to me, and if anyone asked me what it was about, I told them to write to Crass, and those that did got the same back as I did. In the days of distant, disposable pop stars, this was a huge thing for me, and not only that but the writings made a hell of a lot of sense in a world I was struggling to come to terms with. I became a fully edged Crass punk from there on in and bought anything and everything that came out on Crass and their associated labels like Spiderleg, Blauurg, Corpus Christi etc. I was calling myself an anarchist while not fully understanding the concept. It sounded great though. The rest of the band weren't as into crass as I was. I think I went off on a little tangent there, but we were all into Flux of Pink Indians. When New Smell came out, it was the RST time I directly linked the meat I was eating to the slaughter industry, and it really had a massive effect on me. Huge, in fact, I gave up eating meat very shortly afterwards, and so did Mooney and Semi. I've never had any meat since, neither has Mooney, I don't think. Semi lasted a while too, but Tab was never a veggie, not even when he joined the band. Image. Instigators live at Gateshead Station, picture by Scotty. Before Tab joined though, Instigators parted ways with the volatile Nicky, and replaced him with Tompo, a friend of Mooney's who only lasted a few months, but long enough to play on the band's RST studio demo. A 4-song effort, recorded at Lion Studios in Leeds, it helped the band take an important step towards something resembling a national prole. We sent it around to loads of people, Hammy recalls, and, one Saturday morning, I got a call at my parents' house from Colin, the Flux of Pink Indian singer, asking us to open for them and E-System on the Guy Fawkes Was Right night at Huddersfield Trades Club. It was like being told you'd won the lottery, 'cause they were one of our favorite bands about then. I was electric with excitement and phoned the rest of the band, who were all gobsmacked. We realized we needed to rehearse big time, and this was when everything sheet up a gear. The gig was packed and all our local fans came to watch us. I remember being so knackered it hurt to play, and we were probably sloppy and amateur, but with a great conviction and heartfelt seriousness we pulled it off and got a brilliant response. Something was certainly happening. We actually went to that gig on the public bus, adds Semi. I was quite nervous and decided that I was going to open our set with a joke. Hammett thought it would be a good idea, so I began the set with, "Hello, my name is Margaret Atcher, Dennis is cooking in the kitchen at the moment, I think he should be ready by now." Tompo was replaced by Tab on bass, and 2 further demos were recorded at Lion, the 3 sessions being compiled onto one cassette and released on Hammis Edgeling record label, Peaceville. A very favorable review in issue 2 of Punk Lives magazine encouraged a slew of mail orders and ultimately landed the band their RST shows outside of Yorkshire. On May 15, 1983, Instigators, alongside E-Convulsions, supported the Subhumans at Bradford's Vault Bar, a gig arranged by Nick Toksek, the punk poet from Leeds. Subhumans singer, Dick Lucas, was so impressed by the band that he recorded and released their set from that very gig as a live cassette through his label, Blurg, before offering them their own single early the following year. A single the band actually had to record twice. Image Simon Mooney and Tab of Instigators, picture by Andrew Metcalf. Well, quite rightly Dick and Bruce wanted us to go to a studio they knew, explains Hammett. So we went to Warminster one weekend, but the drive really took it out of us and we had to set off back home on the Sunday afternoon as well, which meant we really only had one full day to do it. Also, when we got to Bruce's late on the Friday to stay over, we partied a little with the band and I remember Trotsky introducing us, well, probably just me really, to the blowback, a cool way to consume marijuana. It was slightly messy and way too late, so when we got up the next morning, exhausted, nothing went right and I thought the studio was crap anyway. The engineer was at polar opposites to us, we were childish and rubbed him up the wrong way, and it just all sounded dreadful, worse than any of our previous demos. We'd already been to Woodland's studio in Normanton to record some tracks for Marcus Featherby's Pax compilation, Bollocks to E-Gonads. Here's E-Testicles, and they were ace quality, so thankfully, rather than just put out the crap version, Dick and Bruce came up to Yorkshire and we went back into Woodlands, which was now a big new studio in Castleford. It went 1,000 times better than in Warminster and so we nearly got the single done. We then had disagreements about the artwork internally and came up with a mishmash of high-end graphics and crass punk sensibility. Someone also forgot to put pay no more than 90p on the cover, so initially we were devastated, but that got put right later. It did well enough though, and set us up for our best time ever, the period writing and recording the album. We'd got a bit more professional and we took it very seriously, and we had a real songwriting air at the time, they just seemed to come ying out of us in a way. Superb era. We played gigs everywhere it seemed, with everyone, opening with Semi's high-pitched, yet utterly unforgettable, incantation of Air is no God. Air is no God, on E Church says, E Blood is on Your Hands is an EP that positively throbs with a vibrant, youthful energy, the whole thing brilliantly simple, and an incredible debut by anyone's standards. Religion is something that is difficult to comprehend, ponders Semi, on the reasoning behind E Church says. How, in a developed world, we still believe that something actually exists aer death, and that we are all here because of the Lord Almighty is beyond me. As far as I'm concerned, religion is still the biggest cause of hardship in the world, through wars or terrorism, yet we will only really know the truth when we are dead. E best was still to come from the Gators though, in the shape of the aforementioned Nobody Listens Anymore. Recorded at Woodlands again, during early January 1985, and released that summer, the album saw the band working sensibly within their limitations to create a near-perfect melodic punk album, featuring the best Instigators track of all, Old is Sad, a genuinely ripping tune with lyrics penned by Mooney's then-girlfriend, Victoria Rothwell, who also contributed the spoken word title track. Vicky was a very well-spoken and educated lady really, reveals Hammett. I think Mooney wanted something on there to break up the crass punk feel that I wanted. We were certainly DRIing apart as far as our inyances by then. It's a very eloquent piece though, something that stands the test of time, more so than the rest of the stuff probably. I remember going into Woodlands knowing that we had to be as tight as hell, he adds, on the sessions for the album. We had to pull it off as soon as possible cause time was limited. And, as drums spill over onto other microphones, I felt that I was under a lot of pressure from Mooney to get it right. He knew I was a pisshead, so didn't trust me a lot of the time to uphold his sense of professionalism. But I think I nailed most of the songs straight away, and felt so relieved to have it out of the way. E-Sound, because Woodlands was such an A studio, was great almost straight away too, but, when Dick, Bruce and Mooney had nished with the additional bits and all the mixing, it sounded bloody amazing. We knew how good it was immediately, but I don't think most of us could believe that we'd pulled it off in such a style. We went home and listened endlessly to it, had parties to it, played it all live and, for a short while, we really seemed to be on a roll, in control, and effortlessly happening. I remember the RST week it was out, we were in the top 5 of the Melody Maker indie charts, it was unreal. Dine Upon E Dead was included on Motorhead's We Don't Want Your Fucking War album, whilst international recognition was further assisted by the inclusion of E Blood Is On Your Hands and Free on Puss Mort's 1985 Cleanse E Bacteria compilation. Unfortunately all good things come to an end, and the Instigators fell apart rather messily soon following a heated argument between Hammy and Semi. We had just played with Chumbawamba at Hatton Hall, Leeds, explains Semi. From what I can remember, we were discussing a tour of Yugoslavia. I can't remember all the details, but I was probably more interested in my girlfriend at the time than the band, and either wanted to take her with us or not go at all. Yes, I know. Voices were raised, and I said, I'm leaving, and that was that. I still remain friends with the band members, and Tab is still my best mate even today. I stayed close to Mooney for a few years too, but only saw Hamma very occasionally. Looking back now, I wish I had stayed and reaped some of the glory from the album which put the Instigators on the map. However, the fact that I'm doing this interview 21 years later speaks volumes, doesn't it? It wasn't all a bed of roses though. I remember a gig at a working man's club in Chesterfield. How we got it, I don't know, but our music didn't spark much emotion. I seem to recall we got a few claps at one point, and that was it. And we had a couple of gigs with a band called the Seeds of Piss. E singer used to walk around in schnet stockings, with his willy hanging out. EY supported us on a couple of occasions, and he used to rub the microphone all over his genitals and arse crack. Guess who had to use the mic next? Image. Tez Turner of Instigators, by Mark Freeman. When Semi-Le, the band recruited the aforementioned Tez Turner from Esposes to sing for them, but it quickly became apparent that things weren't working out, so Hammy and Tab decided to call it a day too. Mooney and Tez had other ideas though, enlisting bassist Andrew Trimble Turnbull and drummer Steve Cuzzy Curran, to complete what was essentially Instigators MK2, a very different band musically and visually to what had gone before. I'd not actually considered that they'd carry on, and I was disgusted for a long while. AER really, Spitz Hammy, who went on to front Civilized Society before turning Peaceville into a hugely popular and critically acclaimed international metal label, with feeling. I saw it as them taking my good reputation down with them, so for me to have any chance of keeping my credibility, I felt that I needed to loudly disassociate myself from them. I'll also be honest here and say that I thought everything they did AER the RST album was pompous, meaningless pseudo-yank rock drivel. I despised them for taking the name with them, not that I wanted it, but because I wanted it to die with the best lineup AER the best release, to go out on a high. As it went on longer and longer, it got even worse in my eyes. Tez really oversold every recording they ever made, and I think they became ponderous rock wank, about as far as you can get from the original intentions we once had. I can talk though, can't I? Actually, although Instigators possibly had unveiled their nest material by that point, what followed afterwards was by no means as embarrassing as Hammy might suggest. Sophomore full-length, Phoenix, being an especially NE collection of intelligent melodic hardcore, with both American Dream and Dark and Lonely also being included on the Blueword compilation, Open Mind Surgery. The new lineup were not only more slick and melodic than before, they possessed both an incredible work ethic and uniquely energetic stage presence, unrivaled at that point this side of the Atlantic, with Tez and Mooney throwing themselves around the stage with a reckless abandon. They took to concerted touring with an almost evangelical zeal, crisscrossing Europe and America many times. Undergoing a bewildering string of personnel changes, Instigators flourished long beyond the period covered by this book, unveiling another NE studio album in the shape of 1988's Shotgun and several live discs before Nally splitting in the early 90s. I think I can speak for everyone when I say that we enjoyed just about every minute, exclaims Tez Turner. Not only did it build us into what we became as a band, but every one of us used something gained along the way to mold themselves into what they are now, and so much of that was positive energy. We were from a time before bands like Green Day and The Offspring, bands that I always used to mark the passing from one era to another. EY, and I don't really blame them for it, brought money into the scene, something that wasn't really there before, so was never a motive for any of us. AER those two bands went mega, it changed the whole outlook, career moves, management, and all the other vampires there to suck them dry. I'm glad that we did what we did, when we did it, and for the reasons why we did it. We still carry that with us today, in everything we do now, an attitude that, AER so many years and so much happening, is still the same one we had when we really did see a lot of things that most people could never hope to. I feel grateful for that, and it still gives me today an outlook that seems strange to a lot of people, but it was so pure and honest, it will never leave me. Image. Select Discography 7s. Blood is on Your Hands EP Full Circle Invasion LPS. Nobody Listens Anymore. Phoenix. Wall of Sound, Live in Berlin Shotgun New Old Now Recovery Sessions at a Glance. In 2002, Blackfish Records homed in on the band's three strongest releases, compiling the first single and two albums onto a single disc, Dine Upon E Dead, complete with a 32-page booklet of exhaustive liner notes from all the band members involved in those recordings. Peaceville CD version of New Old Now also includes the Shotgun album, licensed from Positive Records, so is worth searching out, for a decent overview of the latter period of the band's existence. A. Image Sposes, live in Huddersfield, May 1983. As well as Tez and Trimble, who both turned up in The Instigators. The Sposes also comprised guitarist Nigel Noghurst and drummer Anthony "Heppy" Hepworth. EY emerged from the same turbulent Huddersfield punk scene that spawned Criminal Justice and Cosset UK, and prompted the Yorkshire TV documentary First Tuesday. They played their RST gig at the Honley Youth Club in late 1980. Yeah, it was just down the road from where we lived, and it was packed, elaborates Tess. Besides the local yokels, a serious amount of hardcore punks turned up, but I can't remember much about it other than we got a serious Aerosmith-style servicing before we went on, and I got a slap from Trimble's mother who'd snuck in and saw me spitting fake blood all over her son, and the lovely matching t-shirts she'd had specially made for us. The Huddersfield scene was very, very violent and parochial, he adds. It's hard to explain these days, but back then there was a massive touring circuit in the UK, so a lot of people never really had to travel for gigs. Only problem was that, due to a lot of punks also being serious football hooligans, it became a novelty if there wasn't a kick-off at gigs. Cockney Rejects lasted 20 minutes. E-Vapors got spray-painted in the face. Toya ran off in tears, even Discharge got a kicking. Although Rainey came back a week later looking for the guys who did it, and he had some serious-looking geezers with him, all tooled up, don't think he found them though, so we got pissed instead. Adam and E-Ants also got a pasting on the Kings of E Wild Frontier tour, although, in a perverse way, you could say they were asking for it. Eventually someone said enough was enough and bands stopped playing Huddersfield, and due to that you had to travel to see bands, and although we had nothing to do with the violence, it made things interesting in places like Leeds, Bradford, and Sheffield. AER building a strong local following. Sposes entered Neil Ferguson's Woodlands studio, then just an 8-track home-based facility in Wakefield, and recorded the Systems Kill EP, which they released on their own Retaliation Records. More due to a general lack of interest than any real DIY ethic, admits Tess. We had set up a small mail-order company and fanzine, to spread the word and make a little money to Nan's out-of-town gigs. We pressed the initial 500 copies with a photocopied sleeve, as we'd run out of money to spend on a proper cover, and inside was a slip telling the buyer how they could send in for the real sleeve when the second pressing was ready. We were moving a little faster by then though, so the second pressing never happened, and those 500 people never did get a real sleeve. Soon AER Systems Kill, Nog was replaced by Marcus D.P. Doshpan, who played on the 1000 Marching Feet single for York-based Red Rhino Records, which spent a month in the lower echelons of the indie charts upon its release during summer 1982. Early 1983 saw Sposes borrowing a new drummer Brookie, from Criminal Justice, and new guitarist Neil Dickinson, from local comedy punks, all over E-Carpet, creating a relatively stable lineup that made their public debut supporting the Dead Kennedys and MDC in Leeds, and would reign until the band split in '85. 2 songs were contributed to Pax's Punk's Dead? Not, Mate, compilation, before an unauthorized single, New York Doll, was released by Sexual Phonograph, which was promptly totally disowned by the band, who then embarked upon an eventful European tour, well, most of one, at least. Stupid as it seems, we took off for a month-long European tour in a Fiat 127, laughs Tess. We made it to Yugoslavia and back, fuck knows how. Via Switzerland and Italy, where we did a great gig at the Virus Squad in Milan. In fact, it was there that I got all hippie and went vegetarian. Sadly, on the second leg, we got turned back at the Hook of Holland, and had to cancel the rest of the dates. Upon their return, Sposes had 2 singles released virtually back-to-back, their undoubted Nest Hour, Force-Fed E-Truth Drug for Children of E-Revolution, and, as some means of compensation for their fans disappointed by the original, a re-recorded reissue on Retaliation of the substandard EP that Sexual Phonograph had Rush released without their permission. However, with their attention increasingly elsewhere, it was to be the band's last release of the '80s. That's when the fun started to be sucked out of us, reckons Tez, who currently runs UK operations for the hugely respected Metal Blade label, trawling up and down the country, playing with a bizarre mixture of bands in a weird range of venues, and always a hatful of excuses as to why there wasn't enough money to even cover our petrol costs. We were getting shows with the likes of Subhumans, E-System, Zounds, Chumbaffuckinwamba, and loads more, in places like the old disused Quickie Mart, which had no electricity, so you'd set up in the shop window for what little light there was, put your coal in the generator that someone always seemed to have, and get through 2 or 3 songs tops, before either the power cut out or the local rozzers paid a visit. Image Tez and Sim of Esposes. I'm gonna probably go against the rose-tinted view of many of your contributors now, and say, with the Bennett of hindsight, the bad actually outweighed the good in the anarcho-punk scene. It was great that loads of people wanted an alternative, and there was an optimistic naivete that made it fun for a while, but later it became cliquey and insular and negative. The real world was approached by people sticking their heads up their arses and hoping it all go away. The utopian view of how things should be in anarcho world became ghettoized, and run by a bunch of smelly hippies in badly dyed German army gear. But we didn't really split up as such, he concludes, it was more a case of other commitments taking over. Me and Trimble joined instigators. Brookie was already in criminal justice, and Neil was in all over e-carpet. It would have been nice to have done an album, as there were some great songs that never got recorded, but life goes on. Loads has happened since then, and still does. I suppose I'd personally just love to be remembered by the sad grumbling of the people who have to pay for my funeral. Are they nd out any money I ever made had already contributed to my early demise. Select discography 7s. Systems Kill. 1000 Marching Feet. New York Doll Force Fed E-Truth Drug New York Doll at a Glance. Grand E Audio Sposes Retrospective CD, Back on E Streets, includes all of the band's recorded output, apart from the much maligned session for Sexual Phonograph, and comes with a comprehensive booklet of liner notes from Tezer. S. Heffield's D&V weren't to everybody's taste, but once heard, they were never forgotten. How many other anarcho-punk bands comprise just a drummer and a vocalist? And what better way to deliver a pertinent message other than just the words of wisdom you care to impart and a rhythm against which to deliver them? EY were also one of the very few bands to do both a single and an album on Crass Records, as opposed to that label's more usual one single only agreement. People always used to say, what happened to the guitarist and bassist? But we just wanted to stand out from the crowd really, reckons vocalist Jeff Antcliffe. There were a lot of bands from Sheffield, lots of avant-garde types, and we weren't into that trying to be cool scene. We were more into the punk thing, bang crash wallop. And a friend of mine in London invited us down to do a gig, and everyone seemed to like it, and said, cheeky little out. It was good to be different, to have our own sound. Image D&V's JEF at the Bingo Hall, Islington, March 1984, picture by Paul May. It was the summer of '78, I think, when I decided that I wanted to put a punk rock band together, of any nature, didn't matter what it was. So I started writing rebellious poems, but it took a good couple of years, of watching other bands and stuff, before I knew what I wanted to do, a kind of rap almost, with just vocals over a stripped-down drum beat. We were called E-Epsilons, to start with, named AER an estate near where we lived, and DNV was just a description. We met in Sheffield, on the Manor Park estate. It was me and Andrew Paul Leach, a really cool guy. We weren't at school together, but he was from my neighborhood, and I convinced him to get a drum kit. He was really up for it, really diligent. And the two of us were DNV basically. A few other people came and went, but all the gigs we did as DNV were me and Andy. Every wave had its own time, furthers Jeff. Every time a hurricane hits town, it's brand new, you know. When it hits you personally, you think it's the RST big storm to hit the city, and it ain't, it just feels that way. And there might be another one tomorrow. So it was with music. I was very aware of what was happening at that moment, not concerned with what had been before or what might come aer. Long before I ever became a punk rocker though, I was hearing West Indian avouers DRIing up and down my street, and I'd go and check out sound systems and hang out in blues clubs, and that's always been in me. But the main guy who influenced me to become a vocalist in a band, to get up on stage and scream down a mic, was Tapper Zuki, who was a part of that old DJ scene from Jamaica. I really got into his stuff, his lyrics, and how he delivered them, and I'd practice along to his records, and that was way back before I was ever in the band. And, of course, a lot of those Jamaican artists never sold out, 'cause they didn't get chance to, so they remained on the front line. I also took a lot of inspiration from bands like E-Clash, and Joe Strummer's writings. You had the music, but it was also like poetry. And later on, Adrian Sherwood was a real gentleman, and he really moved me. I was really big on his sound. And of course, Crass, Flux, even Chumbawamba. I think we had that Yorkshire bond happening with the Chumbas, and we did some crazy gigs together. EY were all people who were doing it at the same time as us. Oh, and Annie Anxiety. She really inspired both me and Andy to leave our game, because her style was in a similar vein to our own. I liked John Cooper Clarke and E. Fall as well, who were very sarcastic, but with a lot of humanity in their work. Image. D&V's Andy at the Islington Bingo Hall, March 1984, picture by Paul May. ERST D&V gig was in early 1980, at the Grimaldi Squat in Pentonville Road, London, with E Erratics, E Epileptics, Rubella Ballet, and many more, a show that went extremely well and helped sear the band deep into the psyche of the emerging anarcho-punk scene. Well, there was a lot of symbolism back then, and just putting a circle around your A's was only the tip of the iceberg. I was always looking for something more, but as much as I hate labels, as much as I loathe stereotypes, looking back now, if you wanna call it something, call it anarcho-punk, 'cause that's what it was. For a good few years of my life, I was an anarchist, because I had to believe in a worthwhile alternative to what was being offered. ELE were enticing people in, the fucking right were enticing people in, but it was all fucking warfare, you know what I mean? We didn't want anything to do with those extremities, because they weren't healthy. We chose the middle path instead. I don't remember all this through any rose-tinted glasses, and neither do I look back angrily at those times. Sure, there were a lot of ups and downs, but that wasn't the fault of the movement, that was down to individuals, you know? And for a while, being an anarchist made a lot of sense to a lot of people, but then things change. It's not like everyone suddenly cut their hair and got new clothes overnight, and it is still going on even today. All I can say is, anarchy to me was, well that's just it. Anarchy to me. What's important to me is bullshit to anyone else. Unless you're talking oxygen, or basic food and nutrition and all that, everything is abstract. I could say, as an artist, that it means freedom, a chaos, always being on the edge of it. Autonomy is probably a better word to sum up what we were talking about. Going back 20 years, I'd have probably got up on my soapbox, you know. The early D&V lyrics said more than I ever could now anyway. Look, you're all bleeding sheep. Wake up and get a life. EY were very direct, and you can't really be that direct when you're trying to explain something from your heart. You come across all cold and clinical, and I'm certainly not like that. I'm as emotional as the next guy. Anarchy is a sense of self, and knowing that you're as free as you want to be. And that scares a lot of people, because it means they have to do something with their life. And D&V most definitely did want to do something with their lives. A rough demo recorded straight onto 16-track tape one rainy Saturday morning in Stoke Newington led to the duo appearing at the Zigzag Squat gig organized by Crass in December 1982, which itself led to the band releasing E Nearest Door single on the Crass label in October 1983. Recorded by John Loder, and produced by Penny Rambo, at Southern Studios during March of that year, the single was a quirky, entertaining, and intelligent slice of anti-punk, although the Spartan sonic landscape created by just drums and vocals didn't exactly lend itself to repeated listens, but nevertheless it made the indie top 30 upon its release and spent a month and a half in said chart. Well, there was a demonstration on down in London, and whenever the nurses were on strike or whatever, all these coaches would go down from Sheffield, elaborates Jeff, on how he hooked up with Crass. All the trade union dudes and protesters and LEIES, would all pile on buses and head down the M1, so every weekend there'd be all these coaches going down to London, and one day, me and Andy, and a couple of other punky chaps, went along, supposedly to go on this demo, but we soon vanished off to a gig at the Moonlight Club, in Hampstead. So, we were outside this gig, and it was crazy, punks and skinheads hanging around everywhere, but there were no tickets and we were just about to give up and go home, when this dude comes out, chatting to people, and it was Andy Palmer from Crass. When we realized that he had a few tickets on him, me and my mate, being a pair of right likely lads, were straight on him, and he got us in the gig. And it was fucking great, as far as we were concerned. He just got us into the coolest club on earth. It was totally packed, and Crass, Poison Girls and Epileptics played, and we were blown away. We had to leave pretty early though, because we were staying down in Brixton, and we had to catch the tube back, but there were all these GHTS going on as we it was totally crazy. A lot of the punk stuff I'd seen before then was at the top rank in Sheffield, a lot of bands came through there, but what was happening down in London was another world. It was well scary, and it changed my whole outlook on everything. It was very intense, and that was the RST time I met Crass face to face. We had a lot in common, they liked what we were doing, we liked what they were doing. Soon this chance meeting, Jeff relocated to London, moving into a squat in Hackney where he met the likes of E-Mob and Zounds, both bands he also cites as a major influence on what DNV was doing. The success of the single led to both a John Peel session and a full album for Crass. The term DNV started off as just a description of what we were doing really, reckons Jeff, and John Peel started playing the single. He was a lovely chap, who liked what we were doing too, and offered us a session, which was amazing. Most radio stations then were just a fucking joke, but John Peel's show was like an oasis amidst all the shit. And he played our stuff quite a lot, which was a real thrill, hearing your music coming out of the radio in the middle of the night. I used to listen to his shows hidden under my covers when I was a kid, and I'd go out and buy all the records he recommended, so it was amazing to eventually meet the guy, and Andy that he was a very warm person. So we did the session, and it was an experience, and it went down a treat. Anyway, John Peel used to read letters out on his show. He was just great to listen to. I never lost interest, and one day he asked people to write in with suggestions as to what DNV might mean. Of course, most people were like, it stands for drums and vocals, but this one guy wrote in and pointed out that it was a term used by nurses, that was short for diarrhea and vomiting. Oh, he's got a dose of the DNVS. So, for a while we were known as Diarrhea and Vomit. 1984 saw the release of the band's self-titled album Through Crass, which was a more adventurous affair in the production stakes, with layers of effects so ending the basic abrasiveness of the band's natural sound, and vocal samples coming courtesy of Yves Libertine and Joy de Vivre from Crass. The cover bore the legend inspiration gave them the motivation to move on out of their isolation, which no doubt described DNV's own fortuitous escape from the estates of Sheffield, afforded by the sharing, caring, mutually encouraging network of anarcho-punk rock they were welcomed into with open arms. From rehearsing in a eld behind one of their houses, they were now sharing stages nationwide with some of the scene's biggest names. Actually, one gig I'll never forget, we were touring with Flux, KUKL and Chumbawamba, a Bennett for the striking miners, and we turned up at the Digbeth Civic Hall in Birmingham, a venue where there was always trouble. His particular night, they bashed Martin from Flux, and he had to go to hospital. It was quite gruesome. This isn't a jocular tale. But Andy drummed for Flux that night, even though he only knew one of their songs, Tube Disasters. He played the same beat all the way through the set. And that sums up the whole era really. The gigs were always something else, really crazy. A lot of the other bands no doubt have tons of war stories, but I just used to enjoy the opportunity to get on stage and show off. Dancing around, in another world all my own, getting off on the music. There weren't any really bad gigs, because the whole attitude of the period was rough and ready, no pretensions. So, if the PA blew up, or the whole crowd started to try and kill each other, we just got on with it. Sometimes we'd even do a better gig because of it, but we always took it in our stride. E-band's close relationship with Flux no doubt assisted them in landing a deal with their bassist Derek Burkett's fast-rising One Little Indian label, although the Snare 12 they did for him was to be the last D&V release before the duo dried apart, playing their last show together during the summer of 1986. It was the last time I felt like doing what we were doing, claims Jeff. We'd been out of the country, getting a cheap and cheerful tan in Spain, and we got back and I thought, I don't want to do it like this anymore. So, that last gig wasn't like what most bands will talk about as their swan song or anything. This wasn't a sad last gig, it was more like a revelation. We can't do this anymore, but it's not the end of the line. We can move on to something new and exciting again. It was at the Lead Mill in Sheffield, and it really had been a lead mill once upon a time, a big old factory. In fact, I helped build the ore in the bar there. EY turned this dangerous old warehouse into a community place, where all these bands would play. We even rehearsed there towards the end. All this was going through my mind as we played that last gig. It felt like we'd come full circle, but it wasn't anything sad, more like, fuck this for a game of cards, I'm off to see the world. And off he went, eventually settling in Australia, where he still resides, pondering occasionally the scene he was once an integral part of. It was neither a bed of roses nor a cesspit full of shite, know what I mean? But I really do think it's important to stay humble and not overvalue your own importance in the big scheme of things. I don't really care if anyone remembers what we did then, because deep down I still don't think I've done my best work yet. And never mind how other people remember me. I'm just trying to remember myself. I'm concentrating on checking my own head, keeping my own brain cells together, you know? Whenever I feel good about music, I'll try and make music. Whenever I feel good about writing prose, I'll write prose. If you want to do it, but everything's down to interpretation. You could have 10 guys in a room, all playing the same tune, but everyone has their own take on things, everyone has their own pain barrier when it comes to putting out art. Music can change the world, but it all starts with an idea, and you're lucky if you've got the idea. And you've got to end a vehicle capable of carrying that idea, then you need a strong engine to maintain the continuity of the idea. On the last record we did, Snare, there's a line that sums up a lot of what I'd been through and felt at the time. It's still out there, and we can still go and get it, if we want it. And there's another song on there called Conscious, a track about death, and I wrote it once when I went home to Sheffield and ended up in this big old city cemetery. I sat up there, huddled in my winter coat with my little notebook, writing down ideas as they came into my head, seeing if I could be a poet for the day. Something like, please, when I'm dead, don't put me in the ground, you know I could never live with that. Please don't burn my bones, these mortal remains, you know I hate it when a re gets hot, and to be buried at sea isn't my cup of tea, so how's about you leave me in a comfy chair on a hill of my choice. All the other stuff I did sounded either angry or intense, but this was purely about the place where I grew up, and how it made me feel. I decided it was time to stop moaning about the government and to look deeper into myself. Select discography 7s. E nearest door. 12s. Snare. LPS. D and V. At a glance, a rather elusive Crass Records compilation CD, A-Sides, Part 2, 1982, 1984, features Jekyll and Hyde and Wake Up From Me Nearest Door single. A. Chapter 8's detailed in Burning Britain, not to mention Sean O'Neill and Guy Trulford's excellent It Makes You Want to Spit, and on the www.belfastpunks.co.uk website, being a punk in Belfast in the early 80s was radically different to being a punk on mainland Britain. Whereas most anarcho-punks here sang about war and police brutality and the heavy-handed military with little or no first-hand experience of such matters, other than what they saw and read in the news, punks in Northern Ireland lived this harsh reality every day. Subsequently, punk rock took on a whole new level of profundity in their lives, coloring the music that originated from there a grim shade of gritty realism. Toxic Waste were one such band, following in the footsteps of the Outcasts, yet furthered inspired by Crass, seizing politically charged punk rock as the only way to express their anger and disbelief at the troubles intent on ruining their lives. I don't think that many people fully understand the impact that the RST wave of punk had in a place like Belfast, begins Roy Wallace. You could not escape being political, as ignoring the cultural signposts might cost you your life, so when punk arrived it was like a huge sledgehammer from Leld, which smacked into the hatred of our lives, stuck its anger in the air and screamed, "Fuck your sectarian war." Is allowed for a significant amount of the provincial youth to capitalize on its potential, and thankfully they did. So, long before the 80s, enough groundwork had been done by various individuals who spearheaded the punk scene at different times to focus the energies and activities in unique and clever ways which would have a long-lasting effect on all punks from Northern Ireland. The cultural space that was opened up by people like Terry Hooley, SLF, Outcasts, Rudy, and all the other Good Vibrations bands, deeply influenced attitudes in places like Belfast. For most people at that time, punk was their life. It wasn't a fashion accessory down the King's Road, and it wasn't some form of art. It was a way out of the hatred which permeated every aspect of our existence, and held real significance to many of the punks I came across during that period. So when the music press announced that punk was now dead, I would argue that it had a profound effect on many people in areas like Belfast. Firstly, it acted as a daring exercise for those who bought into the fashion and artistic expression that the early punk scene encapsulated in places like London. At this point many of the punk posers moved on with their careers and abandoned the potential that punk had offered initially, because many of them felt they had grown up and moved on, and I guess there's nothing wrong with that. However, in Belfast and similar urban environments, many people were ending that punk offered real potential to affect and change their circumstances. The collective anti-politics of punk sidestepped the sectarian circus, and many people were by now working collectively to organize, communicate, and engage with a range of ways to express themselves freely about the situation they were living in. The emphasis was on a shift from individual punk star to activist, and the internal dynamics of the previous punk scene faded in favor of a collective approach. Crass were an intellectual inspiration who helped many of us understand how to think and act for ourselves, with an understanding that they did not want to constantly be the engine for change. His was both liberating and empowering. The Crass gig in Belfast helped form lasting friendships and relationships, the basis of which helped many new punk bands emerge, and, given the attacks from skinheads outside the event, it helped forge a new sense of solidarity, which acted to reinvigorate the whole scene. Toxic Waste, Bristol 1984, Billy Swain, Stuart Martin, Patsy, and the Bristol Promoter. And, for me at least, many of the influences at this time came through a bookshop called Just Books, who stocked alternative literature, records, and fanzines, and although I would now regard them as more internationalist than anarchist in their outlook, they provided access to thought-provoking information. A small vegetarian cafe and print press helped spawn a group of anarcho-punks who had a profound influence on my life. It was through the bookshop, and other small independent record outlets, that I became familiar with bands like Crass, Dirt, Flux, Zounds, E-Mob, and, a bit later on, Connect. DIY culture opened up many new ways of communicating, which influenced my thinking and eventually inspired my lyrics. Formed in and around the Newtown Ards area of County Down, Toxic Waste initially comprised Dane and Patsy on vocals, Stuart Marty Martin on guitar, Phil Coffey on bass, and Glenn Grubb Ompson on drums, and played their RST gig in Ards, at the West Winds Roadhouse, in late 1982. EY released the Unite to Resist demo tape, recorded at Kirkhoven Studios, in 1983, a track off which was later included on Mortar Hates We Don't Want Your Fucking War compilation, the very dirt-like Good Morning, that posed the question to the likes of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, will the real men of violence please stand up? Roy joined soon afterwards, replacing Dane as second vocalist when the band moved to Belfast. He played his RST gig at Dewberry's Bar, where they had also began rehearsing. My earliest memories of the other band members: Lentils, TVP, their pseudo-squad in Jerusalem Street, Crusty Punk, Petulia Oil, Stencils, cassette tapes, enthusiasm and political passion. Those early days were spent addressing the stagnant environment that emerged when punk supposedly died, and the hunger strikes began. A lot of time was spent in city center pubs discussing possibilities, forging new friendships and attending whatever alternative musical or political events were on at the time. Eventually we found a home through the Belfast Centre for the Unemployed in Donegal Street, tapping into whatever LE-wing politics surfaced, CND, the Nicaraguan Solidarity Campaign, the Campaign for Justice etc. We began to use any available assistance to organize and focus our activities on an alternative center, as squatting was impossible, although attempted a few times. Is gave birth to the War Zone Collective, Gyro's Cafe, printing facilities and a rehearsal space. Toxic Waste live in London, 1986. Belfast punks had to work doubly hard to make any headway in their struggle to be heard, fearlessly anti-state in a dangerous environment where state terrorism went hand in hand with sectarian bigotry, and was reinforced with indiscriminate plastic bullets. Bands such as Toxic Waste and Stalag 17 helped keep the War Zone Collective a relevant, focused means of protest against a backdrop of the bleakest political climate imaginable. I later learned that similar circumstances were faced by many punk scenes across the globe, but for a short period, during the early to mid-80s, it seemed the punks in Belfast ranked number one in the worst places to be anarchist and punk stakes, recalls Roy, attempting to further illustrate the volatility of the period. One event that sticks with me was a bizarre incident in the city centre one Saturday afternoon. I had gone into the city centre with a group of friends, Harry, Togsai, Nij, Roche, Baker, and a few others. There was about 8 or 9 of us walking through this covered arcade between two shops, when two guys walked toward us, looking quite drunk even though it was early afternoon, so we tried to ignore them. However, one of the guys started to hassle Roche or Togsai about being a punk, and they got into a GHT. As there were loads of us, we all tried to break it up before the two guys came off worse. But Roche and Togsai traded some blows with them, and, next thing, one of them hit the ground, but as he did so, a 9mm fell out of his pocket and onto the ground. We all guessed automatically that these guys might be off-duty cops or military, as they all had these issued for personal protection, but then again it could have been someone on a job in the city center. So, all the shoppers started screaming and running for cover, as this guy got up and pointed the gun at us. Everyone split in different directions, because we knew he wasn't fucking around and was gonna kill someone. Me and Togsai ran through the BHS shop while security and shoppers were screaming and running around like headless chickens, and we made it out the other side to relative safety toward Royal Avenue, the main shopping area in Belfast. What we didn't know was that these two guys had decided to chase us both, and were right behind us, which is why everyone was so freaked out, because they could see them pointing the guns at us. Once we realized that we were pretty fucked, and that these guys were determined to kill someone, we made for the middle of the road to attract as much attention as possible and ran like an Olympic athletes through town. I occasionally looked around as chaos followed when we passed, but there was no way we were stopping for anyone, and we eventually made it back to a car park beside St. Anne's Cathedral and the sanctuary of Togsai's car. Police and army had honed in on the spectacle as we progressed through the city center, so we legged it out of there to a local bar near where we lived. At the time, there were no mobile phones, but we knew people would return there eventually. Everyone made it back with vivid and humorous recollections of the afternoon's events, and we all got very drunk, knowing for real how precious life was that day, and so it was we vowed to always live life for the moment. Unfortunately, these kind of events were commonplace and, over the course of the 80s, there were loads of similar occurrences which I can recall, happening to other people from different parts of the city. So, I would say that it was a very bold and innovative decision to remain punk the initial media attention had died down. What was LE was the reality of your personal and community circumstances, which you had to conscientiously and continuously oppose on a range of levels. Is put the punk scene and the individuals involved in a reasonably precarious situation regardless of background, status, or beliefs. By being punk, you were RSTLY regarded as a freak or a weirdo, same as in the 60s and 70s, but, by the time we reached the 80s, you had punks with crass stenciled on their backs, with fuck your war and peace symbols on their jackets, walking down West Belfast at the height of the worst sectarian violence ever, to see the Subhumans play in the Labour Club on a Sunday night, when no other fucker was on the streets except the hoods and the army. By the same token, you had pockets of punks sniffing glue and Lady Esquire, or drinking QC sherry as a precursor to the same gig, from some loyalist or Republican stronghold, because that made sense in a fucked up city like Belfast. I wouldn't want to overdramatize the memories, but I think it is fair to say that the punks who organized small events, attended each other's gigs, slagged each other off, had the odd GHT with the skinheads from the New Lodge or Shankill, and then walked each other home through an abandoned city center to the relative safety of some twaup in the Holy Lands area deserve recognition for the fucking legends they were. Oh, and nothing would happen within that environment during that time, yet all around the overbearing sectarian and state-killing machine was slowly grinding everyone into apathy. And the punk scene during the mid-80s, just like the 60s or the late 70s, breathed life into a stagnant hell of adolescent life transition and social turmoil. A successful, albeit financially ruinous, tour of the UK included a gig with Connacht in London, cementing a relationship with Motorhead that led to them releasing E-Truth Will Be Heard, a split 12 with Stalag 17, in 1985. We recorded our material at a BBC sound engineer's studio in Newtown Ards. The guy was okay, but the songs were typically overproduced, and we were learning as we went along. Phil and Marty more or less produced the 3 tracks, while me and Patsy rearranged lyrics, and Grub went to work in the shipyard during the day, to pay for the studio time. It was a great experience, but in hindsight naive, regarding the overall punk scene, the record-selling side of punk, and dealing with the business which we hoped to avoid. Not everyone we met was as in tune with us as we hoped. E-Band was branding itself at that time, and this forced us to think more clearly about our short and long-term aims. Dealing with all the legal, copyright and business aspects threw a spanner in the works, as this was the RST Real release from the newly emerging anarcho-punk scene, and the Warzone Collective in Belfast, and all sorts of petty bickering ensued. Is brought both Toxic Waste and Stalag 17 into a position of personal and band scrutiny regarding our beliefs, politics, and lyrics etc., and heralded in external pressures from the punk scene on top of the usual everyday stress. In many ways this pressure was good, but it became dominated by the internal anarcho-punk PC police force, who basically wanted to determine what every individual and band should be like. For Toxic Waste, the release on Motorhead helped stimulate more interest in the band, and provided enough distribution to organize several tours afterwards. We were just happy to have achieved something positive, which helped inspire other bands and people to release their own material, either on cassette or DIY vinyl. It was just another step in our self-education regarding the potential of individual and collective activity. Members of Toxic Waste pictured washing their tour bus on the eve of their first European tour. A downside was a dispute with Mortar Hate Through Jungle, which never really got resolved, and quite a bit of animosity existed within the punk community in Belfast for a number of years over all this. I, however, resolved my differences a long time ago. Possibly as a result of the above, Toxic Waste's next record came out through their own label, Belfast, and, in keeping with the ideals of an underground punk brother and sisterhood, We Will Be Free was another split release, only this time a three-way one, with both Stalag 17 and Asylum. It demonstrated a marked progression in both the band's songwriting and execution, with Tug of War being an especially poignant reaction of the tragic reality underscoring the political loggerhead they were suffering under. Further concerted touring saw the band traveling across the UK and Europe, but they fragmented in 1986, when Patsy moved south, Phil to Bristol, and Roy to London, where he moved into a squat in Angelus Road with Dirty Richard, bassist of Dirt. Marty meanwhile became guitarist with legendary Belfast punk band Pink Turds in Space. In London, Richard introduced Roy to Gary and Dino from Dirt, who helped him realize the 1987 Belfast album, and then, when he returned home in 1990, he reunited with Marty in the brilliantly named Bleeding Rectum. EY released two split albums but split in late 1991, amidst the storm of controversy surrounding their Daniel O'Donnell Must Die tour. I think we named it AE or we watched that Robbie Coltrane LM, E Pope Must Die, and because our tour coincided with an all-Ireland tour that Daniel was about to embark upon, smiles Roy ruefully. Anyhow, talk about bad timing, we had made up posters and publicized the tour as much as possible to create some interest from the local media, when, just a week before the tour, some fucker threatened to kill Daniel O'Donnell while he was traveling around Ireland. So, this then got blamed on loyalist paramilitaries, who went into overdrive to demonstrate their disgust at the idea by threatening to shoot whoever had made the threats. Not surprisingly, no one owned up to the dirty deed, and the Sunday Scumbag paper did a full article detailing how this sick punk band had made the threats to Ireland's favorite son. As we had no way of defending ourselves through any media outlet, the story gathered momentum and spread throughout the assholes who called themselves journalists around Belfast. Is in turn put us in a pretty bad situation at the time, as both Marty and I were running a music project based in a loyalist area of the city. Later, it was made very clear that there was potentially an extremely detrimental situation about to unfold unless we acted, so we were forced to make a public denial that we had nothing to do with the threats, and that basically we were just a sick punk band with very bad timing. Daniel cut his tour short due to stress anyway, and we persevered with the punks from around Ireland to make our tour a great laugh, and to celebrate our relief at avoiding impending doom, all due to some crank caller who turned out to be a guy driven mad by his wife playing Daniel O'Donnell all day. He had phoned in a rage to say that he was going to whack Daniel if he went on tour, so he didn't have to drive his wife to the gigs when the football was on TV or something. We later paid homage to Daniel on our Very Unpleasant Indeed cassette, which went down a storm with the local community who had supported us through the traumatic events. I personally delivered a copy of the cassette to Daniel's hotel business which he runs in Donegal, but he was unable to see me that day and the barman asked me to leave I down several Jack Daniels and recounted aloud the whole sorry story to a bus load of tourists in memory of our narrow escape. Toxic Waste enjoyed one last stint around Europe however, when Roy was forced to reform the band in 1991 to help dig himself out of a desperate financial hole. I was ending life increasingly difficult, due to my personal circumstances in Belfast. I had dreadlocks and didn't quite tee in with the local community where I was living, and I was also getting grief because my partner at the time was from Dublin. Is later culminated in some veiled threats, and we decided to head off somewhere else to live in peace. So, we arrived in Belgium and stayed for 8 or 9 months, before ending ourselves in trouble again, because I had broken some shitty housing contract, which ended us up in court. I got Ned, with court costs, and said, bollocks to that, but my mate, Gunter, had stood guarantor for me and he would be LE with the debt. Is totally messed up our lives, as I had no way of paying the money, so I asked Dino and some friends if they would help out, so that I could sell off the rest of the Belfast albums I still had available. EY kindly agreed to do so, and basically the tour was really a way of resolving yet another legal bullshit dilemma. E-trip was much more difficult than before. I was stressed out, in need of raising nearly £5,000 in a short period of time, while missing my partner and son. Unlike previous tours, this was not such an enjoyable experience, for obvious reasons. Although we still managed to have a good time, I met with loads of good friends, made some new ones, and shot my RST ever video, called Punk as Fuck, which later inspired me to continue DIY video making until the present day, as well as his video-based endeavors. Roy is now a full-time teacher, as is Marty, who ended up teaching at his local college various community-related jobs and even a stint as a sound engineer with the Warzone Collective for several years. But I want to make it perfectly clear that I am not in competition with Marty for the Best Teacher from Old Punk Band award. And has Punk stuck with us? Yeah, I think so, even though we all took separate paths and had to adjust to various situations that life threw at us. I would say that we are all still as punk as fuck now as we were back then, perhaps just a little more cynical, yet realistic, about negotiating our circumstances. Select discography 12S. E-Truth Will Be Heard, split with Stalag 17 LPS. We Will Be Free, split with Stalag 17 and Asylum Belfast at a Glance. In 1998, Rejected Records released We Will Be Free, a 27-track CD compiling all the original vinyl releases of both Toxic Waste and Bleeding Rectum. Stalag 17, Pizzi, Tull and TC supporting Crass at the Anarchy Centre. Airs a lot of romanticizing about what a way of life punk in the north of Ireland was, but that's certainly how it felt at the time, agrees Pizzi Burns, bassist then vocalist with the aforementioned Stalag 17. To say punk was a panacea to the small-minded attitudes which 20 years of sectarian violence had engendered is a gross understatement. And given that state of affairs, it was an obvious choice for a wee spide from North Belfast, who knew very little about the outside world. Politicizing aside, I think it was the fact that the Pistols' God Save E Queen got banned from radio that made me prick up my ears. More so as I grew up in a staunchly Irish Republican area, and here was an English band in Jubilee year, basically saying that the British establishment was full of shit. Okay, so that wasn't exactly an earth-shattering revelation to someone who'd grown up at the nasty end of British justice, but it sure was exciting, and they looked great to boot. E-band formed sometime during 1980, in and around the Pound and the Harp Bar venues, inspired by the thriving Belfast scene then dominated by Rudy, E-Outcasts and E-Defects. Watching these other bands up on stage, living their dreams, it was merely a matter of time before the members of Stalag 17 decided to have a go themselves. Yeah, from there it was just a case of ending each other really, and for that I'm afraid the British establishment must take some credit, even though it sticks in my throat to admit it. You see, it was the beginning of the end of good old-fashioned, no-strings-attached dole scrounging, and government training centers sprang up everywhere with the sole purpose of turning out factory fodder. Compared to the shitty training schemes of today it wasn't too bad, I suppose, but still a bag of shite nonetheless. Anyway, I happened to ND myself in one of these, on a mechanical engineering apprenticeship, and, as it happened, so did two of the other guys, Tull and Mickey. Tull had played in a band with another guy, TC, called Maimed. Well, not exactly played, they probably did a gig or two. TC was the odd one out in that he didn't work at the training center, he had a proper job. Stalag 17, at Coleraine University Battle of E-Bands, picture by John Campbell. Mickey was in a band called Paranoid, and I dabbled with a few Harp Bar boys and Ian from E-Cult, who lived in Belfast at the time. At was mostly just jamming around one of my bass riffs, while he read a passage from some book. It was all very avant-garde and short-lived, as he soon buggered off back home, with my bass, I suspect. I'd also been rehearsing, but not playing, with E Stillborns, which had just come to an abrupt end. Tull approached me and told me that he and TC were putting a band together, and that they needed a bass player. I obliged and we started to practice in Tull's parents' garage. It was as rough as the shucks, and we had very little in the way of gear, but the crack was 90. As Mickey was in the plumbing section of the training center, we reckoned he'd be the obvious choice for making us a microphone stand, and it was during this process that we found out he was a drummer. We were complete. E-Band's RST gig was at the Hillhead Community Centre in West Belfast, although technically their public debut was prior to that when they made an impromptu appearance supporting E-Defects at the Pound. Mickey wasn't in the band at that point though, so Defects drummer Kinky kindly LLED in. It was weird, laughs Pete. He knew his shit, and we didn't. I can't remember what it was like, but I'm sure he did us justice. Whatever happened, all of our mates and the other members of E-Defects were very encouraging, as with so many of the bands featured in this book, a pivotal moment for Stalag 17, and indeed the whole scene they were a part of, was encountering, not to mention opening for, Crass in their local venue. When we were offered the Crass gig, TC nearly shit himself. I wasn't too fussed, as I had taken the line of the music press, that they were all just a bunch of aging hippies, who were humorless and using punk for their own tired political ends. Still, it was a gig and I was up for it. The RST thing that struck me, apart from how old most of them were, was the fact that a few of them wanted to hang out with the punks the night before the RST gig. I don't remember exactly who came to Paddy Rees, our pub, but Steve Ignorant was one of them. Funnily enough, he struck me as a down-to-earth punk, who was both interesting and interested. Any of the others I got to meet over the course of the weekend were pretty sound too. I even managed to have a good chinwag with Eve, about the nature of intoxication and why people felt the need to get out of it to have fun. I haven't seen a band since who got so involved with their audience, who were so accessible. Dirt and Annie Anxiety were over with them as well, and there was a vibe of togetherness about the whole ensemble that was really infectious. Saturday gig blew my napper, although I was in another dimension anyhow when I walked into the venue hall. I thought I'd entered another world. The whole place was adorned with banners, there were screens about the place, projecting wild and disturbing images, and Annie Anxiety was on the stage, looking possessed and making noises that freaked me out of my tits. However was nothing compared to the spectacle that was Crass. I'd seen more punk bands than you could shake a stick at. I'd seen every pose and sneer and sarcastic scowl in the book, but I had never seen anything like the energy these people belted out to their audience. It wasn't punk for the sake of it, it was punk saying, "Listen to us, you bastards." And in no uncertain terms either. The highlight for me was watching an RUC officer walk into a hall full of people all shouting, "Fight war, not wars." It was all too much for him, and he lay with his little piggy tail between his legs. Of course, the fuckers got their own back later, when they called in UDR reinforcements, blocked off both ends of the street and attempted to provoke a riot. On this occasion, we were all too pissed off, and they didn't get a rise from anyone. It was only AER the Crass entourage LE, that we heard how much the band lost from doing the gig. In fact, they knew they would lose it in the RST place, but they were committed to playing in Belfast, and willing to put their money where their mouths were. Inspirational stuff to a 20-year-old who'd watched wave of bands becoming rock stars and chasing the American dream. The seed for what was to happen in the Belfast punk/anarchist scene for the next 20-odd years was thus planted. TC and Tull LE the band, following a heated disagreement with Mickey at a gig in Port Stewart, so Stalag 17 recruited Gasky on guitar, and Joe on bass, allowing Pete to move up front, behind the mic. EY began organizing gigs at the Manhattan for other touring anarcho bands such as Subhumans, Dirt, and Alternative, and, as the nucleus of people involved in promoting the shows became ever more political in their aspirations, the War Zone Collective, and ultimately the self-ran Gyros venue, was born. It has to be said that the name Warzone never settled that well with me, admits Pizzi, even though I bandied it about, and put it on publications and music releases I was involved in. It bought into the besieged mentality of the people of Northern Ireland, as if we're something special because we deem ourselves as some sort of war victims. It was sensationalism of the SLF variety, but it stuck, and it was probably sexy to those outside of here who didn't know much about what was going on. When the people who ran Cafe Hideout in the Just Books building threw in the tea towel, the Warzone collective jumped in. With as much culinary experience as musical ability, we managed to keep the place running, and it became the RST Punk Drop-In in Belfast, much to the disgust of most of the serious bookie types working at Just Books. We never did get around to giving the cafe a name either, although I seem to remember Uncle Dave's Diner being considered at one point. Is was the point where we changed from being a disparate group of punks who got together now and again to arrange gigs, to a group who had the responsibility of making something work on a day-to-day basis. I suppose the old term that keeps cropping up time and again in anarcho-punk circles is the best description: organized chaos. At least it was a base, somewhere from which we could expand on our ambitions of creating a cohesive force for change in Belfast and beyond. All along our main goal was to set up our own centre. We had our drop-in at Just Books, we'd a practice space in a disused upstairs room in Dewberry's Bar in Belfast's notorious red light district, and we had a regular venue in the Labour Club. It all worked, but we needed somewhere we could do things on our own terms, whenever we wanted to. I suppose the real momentum for what was to become known as Gyros started in the Unemployed Centre, which opened in the mid-80s and proved a perfect opportunity for us. EY needed an unemployed group to give them some credibility, and we needed a new practice area as the Dewberry's regulars were getting sick of us. Rathcole self-help group, especially Roy from Toxic Waste, were instrumental in getting us a space there, where we could practice, meet, and eventually work out of. But Gyros was nothing more than a mirror held up to all of those who were preaching high ideals. It was the culmination of the thousands of hours of ponticating we'd clocked up since the early 80s. It was the place of our own we'd worked towards for so long. It was also a weight around the neck of the few who ditched their utopian expectations and actually got involved in the nitty-gritty chore of keeping the place open and running. It was no coincidence that, not long after Gyros established itself as something more than a vague hope, heroin hit the Belfast punk scene, that good old punk tradition of the self-destructive versus the constructive. To give this some perspective though, Gyros wasn't about the Warzone Collective, or Stalag 17, or any other band for that matter. It was a huge concerted effort which involved many diverse elements, most of which had nothing to do with punk, let alone anarcho-punk. A comprehensive account of the place will be created one day, so here is not the time or place to go into any further details of it. As an obvious result of relationships established with bands such as Connacht, Stalag 17 entered Matrix Studios in Kirkcudbright and recorded Society's Fairytale, which was included on Motorhead's We Don't Want Your Fucking War compilation. The album shot to number 4 in the indie charts, and the ensuing interest in the tracks from Stalag 17 and Toxic Waste led to the split 12 between the two bands on Motorhead. To promote the record, Stalag 17 embarked on an ill-fated UK tour. Well, promoting records wasn't something we were aware of. When we embarked on our tour of Scotland and England, we were just getting favors returned and using whatever contacts we had to get a few gigs for ourselves, Asylum and Anathema. It was only really a tour in terms of traveling as well. In terms of gigs, it was mostly playing support slots or having gigs cancelled, but only hearing about this upon our arrival. On one of these occasions, we strongly suspected that there hadn't even been a gig arranged in the RST place. None of this mattered though, as we just made the most of it, i.e. got pissed a lot. The downside was that we were skinned fairly promptly. Even the gigs that did go ahead paid very little, if anything. So, when the camshaft of our minibus fell off somewhere in Wiltshire, and the Ush Framagahi bailed us out with his reserves, Our last hope for petrol money to get us home were the gigs in Bristol and Telford, both of which, we learned on arrival, had been cancelled. So, it was 2 nights of nectarine wine, scrumpy, opium poppy tea, and siphoning petrol in Bristol to get us to Telford, where we hung out for a few days more, before we siphoned our way back up to Stranraer. We never did tour with Toxic Waste, either, despite the split release, but we played with them a lot, in and around Belfast. I think the only time we actually travelled with them as a band was when we went over for one of the Stop E-City demos in London and played with Connacht and the Subhumans together. Image. Stalag 17's Mickey at the Anarchy Centre. In late 1985, Gasky and Mickey L.E., just as the band had been offered a place on the very RST release from Inutial Welsh label, Words of Warning. You Are Not Alone single was a 4-way split, Stalag 17 sharing vinyl space with Oi Polloi, Hex, and Symbol of Freedom, but rather than search for new members, Pete and Joe handled the recording of their track, Harmless Fun, all themselves. Joe played the bass, and the multi-talented Pete did the rest, although when they undertook a 3-week European tour in early '86, Pete ended up drumming, Joe singing, and Jim and Brian from Asylum were DRA'd for bass and guitar duties respectively. Upon their return, Jim became a permanent member, albeit on guitar, allowing Joe and Pete to resume their former roles and recruit new drummer Malloy. Tracks were contributed to the We Will Be Free split LP with Toxic Waste and Asylum, and 2 NAL demos, and all E-Birdies sang Fuck Is For a Lark and Direction 87, were recorded on Marty from Toxic Waste's 4-track studio, before Stalag 17 disbanded following a disappointing gig on Tayport Beach, near Dundee. Some guy, Cody, I think, had asked us to come over for an all-day punk event. En route, we played a gig in Glasgow, that Alan may have possibly helped us out with. Anyway, the Glasgow gig was but I suppose, by this stage, I was ready for something else and Stalag wasn't as much fun as it had been. And the others disappeared on the day of the Tayport Beach gig, and I had to spend most of the afternoon running in and out of town, and in and out of bars, searching for them, so when we went on, much later than we were supposed to have, and played a set far below par because the boys were pissed, I decided I'd had enough. There was no big blowout, and no melodramatic showdowns, we just went back to Belfast and the band wasn't mentioned again for a long time. Pete went on to form FUAL, and has played with a string of bands, too many to mention, since, although recently he drummed for Shame Academy, alongside ex-members of Rudy and the Outcasts, and is now back with Mickey in an as-yet unnamed punk-fucking rock group. Well, I'm not sure that we were any more outspoken than any of the other anarcho-punk bands really, ponders Pete on the band's legacy. All, surely that was what it was about. I was an opinionated type, and having the opportunity to be this way in front of an audience was just too tantalizing. But, as far as I was concerned, I ditched my political commitments when I walked away from Irish Republican politics. I regarded my commitments in the anarcho-punk scene as more social than political. A subtle distinction I know, but those social commitments led me to many varied campaigns and actions over the years, the most enduring of which was my continued involvement with Gyros, that sadly closed its doors in 2003, RIP. Essay days, I just see that the state of the world and wonder where next? I was always a punk, RST, and foremost. To me, punk was the embodiment of anarchist principles in that it advocated getting off your arse and creating something. I suppose the political anarchist theory missing from this principle was creating something that was constructive, inclusive, and open, as opposed to creating self-indulgent chaos, because that was what the papers told you punk was. Getting pissed and out of it was obviously great fun, but there had to be something more to punk than that. The anarcho scene created an identity of punk that was deemed by ideals rather than outward appearance. Yes, Crass donned their black uniforms before getting on stage, and we all copied them, because copying your rock heroes was what you did, but beyond the image was something of great depth, which wasn't motivated by self-interest. I was glad to leave the ranks of King's Rodinionist punks and become a fully paid-up member of the Epping Forest militia. Because anarcho-punk wasn't a trend, it was a community. And through that community, I met people who will be friends for life. I had my ideals challenged and I challenged the ideals of others. It's not so much a case of the ideals staying with me, more the process. It taught me the importance of defending my principles, whilst at the same time being exible enough to think and act outside the cons of punk. And it's a very real possibility that, had I not got involved in punk and in Stalag 17, I would have drifted into a world not of my own choosing. I've watched close friends get sucked back into that world over the years, and when I meet some of them now, they've misery written all over their faces. I'm still pretty far from realizing my own dreams, and I still have many demons to face, but so far I'm pretty fucking happy with what I've achieved and who I've achieved it with. Select discography 7s. You Are Not Alone, split with Oi Polloi, Hex, and Symbol of Freedom 12s. E-Truth Will Be Heard, split with Toxic Waste LPS. We Will Be Free, split with Toxic Waste and Asylum at a Glance. Pizzi one day intends to release a remastered retrospective Stalag 17 CD, and he can be contacted directly at pizzib@yahoo.com. Mining a completely different musical vein to Stalag 17 and Toxic Waste was Hit Parade, the quirky project of Dave Hindman from the aforementioned Just Books shop, ably assisted by members of Crass, most notably Penny Rambeau and Eve Libertine. E7, 12, and LP he released with them were a funky mishmash of electronics, samples and tape loops that ranged from the great to the frankly horrible, but they tee well into the eclectic Crass Records catalog and all pulsed with an almost tangible outrage at the atrocities the British government were perpetrating in Northern Ireland. Dave was a bit older than many of us, reckons Toxic Waste's Roy Wallace. He came through the hippie era and was involved in the Carpenters Club, which later became the Anarchy Centre, and was partly aimed at providing a safe haven for gay men and bewildered punks in Belfast during the late 70s and early 80s. He was a bit like your uncle, I suppose, jaded with life and always critical of everything no matter what it was, but passionate and political at the same time, and even though I didn't agree with his Republican views a lot of the time, he was definitely a catalyst for change. My impression of Dave was as this one-man band sat outside of the punk, and anarcho-punk, music scene we helped create in Belfast. I would guess he had more in common with Crass and Flux and the political art bands than with any of us really. It was a weird relationship. He came across as critical yet helpful, but never really engaged with any of us politically at that time. Then again he was much older, and we were still quite young then, so there was probably a generational challenge. And I thought his music was shite, adds Roy, laughing, but I liked his approach and his ability to do everything on his own. Lyrics were basically rants, all about Dave's take on life. They never inspired me as such, but he definitely did. And that statement from Roy helps explain just why Hit Parade lives on in the memory of so many Ulster punks. Apart from the raw, infectious energy of the RST single, it certainly wasn't the music that deemed Dave Hindman, but his zealous devotion to helping create an alternative future for the youth of Northern Ireland. Yeah, he always struck me as central to a lot of the alternative media activity in Belfast, agrees Roy, yet he remained peripheral to any engagement with the Warzone Centre which we set up, always critical of everything we did, but there to help if you asked him. He gave advice and helped facilitate meetings and dialogue, and let us use the resources at both Just Books and Northern Visions. I think the mixture of youth from all over the city challenged a lot of his generation's politics, which I would attempt to describe as libertarian with Irish nationalist/Republican tendencies, whereas we were naively opposed to the whole fucking lot of them. Same situation existed with Chumbawamba and various other UK bands who would take the safe and easy route of supporting the Republican movement to the detriment of the anarchist scene in Belfast, but Hit Parade, and Dave Hindman, are not easily categorized into such a neat box, as, although he was very critical of the alternative punk and anarchist movements, he was also active within a whole range of political causes. If I'm honest though, I didn't get to know Dave well enough to make any real comment on his politics. I am only offering my opinion formed from observations made during the early 80s. He was basically a grumpy old bastard who always had something negative to say about the world, but I admired him for his unique ability to criticize you and help you out in the same sentence. He never really made an impact musically, but then I don't think that was his intention or motivation. He preferred to snipe from the sidelines with his sharp, witty observations on life in Belfast. The Lord loved hit parade's Uncle Dave, and so did we. Select discography 7s. Bad News. 12s. Plastic Culture. LPS. Knick Knack Paddywhack. At a glance. Dave's finest moment, Here's What You Find in Any Prison, appears on the 1993 Crass compilation CD, A-Sides Part 2, 1982-1984. Image. A recent picture of the irrepressible Oipoloi, live in Sweden. Chapter 9 Dinberg's Oipoloi were fairly unique as far as anarcho bands go in that they took the principles and ideologies of anarchism but delivered them via the rousing sing-along style of classic oi. Is gave them tremendous crossover appeal between the all-too and divided factions of street punk and anarcho-punk, and at least allowed them to take their potent lyrical observations to an audience possibly unused to such a positive, intelligent message. EY remain one of the most passionate, unique punk bands in the world, nowadays writing and releasing records in their own indigenous Gaelic language, an articulate protest against Anglo-American globalization. In 1976, I was only 10 years old, so I just missed getting excited about the Pistols, explains vocalist Deke Allen, on his own introduction to punk rock. But I got a radio shortly after that and it was listening to John Peel and Mike Red on Radio 1 at night and hearing stuff like E-Jam, Stiff Little Fingers and E-Skids that got me into it. In E-City by E-Jam was the RST LP I bought, and Into E-Valley by E-Skids the RST single, Fucking Magic. The music was just so new and exciting at the time, it really was magic. And when I heard Peel playing the Cockney Rejects and heard the vocalist just yelling out the lyrics with no attempt at singing, it was such a contrast to most of the totally bland shite in the charts like the fucking Bee Gees or whatever, it just really struck a chord with me. And fuck for that too, 'cause the music really changed my life totally, saved me from a life of slaving away in some shitty job for some tosser of a boss anyway. And I know there are thousands more who'd tell you the same thing. For all its faults, we've a hell of a lot to thank punk for. E-Band formed in 1981, Deke being joined by school friends, guitarist Spook, drummer Seal and Mark Miller, on keyboards. We hadn't been able to end a bassist, and since he happened to have an old keyboard lying around we roped him in and he set the sound to a kind of bass guitar noise, guffaws Deke. I've still got some classic practice tapes lying around from before our RST gig where you can hear these ridiculous synth bass lines in all these Cockney Rejects and Foreskins songs, fucking classic. Our one reason for forming was just that we were totally pissed off with watching these shitty Rolling Stones cover bands or similar, playing at these charity rock concerts our school held every term. Both we and a lot of our mates who went to these things were into punk and oi, and we wanted to see that wreaked it in the school bands that played, but they were almost always just posers from the H and 6th year doing fucking covers of Genesis or whatever, and it was doing our heads in. We soon realized that if we wanted to change this, we'd just have to do it ourselves, so we did. Indeed, Oipoloi's RST gig was during autumn 1981 in their school assembly hall, which, against all the odds, was a roaring success. Everyone thought we wouldn't actually be able to play and would be total shit. In fact, one of the main reasons that we'd got on the bill was because the entertainment committee folk thought we were so bad we'd be really funny. I remember one of the sixth form guys from the committee coming to listen to us practice and just burying his head in his hands as we blasted out the Cockney Rejects terrace anthem, East End, with that classic football chant chorus. He thought we were just terrible. What the organizers didn't seem to realize though was that a lot of other kids liked our kind of music, and folk also liked the fact that we were lively and energetic. They didn't just want some guitar wanking bullshit and posing, they wanted some rocking entertainment, and we gave it to them. The place was packed with over 400 folk, so when IRST got on the stage under the lights, I was totally shitting it and thinking, what the fuck am I doing here? But there wasn't really any escape, so we just had to go for it. AER the RST number, the place erupted with everyone cheering like anything, 'cause they'd never had a band like this at these concerts before, and also 'cause we could actually play, admittedly not very well, but good enough to do the job. So, we battered through our set of rejects, foreskins and blitz covers, and everyone loved it. It was fucking brilliant fun, so afterwards we thought, we want to do this again, and again. Our initial idea of just doing one gig to liven up these charity concerts seemed pretty limited now, so things just took off from there. It's funny looking back on it all now. I never thought it would all get so out of control. Oi Polloi lurched on for about a year as little more than a good time party band, their set nothing but covers, but once they began writing their own material they became very prolific very quickly, at about the same rate they were honing their urgent sense of social justice. Soon they had enough material to justify entering Pier House Studios in Granton, Edinburgh, to commit their compositions to tape. It amazes me sometimes, in some of the places we play abroad, where we might be playing with some young band and they have all their own gear, says Deke incredulously. You know, a bunch of 17-year-olds with Marshall stacks and so on, we still don't have our own backline AER all these years, and their parents have just handed it to them on a plate or something. When we started out, our guitarist only had a shitty Wii practice amp, I had no mic at all so I just shouted, and our drummer had to augment his rudimentary drum kit, which only consisted of a snare, bass drum and hi-hat, with a couple of buckets of fertilizer in place of tom-toms. Eventually I got a cheap plastic mic for a tenner, and we literally made a couple of mic stands ourselves in the metalwork class at school, which was pretty DIY looking back on it. We used to practice in our drummer's dad's garage, but eventually the inevitable noise complaints forced us to seek other premises, and getting a practice place was always a total headache. For a while, we had a bassist whose dad had some office out of town on this industrial estate, so we got to practice there at weekends, when there was no one around, and that was great. It all stopped soon enough though, when his dad went mental and decided he hated punks AER. Someone sprayed an anarchy sign over the bonnet of his car one night. Thankfully, we had a few mates whose parents let us practice every once in a while in their houses, so we pretty much had a different practice place every week in various schoolmates' cellars and so on. And we met this guy, Jason, whose parents were separated and who stayed with his dad who was on away, leaving his teenage son on his own, with the inevitable result that every night was party night. And this coincided with our band practices, which was great. We'd practice for a bit and then get pissed on the contents of his dad's drinks cabinet, or buzz butane lighter fuel to get out of it, which was incredibly fucking stupid, but a lot of fun at the time. Deke of Oi Polloi at the Old Arts Centre, Wood Green, London, October 1985, picture by Paul May. We played some classically bad gigs, some real crackers, in the early days when we didn't really know what we were doing, laughs Deke ruefully. One time we played at this community festival in Tollcross in Edinburgh, at this social centre open day, and, as it was during the afternoon, our drummer couldn't make it as he couldn't get out of school. We also had no bassist at the time, so it was just me and the guitarist. He played guitar and sang and I attempted to play the drums, which was a very bad idea. I can't play drums at all, and it was so bad that some random guy in the audience just said, "Look, I'll play the fucking drums, you've got to stop." That improved things a bit, but then this karate demonstration started in the next room, so everyone fucked off to watch that, and we were playing in this big hall to just one person who must have stayed behind out of pity. Pretty ridiculous really. A couple of days later, as part of the same festival, we ended up getting booked to play at this under-18s fashion show in this nightclub, with us as special guest live band. Is time, We had 3 guitarists to make up for the lack of bassist and not very loud amps. We reckoned that 340-watt amps would be the same as a 120-watt one, but of course it just made this horrendous racket. Added to that was the fact that most of our mates hadn't been let in, we'd only got one in by claiming he was a backing vocalist, and we thought the management would just forget about him, but, just as we went on stage, they thrust a mic into his hand and pushed him on with us. And, as he didn't know any of the words, he just staggered around shouting "Oi! Oi!" all the way through the set. It really was atrocious, and we ended up getting canned off the stage by angry trendies, who pelted us with soda drinks cans until we had to escape out the back door. Classic. By the time the band released their debut Destroy System demo in 1983, comprising 9 songs recorded over 3 sessions at Pier House, Deke was unsurprisingly the only original member LE, with Ozzy now on bass, GUV on drums, and both Rat and Gav on guitars. For what it's worth, sighs Deke, Gav went on to become a biologist who happily took part in vivisection. When I last heard of Spook, he was a smack dealer in Glasgow, and GUV went on to become a neo-Nazi. Rat later became an archaeologist and came back to record with us on later material, and Ozzy, a couple of years on the road as a traveler, now works in nature conservation. He still drives for us occasionally on tour. Regardless of where the members who recorded it have ended up, Destroy System is any opening gambit. Admittedly it's rough around the edges, and extremely simplistic lyrically compared to what was still to come, but it's gnarly and powerful with the obligatory rejects onions shining through on all the good, shouty choruses. Initially we probably wouldn't have even described ourselves as a punk band, admits Deke, rather surprisingly. We were just kids listening to stuff like the Rejects, although obviously we did love some punk stuff like SLF and local Scottish groups like East Kids, and the Rezolos from Fife. We mainly liked the fact that folk like the Rejects just looked like us, scruffy Herberts and boot boys. We didn't have to have fancy hair or whatever, although the oi thing, at the start at least, before it became so skinhead orientated, was pretty inclusive of punks and all sorts. Later though, as we got more and more dissatisfied with the extremely limited nature of most oi bands' lyrics, and discovered bands like Discharge, Crass and Icons of Filth, we started to gravitate more and more quickly to the anarcho-punk side of things. Oi Polloi, 1982. Seeing Discharge live in '82 really got me and Ozzy totally into them, and seeing Icons of Filth in Glasgow for the RST time had a big onions too. They were fucking amazing, and Blue Connect, who had never particularly impressed us, away. I rushed straight out and got their Onward Christian Soldiers LP, which is a work of genius. That song Saudi Children was actually the trigger for getting me to give up eating meat, and it wasn't that long till most of the others followed suit. It really is a tragedy that their singer Stig died so young, when he still had so much to offer. Anyway, by 1984, when we were doing Miners Bennett gigs during the miners' strike and taking part in the Stop E-City protests etc., we most definitely regarded ourselves as part of the anarcho-punk scene, no question about it. Suitably inspired, Oi Polloi recorded 6 songs for the Unlimited Genocide split LP with Loneheads AOA in 1985, by which time they had honed their sound to a caustic sonic attack that was almost impossible to ignore. ELP didn't actually see the light of day, through Children of E-Revolution, until late summer 1986. It was a modest indie success upon its release, spending VE weeks in the chart and reaching number 13. By then though, the band had added a second guitarist Mike and had recorded and released not only their debut 7, Resist E Atomic Menace for Steve Beatty of Plastic Head's Endangered Music label, but also one side of the Skins and Punks, Volume 2 split LP with Betrayed, for Roddy Moreno of E Oppressoi Records. So, VE years without a vinyl release, and then 3 records out in the space of 18 months. Not bad going, but Oi Polloi maintained their considerable momentum with continuous gigging and the release of their RST full-length album, Unite and Win. It was recorded in 2 sessions as we never had enough money to do it all at once, reveals Deke. Is time Rat returned on guitar for the RST side, and, as Rab had now LE, we brought in our old schoolmate Moots on bass. He had been in the band shortly AER we had started at school, and he had played drums, bass, and guitar with us at various times. He'd later been expelled from school, and his parents had sent him then to a pretty posh, fee-paying school, away from home. We were amazed when he then wrote to us saying that Spike, the drummer of London-based punk band, Apostles, who were famous for all their class war anti-rich rhetoric, was in his class at this private school, but it turned out to be true. When we met him, the guy was a good laugh though, and certainly no tough, so we got him in on drums and he played on this RST side of the album, and toured with us on our RST Euro tour. He now spends most of his time in Japan, where he is going out with some Japanese porn star or something. I was never really an official member of Oi Polloi though, Clarice Chris. Basically, whenever they were without a drummer, and had a record or gigs coming up, I'd help out. ERST record I did with them was the Unite and Win album, on which I was credited as Skullhead. In reality I had my hair down to my arse by then, and was running acid house clubs. I also did their Punkade single, and a few other things, plus a month-long European tour, which was a brilliant laugh. I suppose the main difference between them and Apostles was that Oi Polloi were a punk band with a capital P, which Apostles certainly weren't. And also Oi Polloi actually played gigs, which Apostles generally didn't, well, apart from weird one-off musique concrete type events, where they'd play amplified printing presses and stuff with feedback and tape cut UPS over the top. So, there was a much more social aspect to Oi Polloi, which I really enjoyed. I met some really nice people on tour. To be honest though, continues Deke, I think the RST side of Unite and Win, along with perhaps the Omni side single, has to rate as one of the worst Oi Polloi recordings, although there do seem to be plenty people who like them well enough. Operating on a DIY shoestring budget, money has always been a problem for us and we've always been recording against the clock, so if anything goes wrong in the studio, it's a total disaster, and that happened in both these cases. I don't think there's anything wrong with the sound or the actual songs really, but for some reason on both occasions we just really couldn't get it together, and both drummers had really bad days, so the tracks came out really sloppy. I've got practice tapes of the stuff where it sounded great, but on the day we fucked up, and we just didn't have money to redo it, which has always been a source of constant frustration. If we'd had a fraction of the recording budgets of a group like Exploited, we could have done some real classic stuff, but there you go, beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Another classic low point, from a lyrical point of view at least, would have to be this ancient song Skinhead, although with lines like Skinhead on his own, head shaved to the bone, writing skinhead slogans on a public phone, it is thankfully pretty difficult to take too seriously. There been a few other cringe-worthy moments too, like the infamous whale song, but then again a lot of people say they liked it, and the rest had a good laugh, so I think everyone's happy really. By the time they recorded the other side of the album though, GUV was back behind the kit, albeit Brie, with Dave joining on bass, and Arthur playing alongside Rat on second guitar. Arthur added a distinctly metal edge to proceedings that really suited Oi Polloi and stayed with the band for their next 2 releases, before leaving to join Exploited. Firstly, yet another split LP in 1987, this time with Aberdeen's Toxic FX, and then 1988's Outrage 7, both rabid slabs of intelligent, tuneful punk. Everyone has their own idea of what exactly punk means, and I suppose, to some people, Exploited are the epitome of punk, offers Deke, on Edinburgh's most famous punk export. That's not a view we'd hold now though, and their idea of anarchy as espoused in I Believe in Anarchy is not one we share either. That said though, as a 18-year-old, I did rush out to buy Punk's Not Dead, as did the rest of the band, and the RST Ever song we tried to play at our very RST practice was SPG off that same LP. I've seen them live a few times and they are always entertaining, but it's a completely different philosophy from what we're about really, each to their own though. I don't know Woody, but a lot of the other guys from the band I've met have been really sound. His brother Willie is a really nice guy, and Big John even lent us a practice amp from time to time in the early days, which was good of him, but Woody described us in one zine interview as a waste of electricity, pretty good that, actually, made us laugh anyway. EY didn't have that much of an effect on us really, except in that, when we RST started looking for gigs around Edinburgh in the early 80s, it was fucking difficult, because as soon as the promoters found out you were a punk band, they didn't want to know, because the aggro at a lot of early exploited gigs had really made them wary of booking local punk bands. That was a real pain in the arse and it held back a lot of bands here. Probably the best Oi Polloi album, In Defense of Our Earth, appeared in 1990 on Welsh label, Words of Warning. It remains a highlight not only for the band's sterling musical performance, but for some brave, sincere words from Deke. As well as the aforementioned whale song, you had the likes of When Two Men Kiss, that challenged stereotypical homophobic attitudes, Free Henge that questioned state oppression of the annual Stonehenge Free Festival, and Nazi Scum, a self-explanatory title for a song that has landed the, primarily pacifist, band in a few scary scrapes over the years. We've had run-ins with Nazis in several countries, and that has usually resulted in the fash getting a kicking thanks to the locals, but when we played in Tallinn in Estonia it was a very close thing, and we were lucky to get out of it in one piece. We were touring with these Finnish bands at the time, and had been put on the bill with them and a bunch of Estonian bands who we didn't know anything about. Well, we watched some of the bands, including a local punk band who were good and some local rock and roll band, and then went out to our bus to cook up some food. When we came back the Finns told us, "You're not gonna believe this. EY just had some fucking Nazi skinhead band play, with songs like Niggers Back to E Jungle." And, sure enough, when we looked around, we could see that a whole bunch of dodgy-looking bonehead fuckers had come in. It was a pretty fucked up situation, 'cause we were totally outnumbered in a strange country, but we decided to go on and speak out about how fucked up fascism and racism are, and so, between every song we gave it all the standard stuff about how they would be the RST to go if the fash ever got into power, how the real enemy wasn't the Jews controlling the government, as some of these idiots had been claiming, but the rich etc. etc. Well, anyway, a few numbers, these two boneheads came up to me and said, "You say you are against Nazis?" And I said, "Yeah," and explained why, to which they responded, "Well, we are Nazis." At which point I lost patience and just said, "Well, you better fuck off then." Deke live in Edinburgh, 1983. EY hit me in the face, I hit them back with the mic stand, and it all kicked off, with us having to try to GHT our way out of the venue with absolutely no help from any of the local audience, who seemed to think that this was all part of the entertainment. In fact, the only folk who lied to help us were the two ethnic Russian bar owners, these two Joseph Stalin lookalikes in their IES who produced these lumps of wood from behind the bar and laid into the Nazi fuckers. As none of us are hard men, we were really lucky to get out of there. Finns had windows in their van smashed, and, as we were getting into our bus it was totally surrounded by all these boneheads, kicking fuck out of it as we tried to drive away. I'm just glad we all emerged unscathed while several of those Nazi bastards would have needed hospital treatment airwards, the fucking dickheads. There have been a few other close shaves, like the time we played in Dublin in this upstairs function room and I was just about to get a kicking from these Catholic boneheads for playing our pro-choice song, "E Right to Choose," when suddenly the pub went up in Ames as there had been some argument between a couple of traveller families who had been drinking downstairs. One group broke into the other group's van, which was parked up the street, set it on and rolled it down the hill straight into the downstairs bar and burnt the place down. Fucking mental. We've had full-blown riots at some gigs too, two in particular in Edinburgh which ended in mass violence, both due to police basically attacking folk, the same in Leeds and Potsdam, which ended up with burning police vehicles and hundreds of police from Berlin with water cannons etc. In Poland recently, outside our gig, we had cops ring plastic bullets at punks armed only with snowballs. It was fucking horrible. And it makes you feel a bit weird when you play at a place like Faslane Peace Camp, where, last time we were there, playing outside the gate, half the audience were cops armed with machine guns. AER returning from a tour of the US to ND, their girlfriends had LE them. Chris and Dan decided they'd had enough of lengthy touring, leaving Deke to recruit Gilly, from Airdrie's 4 past midnight, on guitar, local drummer Murray, and Callum, formerly of East Kilbride band Jimmy Saville's Wheelchair, on bass. This lineup gave us 1993's Guilty single and undertook some intensive international touring. And Gilly LE due to alcohol problems, explains Deke. Basically all that free German beer on tour was too much for him, he had a real problem and free booze was the last thing he needed. Around this time I'd met this American guy, Brian, from US band Blown Apart Bastards, who was over in Edinburgh on a year's exchange from his university, and when he mentioned that he played guitar and was looking for a band, we just said, well, how do you fancy playing at the 1 in 12 club in Bradford on Saturday, as we just heard Gilly couldn't do it. 1 2-hour practice later and he was rocking the kids hard. How do you fancy playing in Greece next week then, we asked, and when the answer was yes, he was officially in. He then played on our live LP from Berlin, our eponymous EP on Nick Nick Nai We. He also played on and wrote a lot of the stuff for the Fouame Katha LP before meeting a French girl on tour, moving to France and marrying her. He's since helped us out on guitar and drums at odd gigs in recent times, and we keep in regular contact. AER Brian LE, we had a short spell with this guy Riley on guitar, but he didn't really seem to tee in, and when he uttered the fatal words, I think the oi polloi guitar sound should have more of an early Cramps feel, it was time to go. We were sad to ask anyone to leave the band but it's obviously worked out for the best for him now. Riley was replaced by Matt Finch, the author of Harangue Fanzine, who now also plays with In Decades Decline. He brought a heavier tinge to the band's sound that manifested itself on the 1999 Ruptured Ambition single, Let E Boots Do E Talking. Brian rejoined, back from France but this time on drums, and oi polloi undertook their most exhaustive touring schedule ever, all across Europe and the States, several years of hard gigging that ultimately took its toll on the band's lineup yet again. I remember doing one interview where bassist Callum said, my girlfriend lives in America, so I don't get to see her much. And Matt chimed in with, my girlfriend lives in the same room as me, but we're always on tour, so I don't get to see her either. He eventually decided to leave, so that he could have some kind of ordinary life. His replacement came in the form of longtime Edinburgh underground scene stalwart, Ricky of Ruby Buddha, who had been heavily involved in stuff like the Edinburgh Punks picnics and festivals for years. He wrote and played on the THC EP, but LE shortly afterwards when the two of us fell out over a really stupid incident in the pub. I was drunk and rude to him, and when I tried to apologize he, with some good reason, had been having a go at me. Unluckily though, an old mate of mine, the ex-singer of AOA actually, had come out that night, despite having not been to any gigs for years, and when he saw Ricky, who he didn't know and who had short hair at the time, and had just been drinking with some skinheads, shouting angrily at me, he put 2 and 2 together and made VE and mistakenly thought he was some kind of fascist. And half strangled him before I could make him stop. AER spending time with a Polish girl, Yaga, on guitar, Ricky rejoined, and oi polloi Nally settled into a stable lineup around 2001 of Ricky and Callum, drummer Cam, with the stoical Deke now a veritable institution behind the mic. His incarnation of the band has already been responsible for the Alive and Kicking CD, recorded at a recent show in Switzerland, a new 7 on Finnish label Komiset Levet, and a split 12 with Israeli band Nikmat Olalim for Campari. I think the energy to keep the band going comes from the fact that we all love the music and what we're doing so much, says Deke, of his unwavering dedication to oi polloi, coupled with the fact that none of us have the kind of outside work or obligations that prevent us from doing it. We obviously have to work from time to time, but we're not in positions where we can't still get plenty of time to rock, and none of us has kids either, which gives us a lot more free time and energy. I mean, even I've ended up working now, he laughs incredulously, as a television producer of all things. But despite my views on TV in general, I work on Gaelic language programs, which is supporting the indigenous minority culture here in Scotland, so that totally squares with my ideals about supporting diversity and getting this one world monoculture that big business wants to foist on us all. And our next project is even a program about a Gaelic language punk band called Milla Hul Rudd, so I'm bringing political punk rock to the masses, and there's nothing wrong with that. Indeed, the band's own commitment to save endangered languages that began with the Fwame Catha LP reached a natural conclusion with the 2003 Carson single, that was entirely in Gaelic, although thankfully also with a translation for the less enlightened souls amongst us. Well, there's negative and positive, reckons the vocalist on his lyrical impetus. Every time I see some fucker like Bush, Sharon, or Blair coming out with some of their shite on the TV or whatever, that's an inspiration to stand up and GHT back against the kind of evil they're involved in. Every time I hear about some new crime perpetrated by some multinational company etc., that just makes you say, fuck that. We're not taking this shit. SA fuckers are not gonna get away with that without resistance and folk like us raising our voices against it. So, basically, all the shit in the world is an inspiration on the one hand, and, on the positive side, all the kind feedback and support we get from folk who write to us or meet us at gigs when we're on tour, that really keeps us going too. When you meet folk who tell you that they stopped eating meat as a result of listening to one of your records, or that they formed their own band or got involved in anti-fascist action or hunt sabbing or squatting, or whatever other kind of direct action, as a result of our stuff, then that really shows you that it's something worthwhile that we're doing. We had a couple of letters from folk who told us that they used to be into fascist shit like Screwdriver until they started listening to us, and to me that alone makes it all worthwhile. If we've changed two people from being potentially active neo-Nazis into anti-fascists, that's maybe saved some innocent folk from being attacked and injured or worse by them, and that's reason enough for me to keep going. I read a piece once in some zine too, where the writer talked about how they'd contemplated suicide but how bands like Oi Polloi and the Subhumans had made them realize they weren't alone, and so they'd been able to draw strength from that to carry on etc. Stuff like that is good to know. And again, every fucking hypocritical band we see ripping people off, or selling out, is an inspiration to us to keep on doing things the DIY way, to show that there are still some of us here who can't be bought and who are not in it for money, or some kind of fucked up status. We never broke up and fucked off when things got hard, we've always been here and put our money where our mouth is. People know that, and when they tell us that that inspires them, well, that in turn encourages us to keep on going. I should emphasize too that we don't plan on stopping anytime soon either, so you'll have to put up with us for a while yet, I'm afraid, ha. People are always knocking punk and saying it can't change anything, but that is bullshit. You look at any political direct action group, like, say, an AFA group, or a Hunt Sabs group, or a bunch of politically motivated squatters, or whatever, and there are almost always numerous punks or ex-punks involved. Punk music can open people's eyes, make them think and inspire them to action, and that has concrete results in the real world. To think otherwise is to be pretty naive. A dog rescued from a laboratory by activists inspired to direct action and involvement in animal rights by an Icons of Filth record, the Nazi bonehead kicked to fuck by AFA folk inspired by the Blaggers, the squatted community center providing cheap nutritious vegan food to the local unemployed and pensioners set up by folk inspired by Crass, the woodland saved from destruction by Earth First activists, RST encouraged to get involved in direct action by anarcho-punk, these things are all real examples of what political punk has, and can, accomplish. Alright, we haven't bought the system crashing to its knees, but all around the world there are hundreds of thousands of people actively involved in working towards that end, and creating alternatives to it to put into practice in their daily lives, who have been inspired to do so by their involvement in punk. Is music changed my life and probably the lives of most of the readers of this book too, don't knock it. Select discography 7s. Resist Atomic Menace. Outrage. Omnicide. Guilty. Oi polloi. THC. Let boots do talking Carson. LPS. Unlimited Genocide, split with AOA. Skins and Punks, Volume 2, split with Betrayed Mad As, split with Toxic FX Unite and Win in Defense of Our Earth Flame Katha. At a glance. Step 1's Pigs for Slaughter CD compiles 23 of the best Oi Polloi tracks ever, and comes complete with exhaustive liner notes from Deke, making it a perfect introduction to the band. If you can track down the original release on Rejected Records though, it's worth the extra effort, as that included a free DVD-R of guitarist/drummer Brian Tippe's film, Global Descent, Anarchist Music and Action, much of which is about the band and the alternative circles they move in. Formed in Stirling, Scotland, in early 1982, when all the band members were still at school, Political Asylum were an unassuming punk band that released several strong records, some hugely popular demos, and did hundreds of gigs across the UK, Europe, and America. As brashly melodic as they were politically sincere, the band may not have enjoyed the same prole as some of their more successful counterparts, but they were an integral part of the earthly independent underground scene that existed at the time. It was certainly completely DIY, laughs vocalist Ramsey Cannon, who teamed up with guitarist Stephen Cheesy Brown when he was kicked out of the rather GI-ed new wave band, A Change in Blues, for being too punk. We used to practice in each other's bedrooms, we didn't have a drummer, or a bass player, at various times, so it was literally just me and Stephen. He'd put his guitar through his stereo for a bit of amplification, and I'd plunk away on the bass unamplified, and sing, or rather shout. Political Asylum, Live Dunfermline 1984, picture by Andrew Metcalf. When we did have a drummer, we'd play in my house, so, our thanks to my long-suffering mother, and neighbors. Of course, we didn't have much gear, but we did have non-punk friends that we could borrow stuff from, when we needed it. I honestly can't remember our RST gig, he adds. I think it may have been at a hall, in one of the villages near Stirling. We probably took a minibus full of friends, punks, and locals, who all gleefully spat on us. Fortunately, gobbing at bands died out soon that, by and large. Our second or third gig was at our high school. It was shut down by the headmaster 4 songs, 'cause he thought the dancing punks, many of whom were not from Stirling High, were trying to cause a riot. Gigs we did play were all self-organized, self-promoted, typically they were in non-commercial venues. Remember, we were pretty young, and the few bars or clubs that had live music wouldn't have booked a bunch of 18-year-olds. I remember booking the community center on the estate where Stephen lived. My mother used to work voluntarily for Women's Aid, who provided shelter for battered women, and the community center said we had to provide security, as part of us being able to book it. So Mima and a bunch of women from the shelter were our security that night. Needless to say, there was no trouble. Originally named Distraught, at least long enough for Ramsey to paint it on the back of his leather jacket in the time-honored punk tradition, Political Asylum recruited Chris Spike Lowe on drums, albeit trying out pretty much every kid under 18 who was vaguely into rock music and or punk who had a drum kit or a bass, and recorded the aforementioned Fresh Hate demo during late 1982. Under the guidance of engineer Steve McLean, Political Asylum tracked 14 songs in just 2 days, with Ramsey handling the bass guitar for the live tracking of the music, then Steve re-recording anything that was felt to be substandard, which was most of it. A rather impressive debut though, if a little generic and wooden in places, the standout track being the anthemic Disarm or Die, although the introductory bass riff of Trust in Me was instantly recognizable to fans of American hardcore. it being a note-for-note copy of one of Black Flag's Nest Moments, 6-pack. Yeah, we were always happy to rip off tunes from anyone, anywhere, anytime, laughs Ramsey. If one listens not too closely elsewhere, you can hear bits of Public Image, The Damned, Husker Du, Zounds, Black Sabbath, even Dire Straits, 8 whole bars of the Sultans of Swing solo lead wholesale. I was into, very early on, through the joys of tape trading, a lot of the stuff that was coming out of America in the early 80s, and was also getting into some contemporary political folk music. Basically, it's fair to say that we were open to anything that had plenty of harmony and melody. All of the music was written by Stephen and myself. When we were growing up, he was into heavy metal and rock, whilst I was into punk and new wave. But we spent a lot of time, even before we were in the band together, hanging out, and playing each other our favorite music. He introduced me to Iron Maiden, Motorhead and Trust. I got him into Black Flag and Amoebics. However, I suspect the main thing that set us apart from a lot of the bands of the period was that we did everything in relative isolation. We never really had the patronage of other bands, or Injunchalgers to guide us. We never had a track on bullshit detector, we really just did it all ourselves. We never bothered releasing a record for several years. Our RST-7 came out in 1985, by which time we'd in effect already released 2 albums, in the form of studio demos. And we didn't really care that much about the conventions and traditional stereotypes of the anarcho-punk scene, or any other scene for that matter. Also, most of the band weren't even punks. Stephen was never a punker, he was into rock/metal, same with Norman, the longest serving of the early bass players. I remember playing gigs with Stephen and Norman's long hair, Stephen wearing a Status Quo shirt and Norman wearing his brown leather waistcoat, with the Saxon patch on the back. We all looked pretty normal, we all were pretty normal. We didn't dress the part, we didn't really conform to whatever the conventions were. And while most of the band were vegetarian, some weren't, and we weren't afraid to admit that. Or that we liked different forms of music. And, of course, the music we played wasn't really punk, certainly not the formulaic stuff anyway. But it wasn't really metal either, though we had lots of guitar solos. I'm actually not quite sure why we were embraced by the underground punk scene. In the early 80s, punks and metalers didn't mix. Motorhead maybe, but that was it. Yet folks really dug our music, especially skinheads, for some reason. What was very apparent right from that RST recording though was the serious approach Ramsey took towards his lyrics, doing his level best to pen stimulating and cogent words to express his frustration at the injustices so apparent to him in modern society. Well, in 1979, when I was 13, I got into both punk and anarchism. I got into them separately, but at the same time, and they were very much connected. I bought my RST Crass t-shirt that year, even though I'd never heard their music, just because it had anarchy, peace, and freedom written on it, and I thought that was what I was into. Henceforth, I always regarded myself as an anarchist, and still do. Anarchism, to me, has always been a very common-sense form of theory, history, and practice, based on the rather simple idea that folks are best able to organize their own lives, economically, socially, culturally, and politically, without the impediments of authority, hierarchy, and the domination of others. I was denitely partly attracted to punk because of the politics behind it, the rebelliousness etc. Not just anarcho-punk either, most punk was at least vaguely anti-authoritarian, whether it was the angelic upstarts, Ruts, UK Subs, Damned, Black Flag or Husker Du. So, I was denitely a punk rocker, but the rest of the band most denitely weren't. Chris Lowe was the earliest band member that completely identified with the whole anarcho-punk thing. He tracked down and bought lots of the records, did his own anarcho-zine etc. From an early age, I was into distributing and selling zines myself. At the infamous Zigzag Squat gig in '82, I was peddling my wares out of a polythene bag, whilst this bunch of older dudes, all with beards, were sitting behind a table full of anarcho-literature. Transpires they were with Houseman's bookshop. I befriended them that night, they put up with me, and in many ways helped mentor me in the ways of anarcho-literature. Partly through their help, I started selling all sorts of more explicitly anarchist and political literature, at political asylum shows, and anywhere else I could. But it's also fair to say that no one else in the band shared my commitment to anarchism, although the rest of them were more or less sympathetic, and we were all into the way we did things, hence, virtually all our gigs were Bennett's. But it's probably accurate to say that I was the only person in the band that had a real understanding of anarchism, and would have called themselves an anarchist as such. As discussed above, most of the band were never punk rockers, though and through the band, various folks got into various punk bands they weren't into before, recruiting old school friend Norman Omsen on bass. The band relocated to Edinburgh in 1984, replacing Chris Lowe with Edinburgh punker Tam Francis in the process. A new demo, Valium for E-Masses, showcasing the note and considerable talents of the new lineup was duly recorded, with the fretboard heroics of Brown really stealing the show, the guitarist showboating far more than was widely accepted in a scene that generally poured scorn on such rock clichés as solo spots. It should be noted that two of the songs recorded actually featured lyrics given to Ramsey by another Scottish punk band, Mutual Fear. Also, the backing vocals on the metallic chugger, A Day in a Life, were provided by Boggy, the singer of Edinburgh band, Abused, and close friend Dallas, who would later front Darlington band, Dan. Political Asylum's Ramsey at an early rehearsal, 1982. Late 84 saw Political Asylum picked up by Bristol label, Children of E-Revolution. AER Tim Bennett, the label boss, was blown away by their set at a show in Belfast, a gig no doubt precipitated in part by the large number of tapes the band were sheeing at gigs and through the extensive mail network that maintained the grassroots scene back then. Yes, we played this big show in Belfast. I believe it was the show that helped set up the Warzone Collective, at least in terms of money. There was Political Asylum, Subhumans, Disorder, and a bunch of other bands. Tim, who ran COR, was over with Disorder. AERR said, this grubby chap came running up to us, and said we were amazing, and that he wanted to put out a record. We couldn't really understand his thick Bristol accent, and we thought he was asking if we had a record. We said, nah, sorry mate, but we do have some demo tapes you can buy, which he did. Fortunately, for all concerned, we ended up staying in the same as Tim that night, and he made us understand that he actually wanted to release us himself on record, and we said sure. A 3-track Winter EP was released by COR in 1985, and sold 3,000 copies within a year, a single that captured the band's atmospheric melodies to a T, not least of all on the dreamy Winter of Our Discontent title track. By this time one of Tam's Edinburgh friends, Pete Barnett, had joined on second guitar for a brief time, allowing Stephen more room for maneuver with some tasteful harmony solos the result. More personality clashes within the band led to Tam's departure, and Pete walked out in sympathy, meaning that the band were back to a 4-piece once they found new drummer Keith Burns. Ralph Hardy, who had overseen the single and previous demo, recorded the 1986 demo, Walls Have Ears, live in the band's rehearsal room straight onto his portable 4-track machine. For something committed to tape under such limiting conditions, it stands up to repeat listening today remarkably well, the band's spirited performance exuding a real energy. Norman Lee soon AER its release though, and was replaced by Ewan Hunt, just in time to record the excellent Someday mini LP in some studio just outside Edinburgh with Paddy O'Connell at the helm for German label, We Bite. To promote the release, Political Asylum undertook their RST European tour, albeit a typically DIY affair that saw Ramsey's longtime sparring partner Stephen Brown departing the band upon its conclusion. "It was in the days when we used to travel to gigs on National Express buses," recalls Ramsey. "Remember, we were really young and you couldn't rent a van till you were 21, even if you had a driving license, so we just carried our guitars, and snare drum and bass drum pedal, with us. We actually did that RST European tour in 1987, via train, the same principle, but with Eurorail passes. And that was a 3-week tour. A couple of times when we traveled to places, noon would, or could, put us up for the night. We slept one night in a bus shelter on West Bromwich High Street, and it was raining, of course. We slept the next night, on the same jaunt, in the Bull Ring Market in Birmingham city centre. It was relative luxury, 'cause we could actually sleep on the tables, so at least we were off the oar. Later on though, we even bought a van, and blew the engine on the way south, the RST time we tried to drive ourselves to a gig. It wasn't too pleasant an experience either, but, we loved to play, and we genuinely didn't mind if we were just playing to VE people or 500. Anyway, Stephen Lee at the end of that RST tour around Europe, basically he wanted to play more rock, i.e. slower. Whilst we wanted to play more melodic punk, i.e. faster. So, we placed an ad and auditioned some folk, and got Stevie Dewar in on guitar. The ensuing window on E-World album saw the band locked formidably tight, and whilst Stephen Dewar had some awfully big shoes to LL, he managed more than adequately, bringing some instigators like Ourishes to his rhythm playing, which helped compensate for the lack of shredding lead work. Ramsey's vocal delivery had also come on in leaps and bounds, the restrained, subtle harmonies reminiscent of mid-period works by USHC luminaries Government Issue and Dag Nasty. But only one side of Window was studio recorded, the other was recorded live in February 1989 at the Woomington Hall, during a UK tour with Atcher on Acid and Danbird No Bacon, and sounds incredibly cohesive and powerful considering that it was recorded with no overdubs onto a portable 8-track tape machine. A track from the same live recording, a cover of Wire's E15th, was also included on the Fuck Emmy compilation album, alongside the likes of Chumbawamba. It was the only big UK tour we ever did, something like 19 gigs in 21 days, most of the British gigs we played were one-offs, or just 3 or 4 in a row, which I guess doesn't really count as a tour, as such. That whole trip was pretty memorable though, partly because, by then, we were, in my humble opinion, really fucking good, and partly 'cause the entire tour was a Bennett for local anti-poll tax groups. We gave the door money each night to the local group from whichever town we were playing, and we raised a lot of money on that trip. When Stevie moved to Holland, right AER the band's sole American tour in '89, Political Asylum became a truly European entity, recruiting Leo Van Zetten on bass and Keys de Grief on drums, recording the How E West Was 110 for John Yates's Allied Recordings label in Holland in 1991. Another great release, it was also the NAL release for Political Asylum, who ground to a halt when faced with the logistical problems of doing a band with friends who live hundreds of miles away across a considerable tract of very deep water. Yeah, the international band thing is hard to do, and it all just kind of trundled to a halt, which was although, if I remember rightly, we did one last European tour in '93, probably a dozen or so gigs. Stevie was actually living in Germany by that time, it was me and him, and we just got these German friends of his, a bassist and drummer, to do it. We rehearsed for a day beforehand, did the tour, and that was that. It was actually pretty good too. I think the last ever Political Asylum show was in Göttingen, in Germany, and it was great. I still have all the old ideals, adds Ramsey, who now fronts the protest folk band, Folk Is, and runs the alternative publishing house AK Press out in California, where he emigrated in 1994. I think my politics have matured since those teenage years, become more sophisticated, less black and white. But that means I am even more convinced now in my anarchist beliefs and practices. Actually, I don't think that the politics of anarcho-punk in the 80s had that much to do with anarchism anyway, more like militant liberalism, but that's another story. In terms of the punk DIY stuff, I guess I am still involved, somewhat, in that scene. And certainly I still try and practice, as much as one can, living under the dictatorship of capital, the self-management of my life, work, culture, and music. I was in political asylum for, I don't know, 10 years or so, and obviously it was a great part of my life, and the basis for a lot of where I am today, but I don't really care if people remember us or not, to be honest. I'm proud of what we did, and of the music, and I still really like listening to it. If other folks dug it, or still dig it, that's great, but if they don't, then that's NE too. I don't think music alone can change the world, but I think that art, and culture, are a very necessary part of life, and of struggle, and the struggle for a better life for us all. Music can't, and doesn't, change the world then, but it is, or can be, an important part of that process. Select discography 7s. Winter. MLPs. Someday. How E West was 110 LPS. Window on E World. At a glance, E Band's strong musical legacy is thankfully quite well documented on CD, with San Francisco label Broken Records having released a colorful retrospective, Rock, You Sucker, and Finnish label Passing Bells having compiled most of the band's first 3 demos and the 85 single for their 24-track winter disc. W. Alternative, Picture by Trunt. Ideally regarded by many as the Scottish Crass, Alternative were spawned in the thriving scene centered around Dunfermline during late 1979. A very RST lineup of the band consisted of vocalist Craig Trinity Nicole, guitarist Rick Bentley, bassist Wilf Schuerman and drummer James J.A.A. Murphy, although by 1980, Rodney Relax Comrie had replaced Rick on guitar, and Eric Rice Beveridge had joined as second vocalist. We were heavily influenced by them lyrically, admits Rice, on the constant comparisons to Crass that Alternative have endured over the years. So were many others around at that time, but we could see the connection and it didn't perturb us unduly. Musically, we did sound quite different to them though. Our biggest influence when we started was probably E-Clash, I think. We wanted to have our own sound and not get caught up by the whole issue of musical style. We played how we wanted to play and not how others wanted us to, and we had our own way of communicating our views and opinions. In the very beginning, we didn't regard ourselves as an anarcho-punk band anyway, but as the band progressed over the years, the ideas behind anarchist values, the struggle for and vision of a better society, became more apparent, the struggle of the oppressed looking for their freedom, the struggle of anyone looking for a new type of society that would put the needs of people before power, and the planet we live on before prod. At RST we would practice at Rick's house, then we were able to practice at a community center located in Rosyth. Nally we got our own practice place in Dunfermline that we rented from the council. Is was later to be known as EPAD and soon became a small autonomy center, a basic anarcho center that would facilitate other bands in the area with a place to practice, as well as acting as a meeting place for like-minded individuals. It was used to create fanzines like Lipstick on Your Collar, and many articles and posters. Due to the size of the venue, it was unable to host large events, but smaller events like gigs took place all the time. It was a particularly good place for small local bands to play their RST show. As EPAD developed over the coming years, it became a center where all kinds of people could come from all different age groups and backgrounds, with many different tastes in music, to share their ideas with others in a friendly atmosphere. It became a place where people could escape to share common beliefs and information with each other. Alternative Live, 1981. E-Band made their RST appearance on vinyl courtesy of Crass, with the track Change It on 1980's Bullshit Detector album. A simple, rather generic punk ditty, that stood out on the record by virtue of its unassuming yet catchy chorus. It not only helped the band's national proll immensely, more importantly it started a relationship with Crass that would eventually lead to the release of the quietly seminal In Nomine Patri single in early 1983, by which time, Gordon Gog Smith had replaced Wilf on bass, and Doug E. McHale from E-Actives had joined as second guitarist. Recorded at Southern Studios by John Loder, The main thrust of the EP was the potent Antichrist, a powerful statement opening with the unforgettable metaphor, "I came out of the warm womb into a world of fear and hopelessness, I was given the GI of life, but the package of this GI was opened by someone else." It spent 3 months in the independent charts, peaking impressively at number 6, and Alternative played many shows, not only with local bands such as Patrol, UK Anarchists, and Y, but also with the bigger acts such as Crass, Flux of Pink Indians, Poison Girls, E-System, and E-Mob, whenever they ventured north of the border to tour Scotland. Most of the bands we played with we enjoyed. Those gigs were especially good as we all shared a common interest and similar frames of mind. Playing with some of the better-known bands always made for a good gig, obviously, but Alternative were not just about music or money, we were about communicating with people openly and directly, and every gig we played gave us this opportunity. We used the sounds made by our instruments just like our fanzines, posters, handouts, and artwork, as a means of connecting with individuals on a more personal level so they could understand our views and opinions for themselves. So it was never a case of playing with bands that were smaller or bigger, it was about unity, the coming together of like-minded individuals striving for the same cause. Of course, not everybody who turned up at the gigs was to be friendly. A memorable gig would be one we played in Livingston, where the crowd formed a semi-circle around the band as we were playing. EY were showing no response, there was no clapping, no booing, no anything. When we eventually nished the set, we mentioned to the guy who had organized it that we didn't think we'd gone down too well, to which he replied, "If they hadn't liked you, they would have kicked the shit out of you and nicked all your gear." Worst gigs were the ones where mindless violence would break out in the crowd. One of the worst gigs was in Bells Hill, near Glasgow. We had only just got into our third song and a riot started between local rival gangs. Gig was an all-ages show in a local community center, there were bottles ying all over the place, one guy was running round hitting people with a hammer, another guy grabbed a heavy-based mic stand and threw it into the audience. He then retrieved the stand and replaced it on the stage, and even said, "Thanks." We had to stop the gig and then transport some young guys out of the area in our van as they were in real fear for their lives. Another particularly bad gig was in Clydebank at the Hardgate Hall. We were playing with some of the local bands from the Glasgow area, Practex and State of Decay. I can remember, at the end of our set, we would always play out with the song "Where Are Your Hiroshimas," and would invite individuals from the crowd onto the stage, and ask them to hold small banners whilst we played the last song of the set. Was when a small element of the crowd decided to shout abuse at us, and start to throw beer cans and bottles at the band. Were trying to pull the banners from the people who were holding them, and spitting the usual mindless violence these individuals always seemed to get off on. Some member of the crowd was hit in the face with a bottle or glass, and the gig ended up with arguments between two of the bands as to who was to blame. Once everything calmed down, we packed up our kit and left Clydebank under a hail of arguments and abuse. Following the release of the single, Linda Linger Rotherham joined on vocals, Brie making the band a 7-piece, a lineup that was captured on the Live at E-Bunker cassette alongside Dirt and Reality Control. By the end of 1983 though, Rice, Trinity and Gogs had all left the band within the space of a few weeks, Rice joining E-Actives as vocalist the following year. Neil and Darren joined on vocals and bass respectively, only to see Dougie replaced on guitar by Billy D. Wharf and JAA superseded on drums by David Chips Wood, formerly the drummer with Y. Was the lineup that recorded the superb If EY Treat You Like Shit, Act Like Manure album for Corpus Christi during spring 1984. Recorded again at Southern, only this time with Pete Wright of Crass overseeing production duties, the album was an accomplished collection of memorable and provocative protest songs. From the up-tempo, not to mention, sarcastic, Opener, another subversive peace song, reminiscent of Connacht at the height of their powers, to the mournful melodies of Now I Realize, the album still stands as any tribute to a criminally overlooked band that commanded tremendous compositional skills. By far the most poignant song on the LP, Caroline's Carnival addressed the abduction, and subsequent killing, of VE-year-old Caroline Hogg from Portobello, near Edinburgh, on July 18, 1983. The murder went unsolved until, in 1994, pedophile serial killer Robert Black was convicted and sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences for the heinous crime. Linda's somber intoning, "Listen a while, just listen," to the screams of little girls, incestuously loved, still resonates with hair-raising pathos. Elsewhere on the album, she achieved the tarried, breathless vocals on "Death Isn't So Sweet" by sprinting around the studio several times before attempting her take. A July tour, and the release of the E.T. Rich demo, Billy and Neil Le the band, and were replaced by Sean Halliday and Lisa, previously with Edinburgh band, Direct Action. How Dare You, demo was recorded at Dunfermline Studio, Slurpy Gloop, by Pano, who himself played synthesizer on the recording. Band's sound was always evolving, alongside main songwriter Rodney's individual development as a musician, moving ever further away from the harsh distorted style that characterized their earlier recordings and into more experimental areas. Alternative, 1981. In fact, it was the resulting musical differences that prompted most of the personnel changes in Alternative, and sure enough, Lisa soon Le, with Ian Inexpall, formerly of AUK, then joining on second guitar. AER playing on the Tarek 1985 demo, "Just because boot fits, doesn't mean you have to wear it." He also Le, apparently not quite seeing eye to eye over the issue of pacism, to join Edinburgh's Slaughterhouse Psychos, before playing with Dundee's Exalt and his tribe. Aware that the band had ran its natural course, Rodney and Linda folded Alternative in 1986. AER one last 7-track demo, Touchy Earth, was recorded on an 8-track portable studio in the practice room of the band's home in Pittencrieff Street, Dunfermline. Chips played alongside Ian in Slaughterhouse Psychos, but sadly died in 2004 following a prolonged bout of ill health. He was a very kind man with a huge talent, and he will be sadly missed by all those who knew him, worked with him, and had the pleasure of his company throughout the years, reeks Ian sadly, before adding, on the personal impact his short tenure with the band had. Being involved with something like Alternative changed us all for the good. We're all still nonconformist to a certain degree within our lives. You can't but be changed when involved with a band like ours, in a movement that meant so much to so many. I like to think there is still a little bit of anarchist LE within most of us, although I know for some members that LE for personal reasons that the idea of anarchism ever really working began to fade. I'd also like to think that the Alternative will be remembered as one of the many UK bands that spoke up against the injustices of the world and helped make some people create an opinion for themselves, he adds proudly. We used our music as a tool to bring people together, not as a stepping stone for an ego trip. There were more than enough people doing that at the time to help keep the capitalistic music industry thriving. We stood up for what we believed in a vain attempt to provoke a reaction, and we would never rise to those mind-fucked individuals whose sole purpose was to ruin it for everyone else. Certain people had preconceived ideas of Alternative as being blind, unrealistic, grass-eating pacists, but the truth of the matter is, those individuals were the ones who were most unwilling to look at their own attitudes and circumstances, and to take the appropriate action to end the solution best betting their situation. Our concept of anarchy was a peaceful autonomous way of living, not like many people who thought immediately of a lawless state, Clarice Rice. We were concerned about politics, religion, war, greed, and the destruction of the planet, and realizing that these issues were all interlinked and affecting us all, we believed in a society based on the individual. However, each individual would have different needs, feelings, and attitudes to the next, and it would have been unrealistic to think this would have happened overnight, but not unrealistic enough to think we couldn't bring about change within the system we lived in individually. Alternative were not dreamers, we believed in a vision, that united struggle that all anarchist bands of our time believed in, a continuous struggle for a better society. We knew that our actions and ideals then could determine what kind of future we would face in years to come, and the idea of sitting back and doing nothing, waiting for the big day to come, was not an option. You had to liberate yourself, change the way you were, and reshape your whole process of thought. Select discography 7s. In nomine patri. LPS. If EY treat you like shit, act like manure at a glance. Overground Records included the track Where Are Your Hiroshimas, on their 2006 Anti-Society compilation, whilst the single track, Antichrist, appears on the Crass Records compilation CD, A-Sides, Part 2, 1982, 1984. If alternative were the Scottish Crass, Loneheads AOA were surely the Scottish Discharge, such was the unbridled ferocity of their sonic attack. Indeed, the abrasive fervour with which they applied their CRA was even the equal of fellow Scots, the aforementioned Oi Polloi. Beginning life as Virus, guitarist Scott Payton, bassist Bruce Wagner, drummer Anthony Mallon and vocalist Stephen Telford Nally settled on the name All Out Attack during the summer of 1982, shortening it to just AOA soon thereafter. Discharge Denny Telly struck a chord with us musically, agrees Scott. Whilst Crass certainly changed our way of thinking, those were probably our most important influences at the time. The ever-worsening political climate provided more than enough fuel to keep the re-well stoked and the heat rising, and the situation spiraling out of control from our youthful perspective was a convincing call to the sign. A real sign of the times, of the early 80s, unemployment, the threat of nuclear war, misery and pessimism, and, of course, the miners' strike was literally on our doorstep. We were right there, in the thick of it, for better or worse. Anarchist punk seemed like a vehicle for individual thought, a way to express our ideas and feelings through our own distinctive musical meanderings. I spawned from a drumming family, which was denitely an advantage for me, pointing me in the right direction, and helping as far as knowing what gear to get, etc. We also utilized our connections in the local community for rehearsal space, which changed from a school classroom the one week, to a community hall the next. We were a very noisy lot, as you've probably already gathered. Numerous noise complaints aside though, we managed to secure our RST gig at the local town hall in 1982, just us and the disco, which was an interesting experience, but inevitably ended on a sour note with the mindless violence of human nature manifesting itself, a sad sign of things to come. As someone once said, it's not the people in power we should worry about, it's the power in people. Bands started playing locally on a regular basis, but it was only when they made their big city debut in nearby Edinburgh in 1983, supporting the Reeds at nightclub, an infamous venue that had previously played host to everyone from Crass to Dead Kennedys, that they really started to get noticed by the Scottish punk fraternity. We were meeting both a positive and negative response, admits Scott, but our message was clear and we had a truly in-your-face no-compromise attitude. Our vocalist was becoming quite a notorious guru in the burgeoning local scene with his legendary speeches between songs, and the all-out attack philosophy started to take shape. Anarchism seemed to be what we were looking for, and we demanded it with passion. A formative demo, Condemned to Destruction, was also recorded in 1983, straight onto 4-track tape in a local home studio, before AOA realized their magnum opus, the blisteringly unfettered material, sonically more Chaos UK than Crass, that would appear on the Who Are You Trying to Con. 12. It was recorded with Pete Haig at his Pier House Studios in Edinburgh, an establishment the band would visit for all ensuing recordings. RST tentative steps and the initial experimentation, Scott recalls the RST demo fondly, an exciting prospect for any budding musician, and a great outlet for teenage angst. I have fond memories of those early studio songs. Anyway, Who Are You Trying to Con was fast becoming a bit of an anthem at gigs, he reckons. So we had to get a recording done, whatever the cost. As it turned out, we got VE tracks down very quickly. Time is money in the recording studio. Who are they trying to con, indeed. And yes, that probably was our deaning moment as AOA, then as now, it still evokes my determination, individualism, and freedom of speech. Initial article was sent to various record labels, but it was Children of a Revolution that saw our potential. Originally it was to be a 7 single, but then it was decided that it would do better as a 12. However, seeing as the 7 sleeves had already been printed, they were utilized as inserts for the 12 release, never once to waste anything. AOA at the Wood Green Arts Center, October 1985, picture by Paul May. Tim Bennett from C.O.R helped the band set up a tour of England and Wales. There are RST shows outside of Scotland, but drummer Malin Ellie literally days before the dates were due to begin. Undeterred, AOA loaded their transit van and hit the road regardless, planning to ND a replacement drummer en route. Thankfully salvation, albeit just for one gig, was at hand, in the guise of Steve Beatty, now the man behind the hugely successful Plastic Head distribution, then running Endangered Music from his own bedroom. He learned the band's live set in record time, for a show at Bristol's Demolition Diner, and later released their 1988 album, Satisfactory Arrangement. But RST, Unlimited Genocide, once again through COR, only this time a split LP with close friends Oi Polloi, followed in August 1986, and spent VE weeks in the independent chart, peaking at number 13. We played gigs with many different bands, but our connection with Oi Polloi stemmed from way back, right to the initial conception of the local punk scene, and we got to know each other very well, some would say. In fact, at one point I was sharing a with the Oi Polloi guitarist, the respective vocalists were cohabiting, and the 2 bass players were brothers. Oh, and as for the drummers, well, we always had a sneaking suspicion of a percussive late-night rendezvous. It was this tight relationship that eventually culminated in Unlimited Genocide, which I had originally wanted to call Scotland E Grave, the RST release to feature our new full-time drummer, Deke. We had already recorded 7 new studio songs for COR, and it was a great idea to bring Oi Polloi on board and release it as an album. Much concerted gigging was undertaken in support of the release, including a celebrated appearance at the Scottish Punks picnic held in a disused World War II bunker on Cramond Island, that Scott still cites as one of his favorite ever gigs with the band. AOA Nally played some proper shows in England too, even making it as far as London for several gigs, which vocalist Stephen decided to move there permanently. Scott and Bruce had other ideas though, recruiting drummer Loaf and singer Murph from local band, E Degenerates, with whom they recorded Satisfactory Arrangement. Yep, it's all in the name, reckons Scott. Was the next logical step in AOA's progression. It all sounds like it fell into place, but chaos always had its part to play. Our crowning glory perhaps? It was Denny Telly the most thought-through and experimental recording we did, and, both lyrically and musically, things were becoming more diverse as inevitably we were all tasting different things. There's even an acoustic guitar and keyboard in there somewhere. AOA guitarist Scott Payton, picture by Paul May. But an unwelcome pattern was beginning to emerge in dealing with record labels, our own naivete, or just plain ignorance. It cuts both ways, he sighs, before adding cryptically, by their very nature, humans make mistakes and will become endangered, enough said. Murph was then replaced on vocals by Degenerates guitarist, Rich, although this incarnation of the band never committed anything to tape. A bunch of degenerates, the lot of 'em, laughs Scott. Seriously though, at one point during the proceedings, Loaf and Rich were involved in a horrendous car crash. At that stage, all was looking bad, but thankfully, serious burns aside, they survived more or less intact. In the interim, while they recovered, I handled the vocals and a good friend of mine, Xander, did a grand job as stand-in drummer for a gig or two. Their long, slow recovery process, Loaf and Rich, showing an amazing commitment and dedication to all-out attack, continued to be positive, even in the ever-present, delicate balance of life and death. In 1990, AOA had another session booked at Pier House, to immortalize some brand new songs they were especially proud of, but Rich then decided to quit, leaving Scott to rewrite the lyrics and handle vocals. It was always going to be a natural progression, and not just for me personally either. I think the whole ethos of AOA was that we always tried to look forward and utilize what insight, if any, we had gained through experience, both musically and lyrically. And I still feel that this recording is the most inspiring and thought-provoking material I've written to date, with all the sentiments still ringing true, even after 16 years. Incidentally, the master tape of this NAL recording, that we called All Out Attack, lay in the deepest, darkest recesses of Pier House Studios' basement for over 10 years, only to be rediscovered just recently, still wrapped in its original plastic carrier bag shroud. A release is possibly long overdue, one thinks. AOA disbanded in 1990, soon after that NAL recording, although apart from original vocalist Stephen, who moved to Ireland to start a family, Scott and most of his former bandmates still live in and around Edinburgh and are still involved in music in various guises. The possibility of an AOA reunion may seem remote, but isn't something Scott is prepared to rule out completely. Basically, we were a tribe of individuals that took a stance against what we saw and felt was the manipulation and total disregard of our liberties. We'd heard all the moaners, and the never-ending chants of the so-called anti-establishment music business and their cohorts. It was, and still is, the easy option to sit back and moan about how life's unfair and how society is to blame, rather than be true to your beliefs and, more crucially, do something positive about it. It takes a bit of effort to change and evolve, and sometimes it becomes all too clear who the real enemy is. Always question the cause and effect of humanity's place on this planet and act accordingly. We decided to vent our anger through music, and take a more direct approach with our protest, and for the most part it had the desired effect, an all-out attack on what we wanted to change. And now, here we are again, the relentless cycle of life and death continues unabated. There will always be something to be angry about, and always a corresponding need for change. Select discography 12s. Who are you trying to con? LPS, Unlimited Genocide, split with Oipoloi satisfactory arrangement at a glance. Until someone sees fit to issue a comprehensive AOA retrospective, the curious reader can contact Scott directly, AOAV Productions at msn.com. Artwork from the back cover of the In Nomine Patri single by Alternative. So, there you have it. A comprehensive overview of the early 80s anarcho-punk scene in the UK, and what better way to end such a book than with Scott's parting comment. There will always be something to be angry about, and always a corresponding need for change. Yes, anarcho-punk was of its time, a necessary response to very specific stimuli, when an urgent need to loudly voice our dissatisfaction with those that would govern us happily coincided with a watershed moment in underground music, to give us what was surely the most real and challenging incarnation of punk rock ever seen or heard. Most of these bands are long gone, of course, and many of their lyrics were primarily pertinent to their own circumstances and the era in which they confronted them, but the spirit behind those words, that there is a better way, if only we're prepared to stand up and fight for it, remains an indomitable constant as long as there is injustice in the world. The battle continues. Late John Loder, founder of Southern Studios and sound engineer for many of the releases on Crass Records. Appendix 1. Complete discographies by label. Agit Prop. Agit 1 Chumbawamba Revolution 7. Agit 2 Chumbawamba / A State of Mind We Are E. World. 7. Agit 3 Chumbawamba Smash Clause 28 7. Agit 4 Credit to E Nation Pay E Price 12. Agit 5 Chumbawamba I Never Gave Up 12/CD single. Agit 666 Chumbawamba Behave 12/CD single. Agit 7 Credit to the Nation Call It What You Want 12. Unreleased. Agit 8 Papa Brittle Status Quo / Global Intensified Nationalism 12. Prop 1 Chumbawamba Pictures of Starving Children LP. Prop 2 Chumbawamba Nevermind E Ballads LP. Prop 3 Chumbawamba English Rebel Songs 10/CD. Prop 4 Sport Chestra. 101 Songs about Sport DLP Prop 5 Bassa 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 LP Prop 6 Artists for Animals Sporting Life LP Prop 7 Chumbawamba Slap LP / CD Prop 8 Atcher on Acid Frank LP Prop 9 Chumbawamba First 2 CD Prop 10 Chumbawamba Jesus H Christ LP, unreleased Prop 11 Chumbawamba SHHH. LP / CD / MC Prop 12 Papa Brittle Obey, Consume. Marry and Reproduce MLP / CD All E Madman Mob 001 E Mob Crying Again 7, Joint Release Without to Lunch Productions Rev 1 E Review England's Glory 7 Mad 002 E Mob Witch Hunt 7 Mad 003 Andy Stratton I Don't Know 7 Mad 004 E Mob Let E Tribe Increase LP Mad 005 E Astronauts It's All Done by Mirrors LP Mad 006 E Mob Mirror Breaks 7 Mad 007 Flowers in E Dustbin Freaks Run Wild in E Disco 12 Mad 008 Zoskia Rape 7 Mad 008 Zoskia Rape 12 Mad 009 Blythe Power Chevy Chase 12 Mad 10 Claire Obscure E Pilgrim's Progress LP Mad 011 E Astronauts Soon LP Mad 012 Blythe Power Junction Signal 7 Mad 012 Blythe Power Junction Signal 12 Mad 013 E Mob Crying Again 12 Mad 014 Atcher on Acid Moon Dance 12 Mad 015 Blythe Power Ixion 7 Mad 015 Blythe Power Ixion 12 Mad 016 We Are Going to Eat You I Wish I Knew 12 Madlp 005 E Astronauts E CD Side of LP Madlp 006 Blythe Power Wicked Women Wicked Men and Wicked Keepers LP Madlp 007 Atcher on Acid Curdled LP Madk 108 Hysteria Ward From Breakfast to Madness Tape Madlp 009 Dan and Attitude Hits LP Fode 001 Paranoid Visions E Robot is Running Amok 7 Fode 002 Paranoid Visions Schizophrenia LP Fode 2U2 Paranoid Visions I Will Wallow 10 Blythe Power, Newcastle 1987, picture by Andrew Metcalf. Bloomberg. Fish 1 Various Wessex 82 7. Fish 2 Subhumans Evolution 7. Fish 3 Ahead's Forgotten Heroes 7. Fish 4 Naked One Step Forward 7. Fish 5 Subhumans Time Flies. But aeroplanes crash 12 Fish 6 Instigators E Blood is on your hands 7 Fish 7 Faction You've got E Fires 7 Fish 8 Subhumans From E Cradle to E Grave LP / CD / MC Fish 9 Seers If Only MLP Fish 10 Subhumans Rat 7 Fish 11 Instigators Nobody Listens Anymore LP Fish 12 Subhumans Worlds Apart LP / CD / MC Fish 13 Instigators Phoenix LP Fish 14 Subhumans EP LP / CD / MC Fish 15 Various Open Mind Surgery LP Fish 16 Subhumans 29:29 Split Vision LP / CD / MC Fish 17 Smart Pills No Good No Evil LP Fish 18 Culture Shock Go Wild LP Fish 19 Nick Toxic Intoxicated LP Fish 20 Culture Shock Onwards and Upwards LP / CD / MC Fish 21 Various Stonehenge 7 Fish 22 Rhythmites Integration LP Fish 23 Culture Shock All E-Time LP Fish 24 Citizen Fish Free Souls LP / CD / MC Fish 25 Subhumans Time Flies. But Aeroplanes Crash / Rats LP / CD / MC Fish 26 Citizen Fish Wider in a Postcard LP / CD / MC Fish 27 Citizen Fish Disposable Dream 7 Fish 28 Citizen Fish Live Fish LP / CD / MC Fish 29 Citizen Fish / Ows 3 TV Dinner / Conspiracy Split 7 Fish 30 Culture Shock Go Wild / All E-Time CD Fish 31 Citizen Fish Flinch LP / CD / MC Fish 32 Citizen Fish Live in London 91 Video Fish 33 Various Oriental Transistor Video Fish 34 Citizen Fish Millennia Madness LP / CD Fish 35 Citizen Fish Psychological Background Report CD Fish 36 Subhumans Unfinished Business CD Fish 37 Citizen Fish Is Ones for Frank Video Fish 38 Citizen Fish Habit 7 Fish 38 Citizen Fish Active Ingredients LP / CD / MC Fish 39 Citizen Fish 3 RD Psychological Background Report CD Fish 40 Citizen Fish Gaffer Tape Video Fish 41 Mental / Stupid Humans EPS and Demo CDR Fish 42 Subhumans Demolition War, Parts 1, 3 CDR Fish 43 Lost Cherries Nothing New CDR Fish 44 Culture Shock 1 ST2 Demo CDR Fish 45 Various Blurg EPS 82-88 CDR Fish 46 Clutton Brothers Spring Collection CDR Fish 47 Citizen Fish What Time We On? CDs of 1 Subhumans Demolition War 7s of 2 Subhumans Reason for Existence 7s of 3 Subhumans Religious Wars 7 XLP 1 Subhumans E-Day E-Country Died LP/CD/MC Blurg Tapes 1 Stupid Humans Live Warminster 17-2-80 and 3-track Demo 2 Audio Torture Live Bath/Warminster 16/17-2-83 E-Mental EP and Demos, June 84 Organized Chaos Live Warminster 9-5-81 and Practice 5 Wild Youth Live Trowbridge 21-2-81/Worcester 11-4-81 6 Wild Youth Live Chippenham 8-5-81 7 Subhumans Demolition War 81, Parts 1, 3-8 Subhumans Live Worcester 11-4-81 9 Subhumans Live Warminster 9-5-81 10 Subhumans Live Bath 20-5-81 11 Subhumans/Wild Youth Live Melksham 81 12 Stupid Humans 2 Demos 13 Various Wessex 81 14 Subhumans Live Swindon 11-12-81 15 Subhumans Live Stevenage 81 16 Subhumans Live Skunks, Islington 21-8-82/Bath 10-4-82 17 Ahead/Organized Chaos Demos 83 18 Organized Chaos Live Skunks, Islington 21-8-82 19 Subhumans London Putney White Lion 1-7-82 20 E-Pagans E-Cuckoo Has Flown Demo 82 21 Subhumans/Faction Live Moonlight Club, West Hampstead 82 22 Tears of Destruction Death of a Nation, Part 1 Demo 81 23 Subhumans Live George Roby, Finsbury Park 7-2-83 24 Flying Fish Band Demo 82 25 Lost Cherries Nothing New Live and Demos 82 26 Subhumans Leeds 11-5-83 27 Instigators Live Bradford 15-5-83 28 Naked Live Holland 4-6-83 29 Nick Toxic Brit Anarchist Demo 83 30 Sears Live and Demo 83 31 Paranoid Visions Blood in E-Snow/Destroy E-Myths Demos 83 32 Naked Live Feltham 29-7-83 33 Subhumans Live Leeds 31-8-83 34 Ex-Humans Demo 83 35 Various Wessex 84 36 Subhumans Live Paris 8-10-83 37 DNV/Faction Paris October 83 38 Lost Cherries Live Leeds 12-10-83 39 Mass of Black Demo 84 40 Instigators Live Leeds 84 41 Subhumans USAT 4, Live San Francisco 24-4-84 42 Civilized Society Demo 43 Sears Live Wolves/Luton 84 44 Subhumans Live Bathgate 9-8-84 45 Shrapnel Demo/Live London 16-8-84 46 Mass of Black Live Hull/Demo 47 Aheads Vox Populi Demo 84 48 Steve L. Sliced Bread and E-Bomb Demo 84 49 Nick Toxic Ulterior Motives Demo 85 50 Phantoms of E Underground Demo 84 51 End Result No Master's Voice Demo 83 52 Paranoid Visions from E-Womb to E-Bucket Demo 84 53 No Policy Demo 84 54 Smart Pills Excerpts from E-Toxic State Demo 85 55 Rat Demo May 85 56 Freak Electric Advanced Demo 84 57 Freak Electric live London 13-7-8558. Subhumans live Fulham Greyhound 12-7-8559. Subhumans USA T5 live New York 60. Instigators Leeds 24-7-8561. Subhumans live Leeds 23-10-8562. Subhumans live Fulham Greyhound 31-10-8563. Subhumans/Steve L. Live Warminster 10-11-8564. Eyes on You/Pax Vobiscum Demo 8565. Blythe Power Bricklayers Arms Demo/Live 66. Culture Shock Living History Demo 8667. Political Asylum Walls Have Ears Demo 68. Funeral Party Demo 69. Nick Toxek/Ginger John/Seething Wells/Kevin C. Say Intolerance Tape 70. Civilized Society? All E Demo 71. Culture Shock Reality Stop No 44 Demo 8672. Smart Pills Zen Punk, Demo/Live 8674. Insurrection E People Are Starving Demo 8775. Rhythmites Demo/Live 87/8876. Dick Lucas/Rhythm Activism/Nick Toxek ECIA Tape, Live Toronto 8777. Eve of the Scream Unbelievable Genocide Demo 78. Rhythmites Can You Feel It, Demo/Live 8879. Culture Shock Hot and Sweaty Live Compilation 80. Internal Autonomy 4th Demo 81. Herb Garden Live/Demo 8982. Various Don't Talk About It Do It. 83 Kendrick Andy Wanted for Love Demo. 84 Zygote Demo/Live in Germany 90. 85 Citizen Fish Sink or Swim Demo 90. 86 Citizen Fish Live Hereford/Liverpool September 91. 87 CDs Tempo Tantrum/Happy Demos 9189. Ows 3 Owsley Demo 9190. Tiny Giants Death by Chocolate Demo 9291. Useful Idiot/Wordbug Demos 91/9292. Blue Meanies Banquet Demo 9293. Citizen Fish/Blue Meanies Live London 17-7-9294. Dirty Headed Bastard both Demos 9295. Ancient Ones Antediluvian Legends Demo/Live 9296. Ows 3 Apparently We Had a Great Time Live/Demo 9297. Citizen Fish First Psychological Background Report 91-9398. GRUPS Almond Tree/Buildings EPS 99. Ex Cathedra Live Rotterdam 8-3-94-100. Rhythmites Live Stuttgart April 93 101. Bender Live Produce Harlow 7-4-95 102. Citizen Fish Second Psychological Background Report 94-96 103. Ex Cathedra Live in Slovenia 2-5-97 104. Antibodies Kill E-Music Live 96/97 105. Rhythmites Ha. 106 Cress White Man Destroys Culture Demo 95. 107 Cress Live Monuments Manchester 25-6-96. 108 Cress Time, Live at Time Studios 20-7-97 Organized Chaos, Live in Swansea St. Philip's Community Centre, November 1985. Picture by Di Joseph Crass records 621,984 Crass feeding of E5000 LP/CD/MC 521,984 Crass Reality Asylum 7 521,984 Crass Stations of E Crass DLP/CD/MC 521984/1 Honeybane You Can Be You 74219841/1 Crass/Poison Girls Girls Bloody Revolution 74219842 Poison Girls Chappaquiddick Bridge LP Flexi 421984 Zounds Can't Cheat Karma 74219844 Various Bullshit Detector LP 421984 5 Crass Nagasaki Nightmare 74219884 6 F Crass Rival Tribal Rebel Flexi, with Toxic Graffiti. Fanzine 421984 6 Crass Rival Tribal Rebel 74219884 7 Poison Girls Statement 74219884 8 Poison Girls All Systems Go 74219884 9 Poison Girls Hex LP 321984 1 F Crass Our Wedding Flexi 321984 1 Crass Penis Envy LP CD MC 321984 2 Flux of Pink Indians New Smell 73219884 3 Annie Anxiety Barbed Wire Halo 73219884 4 Snipers Repeat Suite 73219884 5 Captain Sensible is your captain speaking 73219884 6 Dirt Death is Reality Today 73219884 7 Emob No Doves Fly Here 72219884 1 Conflict E House at Man Build 72219884 2 Rudimentary Peony Farce 72219884 3 Various Bullshit Detector 2 DLP 221984 4 Cravats Rub Me Out 72219884 5 NDT Weary of E-Flesh 72219884 6 Crass How Does It Feel 72219884 7 Dirt Never Mind Dirt Here's Ebolix LP 221984 8 Alternative in Nomine Patri 72219884 9 Anthrax Capitalism is Cannibalism 72219884 10 Omega Tribe Angry Song 72219884 11 Sleeping Dogs Beware Sleeping Dogs 72219884 12 Hit Parade Bad News 71219884 1 DNVE Nearest Door 71219884 2 Crass Yes Sir I Will LP CD MC 121984 3 F Crass Sheep Farming in E Falklands Flexi 121984 3 Crass Sheep Farming in E Falklands 71219884 4 Crass Whodunit 71219884 5 MDC Multi-Death Corporation 71219884 6 Lack of Knowledge Gray 7 1984 Crass You're Already Dead 7 1984 1 KUKLEILP CD 1984 2 Hit Parade Plastic Culture 12 1984 3 Various Bullshit Detector 3 DLP 1984 4 Crass Acts of Love LP Catno 1 DNV LP Catno 2 Jane Gregory AERA Dream 7 Catno 3 Steve Ignorant Take Your Elbows Off E-Table 12 Unreleased Catno 4 KUKL Holidays in Europe LP CD Catno 5 Crass Best Before 1984 DLP CD MC Catno 6 Crass 10 Notes on a Summer's Day 12 CD Catno 7 Hit Parade Knick Knack Patty Whack LP Catno 8 Various Asides 1979-1982 CD MC Catno 9 Various Asides, Part 2, 1982-1984 CD MC Catno 10 Penny Rambo reads from e-book Christ's Reality Asylum MC Bolox 2U2 Crass Christ E-Album DLP CD MC Cold Turkey 1 Crass Merry Christmas 7 Dino from Dirt, Live at the Mermaid, Birmingham, October 1985, picture by Paul May. Corpus Christi. Christi S1 UK Decay Rising from E Dread 12 Christi S2 Varyings E Gongman 7 Christi S3 Conflict It's Time to See Who's Who LP Christi S4 Conflict to a Nation of Animal Lovers 7 Christi S5 Omega Tribe No Love Lost LP Christi S6 Rudimentary Peony Death Church LP Christi S7 Icons of Filth Used, Abused, and Unamused 7 Christi S8 Cravats E Colossal Tunes Out LP with Flexi Christi S9 E Fits Tears of a Nation 7 Christi S10 Annie Anxiety Soul Possession LP Christi S11 Crucifix Dehumanization LP Christi S12 Omega Tribe It's a Hard Life 7/12 Christi S13 Alternative If EY Treat You Like Shit Act like manure LP Christie S14 Lack of knowledge E sirens are back LP Christie S15 Rudimentary Pini EEPS of RP LP Christie S16 Conflict E House at Man Built / To a Nation of Animal Lovers LP Annie Anxiety, Live in Liverpool 1984, picture by Andrew Metcalf. Fight Back. Fight 1 Vex Sanctuary 12. Fight 2 Legion of Parasites Undesirable Guests 12 Fight 3 Reality Who Killed E Golden Goose 7 Fight 4 Exit Stance Crimes Against Humanity 7 Fight 5 Various We Don't Want Your Fucking War LP Fight 6 Lost Cherries All Part of Growing Up LP Fight 7 Various We Don't Want Your Fucking Law LP Fight 8 E Arch Criminals Hang 12 Fight 9 E Apostles / E Joy of Living Death to Wacky Pop 7 Split Mortar Hate Mort 000 Class War Better Dead and Wed 7 Mort 001 Conflict E Serenade is Dead 7 Mortex 001 Conflict E Serenade is Dead 12 Mort 002 Hager E Womb E Word of E Womb 12 Mort 003 Lost Cherries A Man's Duty, A Woman's Place 7 Mort 004 Various Who? What? Why? When? Where? LP/CD Mort 005 Icons of Filth Onward Christian Soldiers LP Mort 006 Conflict Increase E Pressure LP/CD/MC Mort 007 Conflict Live at E Centro Iberico 7 Mort 008 Conflict is Not Enough 7 Mort 009 E Apostles Smash E Spectacle 7 Mort 010 Icons of Filth Brain Death 7 Mort 011 Exit Stance While Backs Are Turned 12 Mort 012 Lost Cherries Unwanted Children 12 Mort 013 Various We Won't Be Your Fucking Poor DLP Mort 014 Stalag 17 / Toxic Waste E Truth Will Be Heard 12 Mort 015 Conflict E Battle Continues 7 Mort 016 Flowers in E Dustbin Nails in E Heart 7 Mort 017 Admit Your Shit Expect No Mercy 7 Mort 018 Icons of Filth E Filth and E Fury 7 Mort 019 Liberty Our Voice is Tomorrow's Hope 7 Mort 020 Conflict E Ungovernable Force LP/CD/MC Mort 020 Conflict Custom Rock / Statement 7 Promotional Mort 021 E Waste Not Just Something to Be Sung 7 Mort 022 Conflict E Final Conflict 12 Mort 023 E Apostles Punk Obituary LP Mort 024 Potential Read Demand an Alternative LP Mort 025 Liberty People Who Care Are Angry LP/CD Mort 026 Exit Stance While Backs Are Turned CD Mort 027 Admit Your Shit Someplace Special 12/CD Mort 029 Various We Don't Want Your Fucking War CD Mort 030 Conflict Turning Rebellion Into Money DLP/CD/MC Mort 031 Conflict E House at Man Built 7 Mort 032 Conflict To a Nation of Animal Lovers 7 Mort 033 Conflict Custom Rock 7 Mort 040 Conflict Standard Issue 82-87 LP/CD/MC Mort 050 Conflict E Final Conflict LP/CD Mort 060 Conflict Against All Odds LP/CD/MC Mort 070 Various A compilation of E deleted dialogue LP Mort 070 Various A compilation of E deleted dialogue E Singles DCD Mort 080 Conflict SA Colors Don't Run 7/CD Single Mort 090 Various is E Alf LP/CD Mort 090 Various is E Alf DLP Mort 100 Conflict Conclusion LP/CD Mort 110 Conflict It's Time to See Who's Who Now LP/CD Mort 120 Conflict In E Venue LP/CD Mort 130 Conflict Only Stupid Bastards Help MECD Mort 150 Various We Won't Take No More CD Mort 170 Conflict Standard Issue 2, 88-94 LP/CD Mort 180 Conflict Now You Put Your Foot in It 7/CD Single Mort 005 Icons of Filth E Mortar Hate Projects CD Mort 190 Conflict Carlo Giuliani 7/CD Single Mort 200 Conflict Airs No Power Without Control LP/CD Mort 210 Interterrestrials Guns of Brixton CD Single Mort 220 Interterrestrials X CD Mort 230 Lost Cherries In E Beginning CD Mort 240 Conflict Rebellion Sucks CD/DVD Mort TV1 Conflict Force or Service Video Conflict at Fender's Ballroom, LA, August 1985, picture by Julius from Diatribe. Mortar hate / cherry red. Morta 1 conflict, it's time to see who's who. CD Morta 2 conflict, increase E pressure. CD Morta 3 conflict, E ungovernable force. CD Morta 4 lost cherries, free to speak but not to question. CD Morta 5 lost cherries in E beginning D. CD Morta 6 various who, what, why, when, where. CD Morta 7 icons of filth, onward Christian soldiers. CD Morta 8 conflict, turning rebellion into money. CD Morta 9 conflict, standard issue 82-87. CD Morta 10 various is Mortar hate D. CD Morta 11 conflict, E final conflict. CD Morta 12 conflict, against all odds. CD Morta 13 various is E alf. CD Morta 1 conflict, live in London. 2 DVD Morta 2 conflict, live in England. 2 DVD Morta 3 lost cherries, there are no fucking rules. DVD radical change. RC1 disruptors, young offenders. 7 RC2 disruptors, shelters for E-rich. 7 RC3 icon AD, don't feed us shit. 7 RC4 icon AD, let E-vultures fly. 7 RC5 self-abuse soldier. 7 RC6 disruptors bomb heaven. 712 RC7 revulsion, ever get E feeling of utter. 12 RC8 disruptors, alive in E electric chair. 12 RC LP1 disruptors, unrehearsed wrongs. LP RC LP2 destructors, Armageddon in action. LP RC LP3 disruptors, playing with fire. LP RC LP4 various Wordsworth shouting. LP riot / clone. RC R1 riot / clone, airs no government like no government. 7 RC R2 riot / clone, destroy E myth of musical destruction. 7 RC R3 lost cherries, no fighting, no war, no trouble. No more. 7 RCR4 riot / clone, blood on your hands. 7 RCR124 riot / clone, dead but not forgotten. 3x7 plus 64-page booklet. RCR5 riot / clone, still no government like no government. CD RCR6 E glory strummers. ESD CD single. RCR7 who moved E ground. If pleasure was illegal. CD single spider leg. SDL1 epileptics 1970 S7 SD2 epileptics last bus to Debden. 7 SDL3 subhumans demolition war. 7 SDL4 E system warfare. 7 SDL5 subhumans reasons for existence. 7 SDL6 amoebics who's E enemy. 7 SDL7 subhumans religious wars. 7 SDL8 flux of pink Indians strive to survive causing least suffering possible. LP SDL9 subhumans E day E country died. LP SDL10 amoebics winter. 7 SDL11 E system is murder. 7 SDL12 Kronstadt uprising E unknown revolution. 7 SDL13 flux of pink Indians E fucking cunts treat us like pricks. DLP SDL14 amoebics no sanctuary. 12 SDL15 anti-sect in darkness, air is no choice. LP SDL 16 flux of pink Indians taking a liberty. 7-6 subversa of poison girls, picture by Per Akewarn. Centrix XN 2001 fatal microbes / poison girls piano lessons. 12 listed as Weenie. 3 XN 2002 Pete Fender 4 Formula. 7 XN 2003 Poison Girls total exposure. LP XN 2004 Rubella Ballet E Ballet Bag Tape. XN 2005 Rubella Ballet E Ballet Dance. 7 XN 2006 Poison Girls wears E Pleasure. LPXN 2007 Conflict Live at Centro Iberico. 7 XN 2008 Poison Girls Songs of Praise. LPXN 2009 Poison Girls Real Woman. 7 XN 2010 Poison Girls Real Woman. 12 Room 101 Poison Girls 7 Year Scratch. DLP 96 Tapes 96/1 is Bitter Lesson Value of Defiance. Demo 96 Halves Rubella Ballet Live at E Starlight. 96 Thirds DNVE New Beginning. Demo 96 Fourths A Heads Live Demos. 96 Fifth Subhumans / Faction Live at E Moonlight Club. 96 Sixths Faction Rough E Window. 96 Sevenths A Touch of Hysteria Demo. 96 Eighths Various No, don't drop your bombs on us, EY Hurt. 96 Ninths Faction If EY give you ruled paper. Right other way 96 tenths blood and roses life aer death 96 11ths omega tribe live at Clarendon 96 12ths instigators it has to be stopped /live 1984 96 13ths Pandora's box flickering candle 96 14ths flowers in dustbin all best people are perverts 96 15ths Blythe power a little touch of Harry in night 96 16ths bold Nox mortis 96 17ths subhumans Steve L live in Warminster updated discographies there have been many superlative reissues of classic 80s anarcho material in recent years, but these are significant new releases by the bands in day country died since its publication in 2006. Amoebics Risen DVD. Redux CD EP/12. Sonic Mass CD/LP Knights of Black Sun 12 Anthrax All for Cause CD/LP Conflict Live in London, 2013 LP Contempt Who Needs Diplomacy. CD/LP Decay CD/LP, split with RAMM.A.N. Lost Cherries Hung Drawn and Quartered 7 Make Us Different 12 Millenarian LP/CD Mob Rise Up. 7 Oipoloi Split EP12, split with Nikmet Olalam Arcla Arcanan Ara Mock CD/LP Mind Ebolic 7 Cyclopan Benefit CD EP, split with Cancelestat Matamuas Split 7, split with Appalachian Terror Unit Duisk. CD/LP Linux 7, split with N.A. Gathan Rubella Ballet Planet Punk CD Rudimentary P No More Pain CD EP Steve Ignorant If Ignorance is Bliss EP 7 When? CD/LP, with Paranoid Vision Subhumans Internal Riot 09:09 Split Fusion, split with Apolitical, Lobotomies, and 1000 Drunken Nights Virus Unacceptable Noise Levels Virulence Nuclear? No Anks. 7 Zounds Z Redemption of Zounds LP/CD Ancient Britain 7 Virus, Live in Beth. Appendix 2. Anarcho-Punk Online an incomplete listing of websites. Navigate to infiltrate www.1in12.go-legend.net www.activedistribution.org www.akpress.org www.alternativetentacles.com www.amnesty.org www.anaarshite.cjb.net www.animalaid.org.uk www.animal-liberation.com www.animalliberationfront.com www.anl.org.uk www.a-o-a.org www.archangelweb.org http://homepage.ntlworld.com/acidstings www.ardohestate.co.uk www.atrox.org.uk www.bdrecs.com www.belfastpunks.co.uk www.brokenrekids.com www.chumba.com www.citizenfish.com www.londonclasswar.org www.conflict-uk.com www.contemptuk.com www.thecravats.com www.earthfirst.org.uk www.eroding.org.uk www.flatearth.free-online.co.uk www.flowersinthedustbin.co.uk www.freebeeagles.org www.householdnamerecords.co.uk www.humaneresearch.org.uk www.huntsabs.org.uk www.indiemedia.org.uk/n/org.uk/n www.keeponfighting.net www.kronstadt-uprising.co.uk www.lackonknowledge.com www.lostseahurs.com www.mortearhate.com www.myspace.com/crass_the_biography www.nochoice.org www.myspace.com/oipoloyalba www.overgroundrecords.co.uk www.peta.org www.pomonauk.co.uk www.profaneexistence.com www.punkcore.com www.punkouk.co.uk www.punkrock.org www.punkshitrecords.stigon.com www.schnews.org.uk www.scumville.co.uk www.chassis.net www.slendermeans.org.uk www.speakcampaigns.org.uk www.steveharnett.com www.southern.net/southern/label www.thissysteмкills.com www.toxicwastebelfast.co.uk www.uncarved.org/music/apunke www.unit-united.co.uk www.vegansociety.com www.vegesoc.org www.vpsg.org www.viva.org.uk www.vivisection.info/ssat www.zondsonline.co.uk Zigzag Squat Gig Graffiti, image courtesy by Tony Mottram. Appendix 3. Additional photos. For the last few years, Bradford-based street photographer John Bolton has been capturing brutally honest, warts and all portraits of seminal punk artists for his Punk Survivors project. And it seemed fitting to update this book with some recent images of some of the interviewees featured, particularly as the relaxed, unassuming, egoless nature of the shots is a poignant reminder that, as well as all the wonderful music and ferocious polemic, anarcho-punk was about people. Real people. For the people. http://www.johnbolloten.co.uk My thanks to John Bolton for the generous use of these images, and to PM Press for keeping this book alive a little longer. Ian Glasper. April 2014.